Chapter 17. Bears, lions, wolves. These are carnivorous animals we easily encounter through the media. In the media, they are often portrayed as killing machines or as incarnations of unrelenting violence. In reality, predators are not ruthless terminators but rather closer to cowards. This isn't meant as an insult, their cautiousness, bordering on timidity, is what makes them true hunters. As someone who enjoyed playing as a morph, I had deeply ingrained the lessons that nature had taught me. No matter how powerful my abilities were, even if I had more information at my disposal than anyone else, without caution, you're useless. I remembered this fact as I scouted the enemies. Arnold's heartbeat was steady. His earlier tension had clearly been an act. People would have likely analyzed me and taken action while others were dying. While they might not know that I possessed enhanced abilities like a biometric radar, they did know that I had some kind of heightened sensory perception. Quite impressive. I had deliberately killed the soldiers brutally to intimidate them, but it had no effect on Arnold. He emitted the scent of a seasoned hunter, unlike me, who had learned from nature. Who could be his mentor? The plasma pistol fired again. The high-energy blob incinerated the spot where I had been just moments ago. I raced across the bridge with sturdy legs like a wild horse, contemplating how to attack the enemy. First and foremost, the enemy's biggest weakness is the location. This was the bridge command center, filled with sensitive electronic equipment. Although the plasma pistol might be considered a relatively weak plasma weapon, it was still a powerful weapon that could penetrate even thick alloy plating. One wrong shot, and it could trigger a catastrophe. I didn't originally plan to use this, but even in the future shown by the Predator sense, Arnold pulled out the pistol just before he was about to die. He was aware that using the pistol inside the ship was not appropriate. Crisis Management Officer. Remember that we're in the command center. Be careful not to hit any machinery. Understood. Captain Samuel and the other officers offered their advice, but Arnold seemed uninterested in holstering the pistol. Fine. I guess it's me before the ship, then. It seemed that, in his eyes, I had a higher priority than the safety of the ship. It was understandable. I was the only obstacle in his plan. Even if the ship was damaged, capturing me here would be more favorable. However, despite having a powerful weapon, Arnold had disadvantages. At this point, his main duty was to protect the captain and the officers. He couldn't go to C8 alone, so some of them were essential for navigation. He has many weaknesses, but my situation wasn't ideal either. This open space provided a good firing angle, and if it weren't for computer-like cover, I might have been hit by the pistol earlier. Even now, whenever I tried to approach an officer or the captain, Arnold would restrain me with his pistol. When I hid behind the computer, he stopped shooting. You little rat. Arnold cursed from a distance. It seemed like he was irritated or annoyed, but I could understand. That's a ruse. Arnold was hoping for a prolonged standoff. While he was keeping me in check, he used the communicator to call for the ship's personnel. This is the bridge command center. The creature has attacked this location. All available personnel, gather here. I wonder if that's how it will play out. The bear-like fox over there was using his formidable weapon to buy time. He wanted to capture me in this spot, but he definitely intended to leave the task of harming me to his soldiers. Certainly, my movements had become passive due to that pistol of his, so his plan seemed to be working quite well. Well, it's amusing to be deceived like this. With this level of judgment, he would rank above average among space survival players. Those who only hunted gentle prey and suddenly encountered a wolf among them would undoubtedly be tense. Since becoming a metamorph entity, this was the first crisis I had faced, and it was against a formidable adversary. After a long time, I felt my fighting spirit rising. I have to finish this before the reinforcements arrive. I moved away from the energy blob that had left the barrel and hid behind a machine. While pondering my escape plan, I noticed a fire extinguisher. Its appearance was different from Earth's, but it emitted white smoke like extinguishing agent, which was the same. It might come in handy. I quickly retrieved the fire extinguisher and pulled out the safety pin with my small hand on my chest. At that moment, Arnold, holding the plasma pistol, appeared behind me. Before the pistol could fire, I activated the fire extinguisher first. White extinguishing agent sprayed out from the hose, obscuring his vision. Ugh! What a trick! Beyond the white mist, a green energy blob flew towards me. I dodged it by lying flat on the ground and, with my 4 combat arms and legs, began hexapodal locomotion. Meanwhile, my small arm on my chest continued to disperse the contents of the fire extinguisher in all directions. Cough. Cough. I can't see anything. The command center, sealed off from the outside, was filled with extinguishing agent. Coughs from survivors could be heard here and there. You scum. Are your weapons just for show? Sorry, I apologize. The soldiers who remained in the command center hastily drew laser pistols. However, given the limited visibility due to the extinguishing agent, their lasers posed no threat to me. Where is he? Could it be? Darn it. Everyone, take the captain outside. Arnold shouted as if he had somewhat figured out my intentions. He probably thought I was targeting Captain Samuel. He was somewhat perceptive, but he chose the wrong answer. My target wasn't the captain. In front of me was the head chef, who had fallen. As my tail retracted, the stinger stuck in his body, I silently withdrew. Just as a predator targets the throat of a herbivore, my teeth were embedded near his carotid artery. Human blood and flesh flowed into me, and the small organ in my throat reacted to it. Now I could mimic the head chef's voice. He's not over there. The captain is over here. Huh? The enemies who couldn't see ahead were bewildered by my voice. It was clear that the captain was nearby, but suddenly hearing someone else say otherwise would naturally cause confusion. Don't be fooled. He's employing disruptive tactics. Yes, why yes. Arnold urged the soldiers, but the chaos didn't subside easily. They had also heard through the communication that Teams A and B were wiped out, but they probably didn't expect themselves to be next. While the enemies were in disarray, my hands were stained with the blood of another victim. His luxurious attire indicated that he was not an ordinary person. I shouted in his voice, "Don't be fooled. He killed the officer." What, the navigation officer? The voice belonged to the navigation officer, who ranked just below the captain in terms of hierarchy. He's impersonating the officer's voice. This damn son of a bitch. Don't believe him. I'm the navigation officer. Trust me. Darn it. You idiots. He's the monster. Shoot him now. Arnold may not have realized it, but I could sense it. The hesitant soldiers' muzzles were shifting back and forth between Arnold's location and mine in the fog of uncertainty. In a space where you couldn't see an inch ahead, as if shrouded in mist, the soldiers were being tested for their trust. On one side, they had their heavenly officer, on the other, a creature from the depths of space. What choice would they make? Ugh, arg. Damn it. One of the soldiers finally made up their mind. The muzzle of their laser pistol, held in suspicion, was aimed at the figure in the mist. A crimson flash cut through the extinguishing agent. After a trajectory of light that human eyes couldn't follow, the smell of burning flesh permeated the air. Arnold let out a groan mixed with agony. The right shoulder area of his body had been charred by the laser. His hand holding the plasma pistol was limp, but it was enough damage without losing his entire arm. It's my chance. Targeting the soldier instead of him was a success in the jamming operation. In combat, having more personnel doesn't necessarily mean an advantage. Out-of-sync allies are worse than enemies. Instead of attacking me, he should have chosen to leave the situation room with the others. His biggest mistake was starting the fight with the intention of killing me directly. Why, you bastard? He didn't give up. Instead, he clumsily gripped the pistol with his left hand. It seemed like he was determined to resist until the end, even with his limbs damaged. His unwavering spirit was a true testament to a soldier, but unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Thanks to the ship's ventilation system, the extinguishing agent gradually dispersed. I hid myself within the remaining white cover and made my move. GRR. Where are you? Perhaps because of his severe shoulder injury, he couldn't aim properly, and the plasma round passed just by my side. It was a close call, but the intense heat left a long burn mark on my combat arm. For a moment, the pain filled my mind to the point where I could scream, but I managed to hold it in. There's no time to hesitate. The enemy isn't going to wait for me. The vibration from the energy charging of Arnold's plasma pistol, held in his hand, is detected. Only a few seconds remained before that small harbinger would pronounce my death sentence. Meanwhile, there was still some distance left for my tail to reach his body. That's why I decided to play my final card. Muscles in my back, where equivalent to a human's trapezius would be, moved. A split opened up in that area, revealing a dark, massive something slowly emerging from within. This was something I hadn't summoned since becoming a morph, my first acquired attribute since becoming a metamorph. Two enormous wings unfurled, and in an instant, my body closed the remaining distance to him. His face rapidly enlarged, and in his dilated pupils, he saw the image of a morph with its wings spread, teeth bared. In his reddish-brown irises, a moth is reflected, showing its teeth. With all my might, I thrust my tail, which had been hiding behind me, towards him. The deadly plasma round in his hand roars, but it will never reach its target. From behind, the plasma round loses its target and impacts against the alloy wall. It sounded like a salute to my victory. With Arnold's head firmly clamped in my mouth, I've got my meal for the day. Officer. One of the communication soldiers finally regained his senses and aimed a laser gun at me. I looked at him with Arnold's head still in my mouth. GRRR. I wish I could savor the meat, but I don't have time. The auxiliary devices are warning me that the soldiers are closing in, so I'd better hurry. It looks like I'll have to postpone dinner for later. I passed by the soldier. He stood there frozen like a deer in the headlights. Until I crawled into the ventilation duct, he couldn't move at all. Chapter 18. Ugh, what the hell? The soldiers who arrived late were shocked when they saw the bloodbath that had become of the Situation Room. Soldiers with little combat experience vomited on the spot, and the officers looked dismayed at the sight of Arnold's lifeless body. You damn bastards. Why are you here now? Sorry, sir. Samuel berated them angrily. There was no trace of the trembling figure that had been hiding in the corner just moments ago. Samuel, who had a duty to protect the crew, was shamelessly acting as if nothing had happened. Clean up this mess immediately. Understood. Although the soldiers wore discontent on their faces, their superior was the captain, and furthermore, he was the captain of the ship. They got to work without any military formality, recovering the bodies lying in the room. Darn it, how many of them died? Of all the times to be attacked, it had to be when the essential crew members were gathered for navigation. And to make matters worse, the creature had intentionally targeted the most important individuals among them. Research officer, technology officer, chef officer, navigation officer, crisis management officer. They're all dead. The deaths of the technology officer and the crisis management officer were particularly painful. Technology officer was responsible for the ship's maintenance and repair, while the crisis management officer handled combat situations. Both were essential talents when dealing with pirates. He would die and never know that the monster had deliberately taken them out first. In this state, there's no way I can survive encountering pirates. Samuel was completely inexperienced in combat. Although this research vessel had been converted into a warship, he was not a soldier. He was just a wealthy man who had purchased a second-hand spaceship. The chances of him effectively commanding the battle-hardened pirates against him were close to zero. In that case, it would be better to appoint a new crisis management officer to oversee the soldiers. Who among the soldiers has the highest rank? Over here, Captain. From now on, you're the crisis management officer. I hope you'll command the soldiers and protect the ship. Though he had risen through the ranks to become a few steps higher in officer ranking, his expression was far from bright. He knew that the battle with the pirates was not far off. However, making someone an officer was not a fundamental solution. The creature was still roaming somewhere within the ship, and the encounter with the pirates was scheduled in 2 days. Should he just break the agreement and flee? He pondered this but realized that the navigation officer, who would calculate the course, had also died. Although Samuel was the captain and could set the course himself, he was not proficient in making detailed adjustments. Moreover, the enemy was well aware of their position. Regardless of how poorly they attempted to escape, the pirates would quickly pursue them. Damn it, should I just abandon everything and run away? In reality, fleeing on an escape pod would lead to a predetermined fate for Samuel, becoming a debt slave or being pursued by noble capital. Neither outcome was pleasant, but being alive was better than being dead. As he contemplated this escape, the conversation among the soldiers reached his ears. This looks different from a regular pistol, doesn't it? It looks like a weapon, team leader. Seeing what they were holding, Samuel's eyes widened. Hey, you there? Yes. Bring what you're holding over here. The items the soldiers were carrying turned out to be plasma pistols. Samuel, who had received one, checked the remaining energy. 60%. Good. With more than half of its energy intact, it was sufficient for personal defense. There was some wear and tear on the weapon, but Samuel, not being a soldier, didn't understand the significance of that. Samuel sent the soldiers away and stared blankly at the chaotic bridge. At that moment, the medical officer approached him. His hands were covered in blood from helping the soldiers with the bodies. Is there anyone left alive? Except for the temporary research officer, who was attacked first. Everyone else has died. What? Senior researcher Wei isn't dead. We put him in the recovery room. Luckily, he seems to have immunity to the creature's neurotoxin. But he has suffered permanent damage to his vision, smell, and taste organs. Even if he survives, he'll have to live with tubes for the rest of his life. Despite the mention of luck, Wei's condition was so gruesome that death might have been preferable. The mere description was horrifying enough to make Samuel shake his head. Medical officer, is there really no way? What do you mean? We not only have the creature to deal with but also the pirates. The medical officer was someone with experience in treating others, not someone who would kill. Samuel knew this, but he was feeling too frustrated, so he asked anyway. What about surrendering to the space dogs? What? Haha, you have a good sense of humor. Will Megacorp just leave us alone? Samuel chuckled dryly at the joke, which was far from funny, but the medical officer had a serious expression. The space dogs were a pirate group known for their looting, and they had few sympathizers. With their constant warring against various races, the lives of space dog members were worth less than fleas. Consequently, they were always short on highly educated professionals, especially those essential for navigation and combat, such as doctors. And the medical officer was the most exceptional doctor on this ship. These rich guys only care about saving themselves. The space dogs had a reputation for skinning the heads of any cartel they captured. Samuel, the richest man on the ship, did not want to become another mask in the cartel leader's collection. Put aside the pointless chatter and take care of the lower-ranked crew members. Got it. Ahem. Samuel gave the medical officer a cold look as he cleared his throat. With an imminent crisis at hand, there was no one reliable left. The soldiers were busy tidying up the control room, the officers were pondering countermeasures, and the medical officer seemed lost in thought. The only person he had somewhat trusted was now being carried out as a headless corpse. What should I do from here on? With a sigh, Samuel left the command center. They were all enduring a tough day, but they didn't yet know that hell had just begun. I've eliminated most of the important figures. Samuel had left a formidable adversary behind, even though he was still far from being my rival. When Arnold, the sharpest mind among them, died, the future of the crew was sealed. Furthermore, the ship's top technician had also fallen into my hands. In other words, even if there were issues with the ship's operation machinery, it would become difficult to repair. Even if the AI reported a problem, it would take time to resolve. In the meantime, I had something to do. Expanding the hive. It was time to start infiltrating not only the ventilation ducts but also the key facilities inside the ship. I needed to disable the high-level security AI-equipped places, such as the armory and the laboratory, before the enemies got organized. I didn't plan to destroy these facilities personally. Instead, I would create new nests to contaminate them. The mucus from the spores is toxic to humans. I affectionately stroked a cute spore. It responded by releasing a sticky liquid. When the mucus solidified, it became difficult to break with conventional tools. Moreover, even if only a part was destroyed, it would regenerate instantly. It could only be completely eliminated if the roots were destroyed with a weapon like a flamethrower. I had kept only one nest for so long because there was a limit to how many I could create. In the hatchling state, I could have only one nest, and in the metamorph state, I could add 2 more. That meant I could have a total of 3 nests right now. Since a nest was already in the cold storage, I could choose 2 more locations. Where should I put them? First and foremost, the dining hall was a priority. Eating was the most crucial element for human survival. Placing a nest in the dining hall would contaminate the stored food and disrupt the enemy's supplies. The problem was where to put the other nest. Should it be in the armory or the laboratory? The armory contained plasma launchers. It was the right move to remove them immediately, considering it was a weapon that could end me. If I were a regular amorph, I would have acted that way. But I'm going to steal the launcher. The plasma launcher was incredibly heavy, making it impossible for an ordinary human to lift alone. However, I was an amorph with 4 strong arms, and carrying it wouldn't be a problem. Due to my body structure, I couldn't use it as skillfully as a human, but I knew how to operate it, so there wouldn't be any major issues. I didn't plan to do this, but Arnold's words stuck with me. The one he served, Si Hyun Yujin, was a mystery. I don't know what kind of person they are, but it's clear they had some connection with the pirates. Perhaps they had infiltrated this place among the pirates. There was nothing scarier than an unknown enemy. I needed to gather as many useful cards on my side as possible. I'll acquire only the launcher in the armory and place the nest in the laboratory. The reason for targeting the laboratory was simple. It stored a large number of genetic samples. Several races, including Megacorp, possessed the technology to refine genes. Gathering only the essence of organisms and extracting it, even if I ate it, the predation effect would still be triggered. From this perspective, it might seem more convenient to target only genetic samples. However, there was a significant drawback to this method. The probability is much lower. Compared to the probability of gaining traits by eating regular organisms, it was less than 10%. Even the probability of the predation effect being triggered by eating a corpse was not high, and it would be even lower in this case. It was safe to say that it would be difficult to gain traits this way. Even if I eat all the samples in the lab, it's not like I'll get more than 5, right? Still, if I could secure just 2 physical-related traits, I could become a physically enhanced type. To become a psychic enhanced type, I need only one more trait related to psychic powers, but the chances of obtaining one on this ship are slim. Plus, Synim there too. Having Synim would be essential for fighting the pirates as it will allow me to harness the abilities of the Ascendant. Now that I have a goal, should I start moving? Now was the time when the crew would be having their meals. I decided to place a nest in the laboratory first. I made my way straight to the laboratory. The laboratory was much more chaotic than before. All the soldiers were deployed for the search, and there was not a single person guarding the place. The strict security measures were still in place, but the technical team, like the soldiers, was too preoccupied to pay attention to this area. I found a spot a little away from the laboratory. Hello. Huh. I was about to excrete mucus from my mouth when someone called me. It was Bubble Amoeba Experiment Subject 26 in the laboratory. You seem to be in a good mood. There was a lively energy emanating from its vibrations. I responded to it through the psychic organ at the back of my head. ZZZZZZZZZZ seems to be in a good mood. Yeah. Not hurt. Was there no experiment today? Come to think of it, with the ship in this state, the researchers were unlikely to come and go freely. They were probably all holed up in their rooms. In that case, shall I venture out a bit more boldly? I gradually moved higher within the laboratory. The internal AI installed here detected the vibration and emitted a red light. By now, the ship's AI would have detected something abnormal and would have communicated with the technical and security teams. What's up? ZZZ, wait. I waited for about 30 minutes, but I didn't see a single person. I checked all the surrounding areas with the auxiliary sensors, but there was no approaching human. It was clear. The ship's security system had not been restored yet. There was no need to move stealthily anymore. I smashed the ventilation duct and set my foot on the laboratory floor. ZZZZZZ, it's been a while. Yeah. Subject 26, whom I hadn't seen in a while, looked healthy. I had only seen it pale white before, but today the distinct pink hue of the bubble amoeba was vivid. Seeing the creature happily frolic made me suddenly wonder. Should I take it with me? Subject 26 is the only living being on this ship with which I've established a friendly relationship. If it had possessed valuable genes, I would have captured it without hesitation, but it's a bubble amoeba. Unless it's in a situation where it needs to eat anything due to extreme nutrient deficiency, there's no reason to kill it. If it stays here, it will starve to death. We don't know when the researchers will return. Since bubble amoebas are immune to toxicity like space jellyfish, I could either leave it in a nest or take it with me. If it's food, I can give it some calorie bars or even human flesh. ZZZZZZZZ, want to go out? Go out. Where? ZZZZZZZZZ, outside the lab. Yeah. Want to go out? That was a straightforward response. That settled Subject 26's fate. I signaled to be careful, then shattered the glass container. I reached out and grabbed the creature, which was about to be washed away along with the liquid inside. Having been immersed in a liquid for a long time, it seemed awkward for the creature to suddenly breathe fresh air. It shrank and swelled repeatedly before finally returning to its normal state. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It seemed to quite enjoy the taste of freedom. It happily stuck to my arm. I gently stroked it with my smaller arms and then placed it on the floor for a moment. Zzzzzzzzzzz, wait. What are you doing? Zzzzzzzzzzz, going to make a nest. While the creature watched me, I scattered mucus all around the laboratory. Subject 26 followed me curiously, and out of curiosity, it swallowed some of the mucus. However, it was immune to toxicity and seemed unaffected. The laboratory, once spotlessly clean, had transformed into the most contaminated space on this ship in just a few hours. The translucent mucus solidified into grotesque brown streaks, and disgusting fluids oozed from the numerous spores scattered everywhere. It no longer looked like a laboratory but more like a cursed and decaying swamp. The laboratory is finished with this. Thanks to there being no one around, I was able to expand it quickly. I created nests much larger than the ventilation duct nests. However, I was suddenly famished. I smashed the test tubes and pulled out the brains and organs inside. It's not exactly delicious. Compared to humans, it didn't taste good. Rather than savoring the taste, I needed to focus on the nutritional supply. I thought of it as eating a tasteless hamburger as I bit into the brain. While I was munching away, Subject 26 climbed up onto my shoulder. It seemed hungry too, so I tore off a small piece and offered it. The creature happily accepted and devoured it. After filling my stomach roughly, I checked the freezer. Inside were large quantities of genetic samples. I swept them up and put them directly into my mouth. The security alarm on the wall was blaring like crazy, but I ignored it. A semi-transparent text box popped up in front of me a few times, but I continued to ignore it and focused on eating. When I was about halfway done, my auxiliary sensors detected a person's approach. They're finally here. There were two approaching figures. One had a steady stride, likely a soldier, while the other was a civilian, probably a researcher. Even if a whole platoon came, there would still be insufficient numbers. I wanted to snicker, but unfortunately, a morph doesn't have a nose. I ceased what I was eating and left the freezer. Whoa. What's this? The two standing at the entrance were gaping at the contaminated lab. They stood there in shock, even though they were calling for backup. The price of their foolishness was death. I hid among the brown tendrils and lunged at the soldier first. He was startled and aimed his laser rifle at me, but I could tell. My auxiliary system calculated his movements and the direction of the muzzle in an instant. As expected, the laser missed and hit an unintended spot. Meanwhile, my tail did not miss. The toxin-filled sting crushed his ribcage and tore his lungs apart. Ugh! The soldier coughed up blood once and bent his head down. He had yellow fluid flowing from his lower body, and the pungent smell of ammonia detected by my auxiliary system. I approached the researcher, who was now on the ground with no strength left in his legs. Heek, heek, heek. Spare me. He was writhing on the ground. Yellow liquid oozed from his lower body, and the foul stench of ammonia reached my auxiliary sensors. I was about to finish him off when I felt Subject 26's excitement on my shoulder. ZZ, why are you doing this? It hurts. It hurts. Ah, he's in pain. Subject 26's vocabulary was limited, so I was momentarily confused. This person seemed to be one of the participants in the bubble amoeba experiment. He was likely experiencing anger because the person who tormented him was right in front of him. Bubble amoebas can kill humans too. Subject 26 was about the size of a basketball, which meant it could easily melt down a human head. I lightly pricked the researcher with the tip of my tail. The toxin spread through his body, rendering him practically immobile. I placed Subject 26 on his head. Understanding my intent, Subject 26 spread itself wide, covering the researcher's head. Would the pitiful soldier who was instantly killed feel worse, or would the researcher who suffered the agony of his melting head before dying feel worse? In the end, what does it matter which process leads to death? While Subject 26 enjoyed its meal, I also feasted on the soldier's corpse. After that, there were no more visitors. I completed my first act of revenge, carrying Subject 26, and returned to the nest in the lab. Behind us, the only thing left was the skeletal remains of a researcher's head. After finishing all the chores in the lab, a new translucent text box appeared before me. Currently, there is one potential specialized type. Do you want to unlock the physical enhancement type? Having achieved my goal, I smiled. Chapter 19. Lucky me. I acquired a total of 3 traits in the lab. Despite consuming over 500 samples, the predation effect only triggered 3 times. It was an unlucky outcome by any measure, but I was still satisfied. I met the conditions for type acquisition, and besides, since I also secured useful traits, it's not just about filling up the numbers but also having traits that can be actively used in combat. The new traits I've gained are natural regeneration, serrated tentacles, and contamination organ, totaling 3. Among them, the natural regeneration trait had merged with my robust vitality to become regeneration, fusion. I was aiming for psychic-related traits next, and this worked out well. A morph can't protect their body by wearing armor, so healing-related traits were more valuable than anything else. With them, he could quickly recover from significant injuries. As long as I have the regeneration trait, I wouldn't die unless my brain is destroyed. It might take some time depending on the extent of the injury, but I would eventually recover. The only exceptions were attacks using psychic powers or special weapons. Serrated tentacles and the contamination organ are good traits too. I focused my strength on the upper arms of my combat limbs. Thin, long tentacles with saw-like protrusions emerged from my palms. These tentacles, with serrated edges, could easily tear through a person as if they were slicing through butter. Normally, it's a trait I don't use much because of its fragility. But things would be different once I acquired the type. When upgraded by the physical enhancement type, these serrated edges would become sturdy enough to pierce through the hull of a spaceship. Normal soldiers wouldn't stand a chance against them. I retracted the tentacles that had extended from my hands. Lastly, the contamination organ. This time, it was the lower arm's turn, not the upper one's. I bent down, placing my palm on the floor. Brown slime and clusters of spores flowed out from holes in my palm. The contamination organ, in simple terms, was a trait that turned me into a walking nest. Whenever I wanted, spores identical to those in the nest could be ejected. The difference was that with the contamination organ, I could apply some of my traits to the spores I created. In other words, I could create spores that emitted neurotoxic substances, produced acidic fluids, or enhanced the regenerative effects of my body. With this ability alone, it would be possible to turn the entire spaceship into my fortress. It was a perfect ability for dealing with powerful enemies. From tentacles to spores, any one of these abilities would terrify a sane human who witnessed them. However, I was extremely satisfied. After checking the new traits one by one, I temporarily set down 26 on my shoulder. A translucent text box was waiting for my response. I had only one response to give. Accept. As soon as I accepted, changes began in my body. Bones twisted, breaking through the chitinous exoskeleton. The outer layer swelled up like it had absorbed water. Since it was all a natural change, there was no blood or pain involved. It felt like the surface skin and muscles were adjusting to the transformation, similar to stretching. Unlike when I evolved into a fluid, the transformation due to the type didn't take long. After the mutation was complete, the translucent text box appeared before me again. Race: unidentified aggressive space morph. Status: metamorph. Objective: survive, first evolution successful. Possess traits: physical related, apply type, wings, chitinous exoskeleton, regeneration, fusion, neurotoxin glands, fusion, reinforced exoskeleton, acidic blood, enhanced reflexes, mimicry, serrated tentacles, contamination organ. Psychic related, predator sense, fusion, psychic organ. Type: physical enhancement type. Currently, there is only one type available for specialization. Psychic enhancement type, 2/6. Upon acquiring the first type, the traits were reclassified according to the type requirements. Thanks to obtaining the physical enhancement type, there was a message next to the physical related trait stating, type applied. Furthermore, looking below, I noticed that the number of required traits to secure the psychic enhancement type had increased from 3 to 6. TSK. Type penalty. I knew it, but seeing it now made me slightly disappointed. A morph could acquire types without any restrictions, but with each increase in the number of types held, there was a penalty. The required number of traits to obtain a new type doubled. For example, if I had obtained the psychic enhancement type first, the required number of traits for the physical enhancement type would increase from 10 to 20. Alternatively, if I unlocked a different type from my current situation before the psychic enhancement type, it would require 12 traits for the psychic enhancement type. So, there are cases where you deliberately delay unlocking types. It's because haphazardly unlocking less efficient types could lead to a situation where you can't acquire the important ones. If this were a game, I would have put more thought into the timing of type acquisition. The increase in the restriction for obtaining difficult to acquire psychic-related traits to 6 was burdensome. But here, it was reality, and a battle with pirates awaited me. There was imminent danger, and procrastinating to get stronger and then dying would be pointless. Okay, enough of that. Let's see what has changed. For a while, I would have to rely on the physical enhancement type, so I needed to check how much I had improved. The first sensation I felt was heaviness. Previously, I felt agile and flexible, but now it was different. My entire body felt heavy and solid. How should I describe it? It felt like going from a leopard to a rhinoceros. Well, it's inevitable, given the additions I've got. Currently, my head was covered with thick armor similar to the exoskeleton of the chest. My arms and legs, apart from the joints, were wrapped in thick, sturdy biological armor. Perhaps to support the increased weight of my body, I had grown a bit taller. My height, which used to be around 1 meter, was now over 1 meter 50 centimeters. Legs with the enhanced reflexes trait had become much thicker compared to other parts. I tried placing my hand on the wall, and I could still climb the wall or crawl on the ceiling. However, there was no way to avoid the thudding sound. The strategy of killing the sound and ambushing the enemy became impossible. Finally, one of my main weapons, the tail, had also grown under the influence of the type. The length of the tail was just shy of 2 meters. It has almost doubled in size now. It's a medium-range attack method. That's great. There had been several occasions when I was in danger because of the distance when ambushing the enemy. To me, both the tentacles and the tail were like a godsend. It's big. Big. While examining my body, 26, who was beside me, showed signs of astonishment. From its perspective, it must have seemed like I had suddenly grown. ZZZZ, it's grown. Grown. What do you mean? ZZZZZZZZZZZZ, the offspring has become an adult. Offspring. It's a baby. A big baby. Baby. 26 repeated the word baby while looking at me. It called me a baby. Well, it wasn't entirely wrong. Biologically speaking, as a metamorph, I could be considered an immature organism, so the definition of baby was quite fitting. Of course, the parents raising an amorph baby would probably want to die. I'd like to explain more about my changes, but it seems impossible to match it with its limited vocabulary. I'll teach it when it learns to speak properly someday. I lifted 26, who was hopping around energetically, back onto my shoulder to head to our next destination. Baby, where are we going? Thunking footsteps echoed through the corridor. If there had been crew members here, I wonder how they would have reacted to the sight. Would they burst into tears at the sight of a monster they couldn't handle? Or would they rush to the escape pods? Well, let's find out now. Regardless of what happens, one thing is certain. They will regret and lament ever getting on this ship and wonder why they thought of boarding it. A day had passed since the disaster in the bridge's command center. At any other time, the crew members would have mourned for those who had met a tragic end, but right now, they couldn't afford to. The rumors were gradually spreading, and the metallic gremlin, or rather, something even more terrifying, was swiftly devouring the life forms inside the ship. Humans are resilient creatures, but when faced with something unbearable, they lose their minds. Less than a day after the disaster, another attack by the monsters occurred. This time, it invaded the cafeteria, slaughtering over 50 unarmed soldiers. With more than half of the defending forces on board the research vessel dead, Captain Samuel locked himself in his quarters with the remaining soldiers. Officially, it was stated as concentrating defense in one location, but in reality, it was abandoning the remaining personnel. The number of abandoned individuals was rapidly decreasing. Inside the research ship, shrouded in an unknown and monstrous presence from outside the cosmos or born from experiments, it was hell. The medical room's recovery chamber. Dr. Wei, the temporary officer of the research team, was inside. Thanks to Megacorp's advanced medical technology, he could quickly regain consciousness. However, it also meant that he had to face the situation he did not want to confront. Permanent loss of vision and sense of smell, half of his facial skin damaged, loss of taste due to residual effects of neurotoxin, and severe speech impairment. Wei wanted to believe that he was having a nightmare. Why did he have to suffer such agony? He was just a kind human who had lived a life similar to others at Megacorp. Of course, not without being responsible for the deaths of quite a few who had worked under him to reach the position of senior researcher, but that's how they all lived. In competition, losing meant dying. Wei wanted to end his own life, but the life support devices in the recovery chamber wouldn't let him. The only action permitted to him was to look down at his pitiful state. In this manner, suffering every second and every hour, he belatedly noticed the changes around him. The sounds of doctors that had tormented his ears until a moment ago had completely disappeared. Apart from the signal sound produced by the vital check machine, there was absolute silence. What's going on? What happened? In a medical room with critical patients, this kind of silence was never a good sign. The endless, eerie silence was shattered by the sound of something moving. Wei initially thought it was the sound of combat boots. But it wasn't. The footsteps were much heavier than those of a human, causing the entire medical room to vibrate with each thud. Thump, thump, thump echoing throughout the medical room. With each vibration, Wei's body trembled violently. An unfriendly presence was approaching, and he wanted to flee, but he couldn't. The painkillers automatically administered by the life support devices rendered his body unresponsive. Then, the footsteps finally ceased. Wei, unable to see, could still sense that it was nearby. Its breath, its growling. He had an intuition that the thing beside him was the same monster that had attacked him in the command center. It had come all the way here to end his life. Initially terrified by the strange sensation of something crawling on his head, Wei had expected it to kill him. However, his expectations were way off. The entity now atop his head was squishy and soft. It flowed down his entire head like chocolate syrup drizzled over a round bun. The sensation was utterly out of place, and for a moment, Wei was perplexed. But then, he felt excruciating pain throughout his face. It was as if someone was branding his face with fire. In the sensation of his head melting away, he silently screamed. Ugh, ag. Someone, please. Someone end me. If it weren't for the oxygen respirator attached to his mouth, Wei would have suffocated in less than 5 minutes. Or if the painkillers and healing agents being injected into his body weren't there, he would have gone into shock immediately. Ironically, all these factors were working against Wei's desire for a quick death. Fate didn't allow him a peaceful end. It took an hour before Wei was granted release. Are you done eating? Yeah. I lifted 26, who had finished its meal and revenge, onto my hand. Over the course of a day, it has gained quite a bit of weight. How does it feel to have taken revenge? Revenge? What's revenge? You ate the one who tormented you. Food. Tasty. It seemed like 26 didn't possess higher-level emotions like revenge. Either it hadn't learned it yet, or it was inherently impossible for it to think that way. But this is reality, so who knows? Originally, a creature that couldn't even speak was now conversing casually. Moreover, considering how researchers were particularly interested in it, there must be something unique about it. It's not evolving into a sea demon or anything, right? Sea demons were creatures that, like bubble amoebas, existed only on the ocean planet. They resembled bubble amoebas in appearance, but were over 30 meters in size and had numerous tentacles hidden inside their bodies. Because of their similar appearance, there were often discussions in the community about whether bubble amoebas and sea demons were related. Of course, in this game, there was more than one creature that looked similar, so such claims were meaningless. Number 26, who had no idea what I was thinking, emitted a signal towards me. Hey, I'm full. A faint light emanated from its body. To the best of my knowledge, that expression meant it was tired. Now, with it looking more chubby than chubby, I lifted it onto my shoulder and left the medical room. Outside the medical room in the corridor, there was no sign of the cleanliness and futuristic appearance that had been there before. The corridor was filled with dirty, mold-like brown stems. From the ceiling and walls, spores were being spread like watering a cursed garden teeming with life. It looked more like the interior of a decaying, insect-infested tree trunk than a metallic conduit. Having taken control of half the ship, I set out to find my next prey. Chapter 20. The age where the endless expanse of space above our heads has become a reality. In space, humanity was divided into two major factions, Megacorp and Star Union. Both were powerful enough to control dozens, or even hundreds of star systems, but in the vast and expansive universe, they were mere specks of dust. Infinite space, filled with countless galaxies and celestial bodies, extended beyond their reach. For example, C8 was one such place. In this uncharted territory untouched by Megacorp, Star Union, or any other sentient beings, hostile entities lurked in groups. C8 was an area managed by the Space Dogs, a particularly ruthless cartel among them. The Dvura cartel. Notorious raiders were currently ravaging the newcomers who had entered their territory. Help, please. GHH. The agonized cries filled the luxurious interior of the passenger ship. Inside the vessel, armed guards lay lifeless alongside innocent victims. Take everything they have. Kill the men and violate the women. The ruthless raiders were anything but ordinary. Some had ant-like heads, while others had half-machine bodies. Some carried loot, while others dragged noblewomen away with sinister grins, disappearing into the unknown. Although the raiders' appearances and actions were diverse, they all shared one common trait: a crimson clover tattooed near their shoulders, signifying allegiance to Elchin Dvura, the leader of the Dvura cartel. The members of the Dvura cartel were all former soldiers, mercenaries, or criminals, making them a burly bunch. They all boasted above-average, muscular bodies, but one among them stood out. Standing at a towering 3 meters tall, his entire body was covered in muscles. His head resembled a lion with red mane-like hair and bestial ears. His right eye and arm were cybernetic. A hybrid of human, beast, and machine, he was none other than Elchin Dvura, the head of a large family of 50 people. Seated diagonally in the captain's chair, he watched disinterestedly as his subordinates plundered. Next to his chair, heaps of spoils collected by his subordinates were piled up, but he showed no interest whatsoever. These measly riches. What a waste of effort. As Elchin was sticking out his tongue, he locked eyes with one of the captives who had been led away by his subordinates. The captive, or rather, the ship's captain, shouted upon seeing Elchin. "Look here, Captain. How can you do this to us?" Elchin replied, "What are you talking about? We hired your mercenary group for protection. Is this how you protect us?" Elchin, a hulking mutant from Megacorp, stood out even among the other cartel leaders. Those unfamiliar with him might be surprised by his genetically altered appearance, but Elchin's true weapon was not his physique. Elchin's true weapon was his cunningness. He was a member of the Space Dogs cartel but had brazenly registered as a mercenary under Megacorp. His preferred tactic was to turn against his employers when he deemed them gullible. "You foolish idiot! Who hires mercenaries for protection anyway? What? Do you think we're friends? It's absurd to expect that a complete stranger you've paid a few bucks to will solve all your problems. You shameless. Why are you acting this way? You're just trying to save money, too. Megacorp swine always act like this. You son of a..." There was no obligation to respond to the loser's barking. Elchin responded to the captain's curses by merely turning a deaf ear. By now, the Megacorp Defense Force must have received the distress signal and mobilized. When they arrive, all of you will face execution. Oh, how terrifying. Go ahead, take them away. Profit. It's not worth killing all of you. I'll tell the Defense Force myself to turn all of you into Hulk mutants. Wait. Elchin's eyebrows twitched. The tuft of fur between his beast-like ears quivered, as if expressing his discomfort. He despised the idea of turning them into Hulk mutants because he had been forcibly subjected to genetic modification by Megacorp. The foolish captain had touched a nerve. Elchin rose from his seat and approached the captain. When his subordinate, who had been holding the captain, extended his hand, he pulled a machete from his belt and handed it to Elchin. The machete, commonly known as a jungle sword, looked like a mere dagger in his hands, given his towering height of over 3 meters. His appearance was quite, if not extremely, intimidating, causing the captain to swallow hard. What is it? Hey there, Captain. It seems you're not well versed in Megacorp mercenary laws, so let me educate you. Huh? If mercenaries betray their employers during a mission, it's a grave offense. But it's invalid if there are no witnesses to prove it, you know. What are you saying? You called in the defense force, didn't you? What a waste of effort. There's no one here to explain your side of the story. The captain's face turned pale as he understood the implications. Are you planning to exterminate us? I don't know about such noble phrasing. But there's one thing for sure. Elchin grabbed the captain's hair ruthlessly. Despite the captain's screams of pain and futile kicks, they were no match for the monstrous muscles before him. My hobby involves stripping the skins off Megacorp swine. The machete in Elchin's hand gleamed ominously. By the time his hobby was over, there were no living humans left inside the passenger ship. As always, after the looting was done, there was nothing but an unpleasant silence. While his subordinates cleaned up, Elchin returned to his training room. The pirates who had been guarding the ship all came out to welcome him. Have you returned? Yeah. Handle things as usual. Understood. The deputy captain disappeared somewhere with the face skin Elchin had thrown. After undergoing some proper treatment, that face skin was intended to adorn Elchin's throne. Come to think of it, don't we have more to do today? What do you mean? You're off the hook. Bring garlic. A little later, a petite woman with black hair and glasses was brought in by the subordinate. She was the cartel's ace known as Garlic, owing to her exceptional intelligence. Her colleagues nicknamed her that because she was rumored to always smell like garlic. With her long hair flowing and shoulders hunched, Garlic, who appeared timid to anyone, greeted Elchin with a trembling voice. "Oh, hello. Boss, you called? Yeah. There's some work around here, right? What happened?" "Well, I was supposed to meet someone around here today, but they suddenly lost contact, so." "What? Ah." As Elchin frowned, Garlic visibly shrank. If it had been another subordinate, they would have been swiftly dealt with, but Garlic was the smartest person in the cartel. She was a woman of unknown origin, but her intelligence and obedience had earned her Elchin's favor. Elchin calmed his anger and asked her to explain. "Explain properly." "Oh, I have an acquaintance on the research ship led by Captain Samuel. They asked me to help with the disposal of a body that came from there. Samuel's family. What brings them all the way here?" "Well, fine. So, who's the body?" It's a noble capital body. A woman from the Eugen family. Titan's third capital asking for the disposal of a corpse from Earth's noble capital. That was quite an imbalance considering their status difference. Those crazy bastards. How much are they offering?" "Well, during the last communication, they said they could give 1 million credits." "A million?" Elchin chuckled. He knew well how meticulous the noble capitals were in handling bodies. Even if they offered 10 million or 100 million credits, it was an unacceptable condition. There's a conspiracy here. Elchin had been aware of the uneasy atmosphere within Megacorp recently. Rumors had been circulating that the old king of Earth's Eugen family was being challenged by the young blood of Mars' Eden family. Although it had nothing to do with Elchin, he still smelled money. The primary business of the Eden family was ship development, but secretly, they were focusing a lot of effort on genetic modification. What Elchin knew was that he was secretly developing a prototype of a new Hulk mutant, directly from the Eden family. Wait a minute. What if I intercept the body and hand it over to Eden? He didn't know the identity of the body, but if it was from the Eugen family, it was obvious they had undergone some extreme genetic modification. Being practically a living relic from the Earth's noble capital, they would certainly pay a fortune. Of course, Elchin despised the Eden family, but personal grudges and credits were separate matters. Actually, if I do this, it might lead to a showdown between Eden and Eugen, and both of them will be screwed. Determined to loot the body, Elchin asked Garlic again. "Communication went down, you say? Was it an attack?" That I'm not sure about. Whoever they are, they must be pretty audacious to cause such a commotion in our territory, right?" Garlic, having sensed that her boss was lost in thought, quietly withdrew. After the cleanup was finished and his subordinates returned, Elchin gave the order. "As soon as the cleanup is done, we'll depart. Our destination is Samuel's ship. Prepare for communication tracking." "Yes." As his subordinates moved efficiently, Elchin pondered his next steps. Once the cleanup was complete and the returning subordinates were aboard, the Vra assault ship disappeared from the spot at superluminal speed. The remaining passenger ship soon exploded and turned into cosmic dust, leaving no trace of the unfortunate souls that had been here. I woke up from my rest, and there was a slight impact outside the ship. I thought it might be a collision with space debris, but it seemed too artificial, as if someone were knocking on the ship's door. It's them. I focused my senses linked to the nest on the location of the impact. I could feel the ship's hull like my own body, and the outline of the one causing the impact became clear. Unlike the round and oval research ships, this one had a long, sleek design that reminded me of black. The surface of the ship was painted with red clovers. No one would graffiti a ship like this except the space dogs. The battleship was attempting a forced docking with the research ship, pushing against the damaged outer wall. Through the breach, a few individuals entered the research ship. They're fast. Their actions were impeccable, typical of professional military personnel. Once they entered the research ship, their destination was clear, the bridge. Whether they're smart or just plain foolish. Any typical sentient being would hesitate in a situation where it was evident that the ship was in an abnormal state. But they acted without hesitation. The current state of the Samuel's research ship was so distorted that it would be difficult to recognize its original form. Even this pinnacle of advanced engineering designed to withstand the harsh conditions of space had become useless in the face of a morph's presence. The smoothly polished alloy corridors had deteriorated to the point where the brownish stems jutted out like veins. The ceiling and floor relentlessly dripped a mixture of neurotoxins and corrosive substances. The melted alloy sections were now filled with the nest secretions. Without someone to tell them that this place was a ship, no one would think it was anything other than a naturally formed structure. In a way, this place could be considered a kind of garden, specially created for a specific entity. The owner of this garden was me, the Amorph. Like tomb raiders seeking treasure, they were blinded by greed. They didn't even know where they had set foot. I am currently lying in the second nest installed in the laboratory, monitoring the intruders. The unsuspecting intruders were manipulating the communication system on the bridge. Through the nest, the enhanced psychic device read the flow of their radio waves. Bridge secured. But something strange. What is it? There's no one on the ship, and strange trees are growing. Trees. Where would there be plants in space? It's real, boss. That little shit. I'll go check it myself. Or else, get ready to have your head smashed. Yes. The one speaking with a punk-like attitude must be the leader. The leader had an unmistakable presence that set him apart from the others. A Hulk mutant. The sound of two high-powered hearts beating could be heard from his body. Seeing faint radio waves flowing over his skin, it seemed like he had implanted multiple mechanical devices. Following the leader, others also infiltrated the research ship one by one. I checked each of them as they crossed over. A pheromone is coming from his body, he's an insectman. Instead of a heartbeat, this one makes machine noises. A Star-Union cyborg. A multi-species cartel. That's convenient. The conditions for evolving into an ascendant entity required killing 10 individuals of 2 different species each, whose genetic material I would consume. Currently, I had filled half of them as humans, so the rest needed to be filled with 10 individuals from a different species. So far, the Star-Union has the most with 12, but what will happen now? In the game, it didn't matter how they were treated as different races, but in reality, who knows? According to the settings, they were still considered humans, so whether to treat them as humans or an independent race would have to be determined by trying it out. Continuing to wait, the number of individuals who entered the research ship was a total of 29. I thought that was the end, but one more human crossed over at the end. Huh. The individual seemed extremely ordinary. So, I initially didn't pay much attention, but upon a second look, I felt something strange. Can a person be this ordinary? So far, I've devoured over 100 humans, but among them, there hasn't been a single one with a normal or average body condition. Every human had unique movements and sounds, like fingerprints. However, the newcomer is different. Their body is anything but ordinary, almost. As if someone calculated the average for all humans and produced this person like a machine-made copy of normal. In summary, the individual's body was arbitrary. Instead of a brain, there was a computer in their head, so they were meticulously pretending to be average. A noteworthy character. Let's remember that. With the arrival of this suspicious individual, no one else entered the ship. Now, it's my turn. I disengaged from the nest and got up. Number 26, who had been resting nearby, reacted to my movements. Hey, where are you going, baby? ZZZZ, going out. I'll go with you. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZIt puffed up its body as if it disliked the idea, but I couldn't accommodate it. From now on, I was going to the enemy battleship. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, instead, protect that thing. That thing. I pointed to the plasma launcher placed in the corner. Ironically, this weapon made by humans for slaughtering humans was resting after completing its mission. Zoom zoom zoom, important. Yeah. Trust me, baby. Trust, huh? I wonder if number 26 knows what that means. Anyway, it seemed to like the idea of being given an important mission and hopped around happily. With its farewell, I left the cooling room. The enemy's guard was weakened, and this was the only opportunity to disable the battleship. By destroying the battleship's power source, I could make retreat impossible for the enemy. Afterward, the enemy had 2 choices. They could split their forces to guard both the research ship and the battleship, or they could concentrate their manpower on one of the ships. Because they are greedy, they wouldn't want to miss out on either option. They'd likely divide into a raiding party and a defense party. When their forces were dispersed, that's when my hunt would begin. It's always been like that. Chapter 21. Infiltrating the flagship wasn't too challenging. While they had some security measures in place, they were rather rudimentary, especially when compared to the research ship. Well, they are pirates. These individuals were accustomed to pillaging, so they probably didn't consider the possibility of being looted themselves. My subdermal implant, located beneath my chin, started tracking the vibrations. The heart of the metallic flagship wasn't too far away. Having confirmed the location of the reactor, I sprinted down the corridor. The flagship's corridor was surprisingly messy for what was supposed to be a military vessel. It seemed like they had patched it together using parts from other ships, resulting in walls of different colors and boxes of plunder scattered about haphazardly. It was like running through a garbage dump, and I sensed movement from the enemy. 2 of them, to be exact, 1 human and 1 insectoid. Let's take care of this right here. I crouched behind some nearby boxes. As their footsteps drew closer, my tail took precise aim at the human's throat. Ka! A fountain of blood erupted from the severed neck, leaving the insectoid in shock at the sight of his fallen comrade. While a regular person might have gone into shock, this individual was clearly a pirate, and he reached for his communication device. I extended my palm, and the blade-tipped tentacles shot out, coiling around his wrist. The sharp blades on the tentacles mercilessly tore into his flesh. Kaya! His forearm became a gruesome sight, ground into pulp by the tentacles. The communication device he had pulled out fell to the floor, unutilized. Upon retracting the tentacles, now coated in the insectoid's green blood, the items stuck to their surface were absorbed into my body. The taste was different from that of human blood. It's like grape flavor. While human blood had a stimulating taste, the insectoid's blood had a refreshing fruity flavor. I wished I had more time to savor it, but the circumstances didn't allow for it. I focused my strength and lunged at him. It was a short charge, but with my enhanced physique, it packed a substantial punch. The insectoid was slammed against the corridor wall. Cack! A short scream and the sound of bones snapping echoed through the corridor. If he had been human, he would probably have gone into shock, but this insectoid displayed tenacious resilience. He was still alive and struggling to escape. Using my lower tentacles, I pinned down his arms, while the upper ones gripped both sides of his head. Kaya! Spare! Ka! I was growing tired of hearing pleas for mercy. I applied force to my gripping tentacles, tearing his head apart. The corridor was now painted in green blood. I didn't bother with the human corpse and quickly devoured the insectoid's body. As expected, NPC species don't count. In the game, the insectoids were classified as sentient beings, but they were an unplayable alien race. As such, they didn't count toward my evolutionary progress. Let's just have this and move on. I would have savored the moment under different circumstances, but there was still much to be done. I swiftly chewed and swallowed the insectoid's meat. After licking up the blood on the floor, I neatly stashed the human corpse inside one of the boxes. Patrol team, what's going on? Why no response? It's nothing. Then answer quickly, you brat. Get out of there. Sorry. I gave a brief response to the communicator that insectoid had dropped before dying. Thanks to my mimicry ability, the other side had no idea that the owner of the communicator was already inside me. After concluding the short battle, I resumed my journey towards the reactor. Along the way, I didn't encounter any new enemies. It would have been nice if the security around the reactor had been equally lax, but my wish remained unfulfilled. Android security guards were patrolling the area around the reactor. These guys, who seemed to spare no expense on security, had suddenly deployed expensive androids here. It appeared they had placed the spoils of their raids here. Androids can be quite troublesome. Destroying them isn't a problem in itself, but what comes afterward is. The moment I attack, the android will send a signal to the central AI of the ship. Unless I'm prepared for a full-scale battle, I should avoid confronting the androids. How should I deal with this? The auxiliary organ under my chin squirmed as it searched for a weak point in their defenses. Unlike humans, androids had no significant vulnerabilities due to their mechanical nature. Moving around on the ceiling or walls as I had done on the research vessel was not an option since androids had heat tracking devices. I don't necessarily have to face them head-on. I turned back and headed upstairs towards the reactor. Passing through rusty metal stairs and chaotic corridors, I arrived at someone's bedroom. The bedroom had a nauseating and foul odor. The mattress used as a bed was discolored, and empty bottles were scattered on the floor. Using my 4 hands, I lifted the mattress. The insects hiding beneath it were taken by surprise and scurried away. This should do. I stood in the spot where the mattress had been and used my lower hands to extract spores from below. The acidic secretions from the spores began to dissolve the floor. A pungent smoke rose, and the dirty metal quickly developed holes. Beneath the holes, I could see the upper part of the reactor. If it had been a human, they would have noticed the reactor's upper level melting away, but my opponent was an android. It was vulnerable to unexpected situations because it operated according to predefined programs. I'll clear the engine with this. I poured the spores upwards toward the reactor. It had been 10 years since Elchin Devara started pirating. A Hulk mutant involved in piracy, no one could have expected Elchin to continue her activities for so long. Originally, Hulk mutants had short lifespans. Their genes were manipulated to ensure they died within 2 years. If he hadn't been an improved Hulk mutant by Eden, he would have surely died not long after. Even if he had survived, if his intelligence hadn't been up to par, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Elchin has surpassed both of these adverse conditions. He has become a respected figure among the space dogs, even an elder statesman. Seeing what is happening in front of him right now is quite shocking, even for Elchin, who has been through all sorts of trials and tribulations. Request for assistance. This is the command center. The intruder is attempting to break down the door. Damn it. We don't have any personnel to send. No, I don't want to die. Where's the captain? Where's the officer? The officer died earlier. Get yourself together. Hee hee. We're all dead. Ahey. Anyone with remaining ammunition? It's breaking into the room. Prepare for combat. Damn it. It's a smoke grenade. It's inside. Ah. Save us. Ugh. With screams as the final notes, the recorded video on the command center computer came to an end. The hologram turned off, but no one in the room dared to speak. What in the world is happening? When Elchin first boarded the ship, he found it strange. Apart from the odd vegetation growing everywhere, the most glaring issue was the complete absence of any people. Even if they had all died due to an attack, there should have been traces on the walls or the floor. Bloodstains, shell casings, something. However, there was none of that on this ship. It was as if the research ship had been a ghost ship from the very beginning, with no human traces whatsoever. Elchin realized he needed to learn more about the attackers. So, he gave orders to his subordinates to dig through the recorded footage and gather information about the situation. The result was the video he had just watched. The individuals who had been holed up in the command center, facing an unknown adversary, appeared to be in dire straits even to the ruthless pirate Elchin. Even before coming here, they had experienced several battles, and few among them were unscathed. Some were missing limbs, while others had lost their minds. The video ended with the command center's door being breached, and it wasn't hard to imagine what had happened to them. Play the footage from before this. Elchin instructed one of his subordinates, who then played the previously recorded video. This is the command center. B3. Join us as soon as maintenance is complete. The path is complex. Everyone, move cautiously. On the screen, a muscular soldier with short hair was giving orders via a communication device. Several individuals in fancy attire stood beside the soldier. The playback showed the process of their first encounter with the unidentified creature and their subsequent search. The soldier is likely responsible for the ship's defense. And the one in the delicate attire in the back is that Captain Samuel. It started off calmly, but the atmosphere quickly changed. Screams of soldiers echoed through the communication device, and the leaders in the command center began to panic. The dispatched troops have been wiped out. Elchin had thought that, but the situation was not over yet. What happened next left him truly astonished. While the leaders were in turmoil, the unknown creature suddenly burst forth. Is it going to attack here? Elchin wondered where it had come from, but the creature seemed to attack indiscriminately, killing people as it moved. The white temple floating above the black sea of stars was stained with blood. The person who managed to momentarily stop the creature was the soldier who had been leading the troops. He drew a plasma pistol from his holster and fired at the creature. Unlike before, the creature reacted differently to the soldier's weapon. It seemed to recognize the soldier's weapon as a threat and retreated, deploying a smoke screen from a hidden source before launching an attack on the soldier. It's intelligent. Not just intelligent, but highly intelligent, a high-risk organism. Elchin, who had been exposed to various life forms through genetic modification procedures, had an intuition that this creature was the first of its kind discovered in this universe. If Megacorp had known of such a dangerous creature's existence, they would have captured it and extracted its genetic material long ago. Nevertheless, the battle between the creature and the soldier ended with the creature's victory. It was more the soldier's misfortune than his mistake. A stray shot from one of the soldiers had caused significant damage to the soldier, ultimately leading to his defeat. The creature, seemingly aware that reinforcements were on the way, retreated immediately after killing the soldier. Damn it. When Elchin had decided to take on this task, his main concern had been the noble capital, particularly how to deal with retaliation from the Eugen family. However, after watching the video, it seemed they should be more concerned about safely retrieving the bodies from the ship. Hey, Garlic. Yes, sir. Elchin called for Garlic, who had been lost in thought while staring at the hologram. She returned to her usual timid demeanor upon being addressed. They lost contact only yesterday, right? Yes, that's correct. The original plan was for us to meet them yesterday. However, since the ship didn't arrive, we spent a day searching. During the journey, Elchin had already obtained the personnel records of the research ship. There were a total of 222 people on board, with 96 of them being soldiers. If Elchin ordered it, his subordinates could eliminate them all within half a day. The problem is that we don't know the creature's identity. After watching the video, Elchin quickly realized the creature's strengths. It was the type that compensated for its lack of physical power with intelligence and various abilities. Attacking the creature without any information would be akin to ordering his subordinates to commit suicide. Of course, Elchin was not one to care whether his subordinates lived or died. However, he didn't enjoy wasting resources unnecessarily. Even if his subordinates died, he wanted to extract as much information as possible from the creature before they did. Nevertheless, we're fortunate. Sir. The creature doesn't know we're here. Since all the individuals in their group were hardened pirates, they had infiltrated the research ship as quietly as possible. Unless the creature had cameras placed throughout the entire ship, detecting their movements would be nearly impossible. Let's find the creature first and corner it. We'll deal with the bodies afterward. As Elchin was about to issue orders to his subordinates, one of them rushed in from outside, holding a communication device. His face was pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Boss, something big has happened. What is it? The ship's engine is completely fried. What? Elchin exclaimed in disbelief. The engine was working fine, and the sudden malfunction was incomprehensible. Though facing an enraged boss was never a good idea, the subordinate had no choice but to explain the unfortunate situation. After all, if they concealed it and were caught later, the consequences would be far worse. After checking from that side, it appears that the engine is completely corroded and recovery is impossible. Damn it. Give it to me. Elchin snatched the communication device from his subordinate, his frustration evident in his actions. Damn it, Garlic. Yes. Can this ship still function? Well, we'll need to check. Damn it. No, wait. Yes, it can still function. You, and you. Help Garlic. The rest of you, come with me. We're going after that damn creature. Follow me. Yes. Elchin led his subordinates out of the command center. He made a vow to himself that capturing the creature wouldn't be the end of it. Oh, he's angry. He's really pissed. Back at the nest, I was aware of their movements. The boss, with his heart racing twice as fast, was storming through the ship, and his subordinates were following him closely. Should I wait until they scatter? The research ship had a more complex layout and more facilities than the battleship. Moreover, the intruders had just arrived. To efficiently search this unfamiliar place, they had to divide their personnel. They probably didn't know, but there were survivors on this ship. There were about 20 individuals scattered throughout, including the captain and some of the command staff. Naturally, they weren't left alive out of kindness. Megacorp really despises pirates. There might be some defectors, but most of them would attack the pirates. While they fought among themselves, I could pick the fruits that fell from the tree. But that guy's a problem. The human who remained in the command center. Disguised as ordinary, she was moving around the room, seemingly performing some tasks. Only 3 individuals were with her. It would have been a good time to attack, but I had an uneasy feeling. Amorph's unique intuition was warning me. That individual was a dangerous presence, and I needed to be cautious. Could she be the person Arnold mentioned? Si-hyun Eugen. She was someone Arnold had mentioned as being similar to me. What had Arnold seen to make that comparison? Perhaps she's a genetically modified human like me. In a society where Megacorp valued competition as the highest virtue, the obsession with extending life was incredibly strong. Especially at the top of the pyramid, the noble capital, they would commit heinous acts without hesitation as long as it allowed them to live longer. The advancement of genetic modification technology in Megacorp was a result of this societal atmosphere. Hulk mutants were nothing more than byproducts of that. Even Megacorp players are ultimately into genetic modification. In the game, there were users who went beyond simply modifying their appearance to the point of becoming inhuman. Some used artifacts that allowed them to use cult-like abilities, while others flew through space on their own without a spaceship. There were all sorts of people. Given that, it was entirely possible that the Eugen family scion had been modified to an extraordinary degree. Kazuraji was nothing special, but what about that woman? As expected, if she is a genetically modified human, she would be a formidable opponent for me now. Just as my enemies don't know my abilities, I don't know what abilities she might possess. If they had modified her to the level of players, defeating her wouldn't be easy. A genetically modified human, huh? It's been a while since I've had a fight like this. I didn't say it was difficult. I didn't say I would lose. I had devoured countless Megacorp players. Facing a formidable opponent not only aroused a sense of danger but also piqued my interest. For now, let's hold off on the one who appears to be Hyun Eugen. Let's clean up the pirates first. There was no point in fighting recklessly and then dealing with trouble if reinforcements arrived. I turned my attention back to the pirates. Coincidentally, they were approaching the captain's quarters, where survivors were hiding. Chapter 22. Normally, this would be a time for jubilant celebration, reveling in the spoils of plunder. But there was not a soul among them who dared to speak up. It was all because of Elchin, who was seething with anger like a raging bull. Due to the sudden loss of their precious battleship, Elchin was doing everything in his power to quell his rage and regain his composure. It was under these circumstances that a subordinate approached him, hesitating. "Boss. What is it? We've detected life signs on the bioscanner. They seem to be in the captain's quarters. And, well, the door seems to be sealed, so we'll have to breach it. Damn it, do you need my permission to take a piss too?" "Oh, no, sir." It was a signal to proceed. The subordinate prepared to breach the door with his comrades. The one responsible for demolition shouldered the plasma cutter and began assembling it. He affixed the assembled plasma cutter in front of the door and operated the terminal connected to the machine. As the cutter started working, it emitted a green beam that began cutting through the heavy door, which was over 50 centimeters thick. By the time the thick smoke filled the corridor, the door to the captain's quarters had been breached. One of the pirates leaned in to take a look from the outside when bullets flew at him from within. "Damn it. Hide, everyone." Starting with the pirate with a hole in his head, a hail of bullets poured out from inside the captain's quarters. The pirates took cover behind the walls and retrieved their weapons, preparing to counterattack. However, Elchin stepped forward. "Move aside, you bastards." Thanks to his genetic enhancements, Elchin's skin had become so tough that unless hit directly by a plasma launcher, he wouldn't even get a scratch. Amidst the hail of bullets, Elchin strolled forward as if he were taking a leisurely walk. He gripped the hole in the melted door and exerted his strength, causing the 50 centimeters thick steel to burst like dough. Displaying his terrifying strength, he entered the captain's quarters and began a massacre. Arg! Monster! With every punch from Elchin, crew members turned into chunks of meat. While their boss went on a rampage, the pirates retaliated from behind cover. The crew members in the captain's quarters had turned into corpses in the blink of an eye, leaving only one survivor. As Elchin was about to finish the job, the survivor shouted, Wait. I surrender. Surrender. The Dvora cartel doesn't accept that kind of thing. No, I'm the ship's medical officer. I'll definitely be of help." Elchin relaxed his grip, his fists no longer threatening. "A medical officer? Yes. The captain's not here, and the medical officer is in the captain's quarters." Now that he thought about it, among the people he had dispatched, there was no captain. That damn. Well, fine. Where did the captain go, and why is the medical officer in the captain's quarters? The medical officer, despite trembling with a sense of betrayal, didn't hide anything. As things got more complicated, Elchin's annoyance grew. The battleship was wrecked, and the person who knew the whereabouts of the bodies had gone off to escape on the lifeboat. Elchin contemplated killing the medical officer but decided against it. Hey, smart one. Yes. You're a medical officer, right? So you must know where the bodies are. Well, yes. That noble capital body, they said it was here. Where is it? The medical officer had no idea where Kaisaraji Eugen's body was. But to be honest, he lied because he didn't think he'd see the next day if he told the truth. It's with the monster. That bastard again? Why the hell is the monster carrying corpses? He eats people. That statement meant that Elchin didn't have much time left. Elchin sighed and gathered his subordinates. Listen up. The medical officer here says the monster has a body. We don't have time to search every nook and cranny, so spread out and find it. Got it? Yes. Since that bastard is no pushover, go in groups of at least 6. If any issues arise, report immediately through the communication device. Anyone slacking off, I'll personally smash their heads in. Yes, boss. You, there. You're coming with me. Yes. The subordinates responded energetically and scattered. The medical officer watched them run off and thought about whether he should speak up now, but he was too afraid of Elchin to do so. Hey, medical officer. Yes. You said you wanted to be a pirate, good for you. We've been short on medical officers. Oh, yes. By any chance, do you have any expertise in genetic modification? Yes. Yes, of course. Just leave it to me. Elchin continued talking, and the medical officer missed his chance to speak. Thanks to that, the information that the monster could imitate human voices remained buried. Too bad. The crew members didn't last as long as I thought they would, but considering that the boss is a Hulk mutant, it's probably the expected outcome. Hulk mutants are deployed in ground battles to destroy tanks and bipedal armored units. If a regular crew member even gets a scratch from such a monster, they should consider themselves lucky. The boss left only one person among the crew members alive. Although I couldn't see who had survived, I could guess. It must be the medical officer. Space dogs are a group with a high mortality rate. Criminals, war orphans, the impoverished, retired soldiers, mercenaries, and all sorts of people are constantly coming and going. It's a high turnover group, so someone like a medical officer receives special treatment. Anyway, whether the medical officer becomes a pirate or not doesn't matter to me. After all, I have no intention of leaving any survivors on this ship. The confrontation in the captain's quarters ended faster than expected, but luckily, the enemies moved as I had anticipated. They're scattering, just as I thought. Except for the boss and one subordinate, the rest formed groups of 6 to search. Since the pirates' armament is not uniform, I don't know what they're carrying. However, it's clear that their movements are unusual. They're almost like regular soldiers. Even when I captured the insectoid on the ship, he resisted to the end. Assuming they are not below average, they might be on par with regular soldiers. Looks like they've spread out enough. Time to make my move. As I was about to leave the nest, number 26 followed me. Hey, baby, let me come with you? Zzz. Inside. I don't want to. Zzz, why? I want to help too. Number 26 was like a child wanting to help their father. I lifted the little one and placed it on the nest, but they refused to give up and followed me. Seeing the determination in number 26, I recalculated the enemy's strength once more. Excluding the boss and that suspicious human, it shouldn't be too difficult. I've fought with pirates countless times before. While I didn't know the exact state of their armament, I was confident I could handle whatever they brought. Moreover, if 26 was going to accompany me, the little one needed combat experience. There might be moments when I couldn't protect it. 26 needs to experience combat too. Even if it doesn't provide direct assistance, it can't be a hindrance. With my decision made, I allowed 26 to accompany me. Be careful because the enemies are scary. Yeah. Baby, be careful. The little one hopped onto my shoulder. Whether I liked it or not, I couldn't stay mad at it. Now, where to start? There are a total of 4 groups: armory, mess hall, cargo container, and laboratory. As people who survive by plundering, their objectives are quite evident at each location. Let's start with the armory. While most weapons in the armory had likely been damaged during the STEM escape, there might still be some in working condition. If the pirates got their hands on them, it would be troublesome. I headed towards the armory with 26 in tow. As we approached the armory, the pirates entered my sensory range. 6 pirates were moving clumsily towards the armory's entrance. What kind of plant grows all the way up to the door? Yeah, we need to get rid of them to install the plasma cutter. Except for the one responsible for dismantling, the others drew their machetes. If it were a normal plant, their decision wouldn't be unreasonable. The problem is, it's not a normal plant. Without knowing the enemy's true identity, I needed to be more cautious in my thinking and judgment. Unfortunately, they were walking straight into their own doom. Charge! A member of the group swung his machete, cutting through the pods. As the pods burst, the viscous contents inside sprayed outward. What the hell is this? Hell, looks like jizz. You're damn gross, man. One of the pirates, whose face was splattered with acidic goo, watched as his skin and muscles melted away, his jawbone falling off. His comrade, whose fingers were coated with neurotoxic secretion, collapsed, paralyzed from head to toe. I appreciated the opportunity they had given me, so I accepted their fate with gratitude. I rushed towards them with my bulked-up body. It's him. The monster appeared. What the hell? He looks different from what we saw. Of course, I would. The footage they saw in the command center was taken before I acquired the physical enhancement type. While I did have to go back to the command center while devouring the protesters, I had used smoke to conceal my appearance. In other words, they don't know anything about me. Fighting without sufficient information was a massive risk. I picked up a pirate nearby. Cough. He spat out blood mixed with organ fragments from his mouth. Even without examining the inside, it was clear that his insides were a mess. I finished off the half-dead man with my tail. In the meantime, the pirates regained their composure and pulled out their weapons, responding swiftly as experienced fighters. If they had been the research ship soldiers, they would have been dazed and unable to react to the sudden attack. Red energy masses formed a fiery web as they collided with my chitinous exoskeleton. If I hadn't obtained the type, it would have been dangerous. My current exoskeleton was significantly tougher and thicker than before. My dark brown, almost black exoskeleton protected not only my head and chest but also my limbs. I truly resembled a knight in full-plate armor from the space age. That's what I looked like. I ignored their attacks and charged ahead. With a gruesome sound, the pirates who stood before me turned into bloody messes. I didn't stop there, I extended my tentacles from my upper arms. The saw-blade tentacles, resembling venomous fangs, reached out and wrapped around the pirates' waists. Arg! Ah, my waist. Their waists were torn apart as if they had been sawed, and their innards spilled out. Die. Seeing their comrades dying in agony, one pirate lost his composure and rushed towards me. The pirate belonged to the insect men species, and he must have thought that, with their superior physical abilities compared to humans, he could handle close combat. However, as things often go, what he expected didn't happen. The machete he swung was easily thwarted by my tail. I intended to finish him off, but 26, who was on my shoulder, jumped onto him. Grrrr. Suddenly, a pinkish, translucent, soap bubble-like substance stuck to the pirate's face, causing him to panic. However, the intense pain that followed left him writhing helplessly. It was because 26 had melted the substance with its unique appendage. The insectoid, in his panic, tried to use his sharp, pointed fingernails to tear 26 apart. I can't let that happen. Even though 26 was hunting for a change, I couldn't just leave it to get hurt. I lightly pricked the insectoid with my tail, injecting neurotoxin. The insectoid froze stiff, unable to move or react. I entrusted 26 to deal with the insectoid and focused on handling the remaining pirate. The one responsible for dismantling was not attacking me but requesting support through his communicator. Hey, there's a monster here. I approached from behind and firmly grabbed his forearms. Ike. See, come quick. Arg. Before the pirate could finish speaking, I opened my mouth wide and bit off his head. The terrifying bite force of the amorph easily crushed his hardened skull and turned its contents into a gruesome pulp. What? Where are you? I quickly swallowed the brain of the pirate in charge of dismantling and activated the special device inside my throat. Cough, it's nothing. What? It was just my mistake. There's nothing here. What the hell is wrong with you, crazy bastard? Are you using the communicator to play around or something? Sorry. I replied half-heartedly and turned off the communicator. The group in the armory was now dealt with. Should I keep the communicators? They might come in handy for electronic warfare. I doubted pirates would demand identification like the Star Union. With the communicators in hand, I approached 26, who was still having its meal. Its robust vitality, typical of insectoid, seemed to be more of a disadvantage than an advantage. Seeing it writhing and trembling, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. But that doesn't mean I'll spare it. I couldn't afford to let 26 get hurt when it was finally hunting. I lightly pricked it with my tail, injecting neurotoxin. The insectoid stiffened up like someone who had suddenly frozen in time. I left 26 to deal with the insectoid and proceeded to handle the other corpses one by one. Among them was someone from the Star Union. He was one of those I had sliced through the waist with my tentacles. Please? Spare me. In a cyborg-like manner, he was still alive. Despite having his upper and lower body separated, he desperately begged for mercy. The Star Union believed in the ideology that the frail human body should be replaced with machinery. They had a mindset opposite to the Megacorp, which sought to improve genes to become better beings in their human state. They're both bad guys, no doubt about it. The Star Union, aside from themselves, are the kind of folks who want to share their blessing with other species. What I mean is, they modify other species they capture as prisoners into machines, regardless of the prisoner's will. The pirate in front of me appeared to be a modified human, as I could see mechanical components mixed among his internal organs. He pleaded for mercy, his voice quivering, but I crushed his head beneath my foot. Artificial brain matter crumpled as sparks flew. Mechanical, but can I eat it? Nevertheless, just to be safe, I separated the visible components and only put the flesh in my mouth. I tasted a strange mix of metallic sparks and the greasy texture, as if the taste had a hint of sizzling electricity. It's kind of unique in flavor. Considering its appearance, it was surprisingly palatable. I finished eating the cyborg's corpse. I wiped my hands, which were smeared with oil, and a translucent text box appeared. Metamorph minus pre-saint evolution conditions partially met. First intellectual entity 10/10 achieved, second intellectual entity 1/10 incomplete. Oh. I didn't expect this, but it was good news. Just as I suspected, cyborgs were treated as a separate species in the game, just like in reality. There were 12 of them on this ship, right? Once I devour all the cyborgs on the research vessel, I can immediately progress to the next stage of evolution. Evolving into an intellectual entity so quickly by consuming the cyborgs within the research vessel was unexpected. It's like a gift I hadn't anticipated. Baby, what's got you so excited? ZZZZZZ, something like that. 26, who had finished its meal, approached me. I gently stroked it and placed it on my shoulder. It seemed like 26 was starting to look like Santa Claus, bringing me a bunch of gifts, despite being considered a cosmic disaster by some, known as the Space Dog. Chapter 23. Crunch. I yanked the throat of one of the pirates with a swift motion. His head, still partly attached to the spine, dangled, brownish blood oozing profusely. This guy belonged to a species called rockwalkers. They were an intelligent species that lived on a planet filled with rocks and metals, sustaining themselves by consuming minerals. While their initial appearance in the settings might have sparked curiosity among science fiction enthusiasts, in the actual game, they didn't differ much from regular humanoids. Except for their skin, which was as rough and hard as stone, everything inside them, including the flowing blood, was just like any other biological being. Using the rockwalker's head, from which blood was dripping, I vigorously struck the head of a nearby cyborg. The cyborg's head became as unrecognizable as a watermelon smashed to bits. That makes it 2 teams. This time, our target was the group heading to the laboratory. Just like the group that went to the armory, they entered the laboratory in a state of complacency. When I arrived, only 3 of them remained. The other 3 had already dissolved into the acidic slime. Sigh, lost 2 of them. I munched on the remaining lower halves of the cyborgs. Just to be sure, I detached one of their legs and tried eating it, but it didn't count towards the evolution condition. It seemed that the text box only recognized those I had killed. Similarly, the predation effect didn't trigger either. The chance of the predation effect occurring on corpses I hadn't killed was quite low. It was almost like sampling, and it didn't seem to count for much. I spat out the steel I had been chewing on. In the game, even a morph could chew on machines, but it was challenging to adapt to it in reality. It felt like chewing chicken bones down to the marrow. Cough, hack, gah. Next to me, 26 was killing one of the cyborgs. It seemed to have caught on as it hunted skillfully without my help. Although the cyborg struggled desperately to tear 26 apart to escape, 26 held onto its neck, choking it without moving an inch. Even as a cyborg, at its core, it was still human. If it couldn't breathe, it would die. Before the cyborg's breath was cut off, I destroyed its heart with my tail. As I killed the prey, 26 retreated from the throat and sent a pulse in my direction. Baby, are you hungry? ZZZZZZ, I have to kill creatures like this. Yeah? ZZZZZZZZ, then eat that. Alright, enjoy your meal. I felt sorry for 26, but I had to kill and eat the cyborg for it to count. I gave 26 the rockwalker and picked up the cyborg's corpse. Just as I was about to take a bite, the communication device on my combat arm, which I had been carrying, rang. Alive and kicking, you guys. Report. I'm in the command center. Still in the middle of work. In the cargo container, these guys seem incredibly wealthy. There's so much stuff to take, it's like a gold mine. Boss, the dining area is in complete chaos. There's not a single edible thing left. We're searching the armory. Why aren't the guys who went to the lab answering? After mimicking the voice of the guy from the armory, I answered quickly and then swiftly bit into the cyborg's body. The small organ structure in my throat mutated quickly to produce a new voice. In a short amount of time after finishing the mutation, I looked at the communication device that had been lying next to the corpse and replied. No issues in the lab. Huh? You're not the communication officer, right? Why are you holding the communication device? Well, the communication officer is currently preparing for the demolition. Is that so? Alright then, click. The boss ended the communication with a suspicious tone. Whoever the boss was, they seemed quite intelligent. It was unusual for pirates to maintain such a systematic hierarchy. Normally, Hulk mutants had reduced intelligence due to the side effects of genetic modification, but this boss appeared to be different. Maybe they've been modified with some technology I don't know about. These smart Hulk mutants were a creature I hadn't encountered in the game. I doubt the original is around anyway. Let's be cautious just in case. Predator senses followed by an intelligent Hulk mutant. The differences from the game keep piling up. It's making me nervous but also piquing my interest. Come to think of it, there's 26 too. That pink bubble amoeba busily munching on Rockwalker's internals is quite different from its game counterpart. It might be the mascot, but it certainly wasn't as intelligent in the game. I've been wandering around with a bubble amoeba. The community would have been surprised. While morph were specialized for solo play, I, too, wasn't particularly sociable, whether in reality or in games. Lost in thought, I continued to dispose of the cyborg corpses. The flesh of the newly killed cyborgs had a lemony flavor. Something's off. Elchin raised an eyebrow as he held the communication device. Before becoming a Hulk mutant, he had been a soldier. To be precise, a defeated soldier. He had received the punishment of becoming a Hulk mutant for losing in combat. If the Eden family hadn't taken him in, he would have roamed the battlefield as an intelligence-deprived monster. In any case, being a former soldier, he paid attention to reporting procedures. Some subordinates occasionally disobeyed his orders, but they all became dust in the universe. After a few incidents, the reporting system remained stable. Of course, mistakes were always a possibility, but Elchin couldn't shake his unease. Perhaps it was the influence of the wild animals mixed into his genetics. The instincts that had helped him survive dozens of times on brutal battlefields were warning him now. The recent communication wasn't a mistake but a trap. Elchin made up his mind and picked up the communication device again. Aside from the team currently conducting the search in the armory, he sent a message to the team that had gone to the dining area and cargo hold. This is the boss. Something seems suspicious with the ones who went to the lab. Get ready, everyone, and head to the lab. Understood? Yes, boss. After ending the communication, Elchin summoned the medical officer. Medical officer, where are the escape pods and the engine room on this ship? Just follow me. Elchin was a cautious man. His subordinates wouldn't lose to creatures like monsters, but this was an unknown situation. Just as on the battlefield, he sought out a way to retreat first. I can't just leave the ones who dare to touch my flagship alone, he thought. Securing an escape route wasn't the end of it. Elchin was planning to plant bombs in the engine room to ensure that whoever had tampered with his ship would be dealt with. Most ships were powered by fusion engines, and even a small bomb could create a massive explosion. Once Elchin safely escaped, he could remotely detonate the bomb, and the monsters would be wiped out without a chance to react. Of course, any remaining crew members on the ship would also perish, but pirates always had plenty of recruits. They could easily replace their losses with new crew members. Garlic and medical officer should be enough. The subordinate who hadn't even considered that their boss might be thinking of abandoning ship was now closely monitoring the medical officer. As the three of them made their way to where the escape pods were located, Elchin called the medical officer. Medical officer. Yes. You fought against the monster, right? Is there anything that could be its weakness? No, there isn't. Elchin furrowed his eyebrows, and he could tell that his subordinate's response didn't sit well with him. The medical officer seemed uncertain about how to handle Elchin's reaction, but he had already spoken his mind. He's reacting like this, even though he's scared of me? Elchin thought. He knew that the medical officer was afraid of him, yet he didn't hesitate to give an answer that Elchin disliked. From the medical officer's perspective, it seemed that this creature was even more terrifying than Elchin. Elchin's mind sank like ice, and he decided to change his line of questioning. Then what are its strengths or traits? Elchin asked. When Elchin didn't show any signs of anger, the medical officer cautiously revealed his thoughts. Well, it's like the creature is a ghost. A ghost? Elchin questioned. Yes, it can capture and consume people even in bright light, leaving no corpses behind. We only realized someone was missing later, the medical officer explained. Where is this ghost on the spaceship? Are you suggesting your people are so incompetent that they can't deal with it? Elchin inquired. Well, this ship has various security measures in place. Even we find it challenging to navigate at times, yet this ghost managed to move around undetected, killing people. If that's not a ghost, what is it? The medical officer's words left Elchin in silence. Judging by the atmosphere created by the medical officer's words, it seemed he was telling the truth. A ghost, really? What nonsense. Did that mean this ship had become some sort of ghost ship? A ghost ship in the age of space travel. It was no joking matter. After a moment of contemplation, Elchin took out his communication device again. It hurt his pride, but it seemed like he needed to gather his subordinates and take action. But when he was about to change his mission through the communication device, it was already too late. The unidentified enemy had already launched an assault. A clever one. Even high-ranking humans fell for the imitation, but Elchin wasn't fooled. Perhaps the Hulk mutant was more like a clever beast than an intelligent being. It seemed he had noticed the trap through his wild instincts. It's too late anyway. We had just left the laboratory and returned to the nest in the cooling room. Currently, my auxiliary system is monitoring my designated area on the ship. The pirates' movement towards the laboratory is clearly visible. This time, I plan to attack the enemy in a new way. I laid down on the ship in the nest and closed my eyes. As my auxiliary system reached my designated area on the ship, my sensory perception, which had been limited to my physical body, gradually expanded. My consciousness flowed through the ship, starting from the cooling room, through the corridors and into other rooms. The sensory flow that began in the cooling room spread like ripples through the ship's passageways and chambers. People who have used drugs often describe feeling something transcendent beyond the boundaries of their physical bodies. Could what I'm experiencing now be something similar? Every time I breathed, the tendrils trembled, seemingly breathing along with me. The chill I felt from the metal plates that the tendrils enveloped made me shiver involuntarily. Finally, the auxiliary system completed the connection. The enemies were no different from creatures crawling within me. I issued a command to the spores with neurotoxic abilities along the path to the laboratory. Activate. As if issuing commands from my brain to the nerves within my body, the auxiliary system conveyed my orders to the tendrils. The spores responded by expelling their venom in unison. From the ceiling, walls, rooms, corridors, floors, it didn't matter where, a highly toxic substance that paralyzed living organisms rained down throughout the ship. I could sense the confusion of the pirates as they grappled with this completely unexpected attack. Desperately trying to destroy the spores and cut down the tendrils to escape, they didn't last long. Their bodies, in defiance of their owner's will, turned into lifeless husks. Some who quickly realized that the spores were the problem managed to escape, but the majority made foolish choices. Success. I had expected to fail, but attempting to control through the link to the nest was only possible after becoming an apex organism. In the game, that is. I tried it in the real world, wondering if it might work, and it succeeded. Of course, it wasn't a reckless gamble. There were enough factors for success, The nest was still small, I was familiar with the areas I had already visited, and there weren't many spores. My expectations had turned out to be spot on. The ones who got away are just 5. More than half had fallen victim to the spore assault. The 7 who couldn't escape lay motionless on the ground, waiting for death to claim them. I rose from the nest. The thin tentacles below my chin dropped from the nest, and for a moment, I felt a sense of inertia. It was like the soul that freely roamed the infinite space was once again imprisoned in a body called the flesh. The sense of inertia didn't last long, but the energy expended in controlling the nest didn't return. I felt a strong hunger, a sensation I hadn't experienced in a while. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz, I'm hungry, let's go get some food. Yeah. I carried 26 on my shoulder and headed for the laboratory. On the way, I saw fallen pirates. It was typical pirate behavior to mercilessly abandon colleagues who seemed hopeless. It's good for me that I didn't have to fight while hungry. I gnawed on the fallen pirates unceremoniously. With each bite of my teeth, I could feel their bodies twitching. Their movements were as lively as a freshly caught fish flipping about. Did they know? The more they resisted, the more saliva flowed into my mouth. My teeth tore into the enemy's flesh without restraint, and my forearms crushed their bones and plucked out their organs. I was so hungry that even machine parts passing through my throat didn't feel repulsive. The silent feast in the corridor had come to a triumphant conclusion. Now, there are only 2 left. Out of 7, 5 were cyborgs. I had already devoured 8 cyborgs, so I needed only 2 more to complete my evolution into an apex organism. I followed the traces of the pirates who had escaped, using one of the cyborg's finger bones as a toothpick. They were hiding somewhere other than the laboratory. It turned out to be the crew's workout room. Of all places, they had to run here. The workout room was a spacious area, so it was probably chosen because it offered a good shooting angle. The problem was that the dead crew members had also acted the same way. The place where camaraderie was fostered among comrades had long become a slaughterhouse at my hands. From behind the broken door, the fearful people inside emitted pheromones and breath. It was clear they were startled as soon as I entered. The sight of walls and floors covered in blood as soon as I walked in must have been quite shocking. More than 20 people had died inside. Adding 5 more wouldn't make much of a difference. I handed the finger bone I had been holding to 26, who was on my shoulder, and stepped inside the workout room. Chapter 24. As soon as I entered the workout room, lasers started flying. Lasers couldn't harm me. I walked calmly through the beams, and the pirate cursed at me in frustration. Why the hell isn't this working? Unfortunately, this swearer wasn't a cyborg. He seemed like a regular human from the megacorp, with no mechanical enhancements whatsoever. He tossed aside his useless laser rifle and pulled out a thick rod from his waist. He pressed a switch, and a blade sprung out from the rod, turning it into a short sword. I stopped in my tracks when I saw it. A sonic blade. The sonic blade was a weapon that incorporated ultrasonic vibration technology. It was easy to carry and had exceptional cutting power, making it a favorite among megacorp officers. When I didn't move, he must have thought he had the upper hand and yelled energetically. I'm the fucking vice captain of the Dvra cartel. His previous fears seemed to have vanished. Typical pirate behavior, I guess. It was evident that he lacked both forethought and strategy. The sonic blade could potentially pierce my outer shell, but that only mattered if it could actually hit me. If it couldn't touch me, it was useless. If he were someone skilled in martial arts, it might have been different, but unfortunately, he wasn't. My auxiliary systems confirmed that. He was just an ordinary guy in his early 30s, starting to suffer from adult-onset diseases. His body was filled with blood and fat extracted from the victims he had looted. I lunged at the vice captain. Startled, he tried to stab me with the sonic blade, but his movements were unskilled. The sonic blade isn't durable enough for stabbing. I had no intention of accommodating his foolish attack. I deftly evaded him and kicked him in the abdomen. He coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Damn it. With his internal organs likely ruptured, he didn't release his grip on the weapon. He glared at me with venomous eyes. What a surprise. I had thought he was just showing off, but he was surprisingly tenacious. Regardless of his species, most beings tended to beg for mercy when faced with a fatal wound. This was the first time someone had shown this level of determination since Arnold. Should I end his suffering without pain? I flicked my tail, striking the vice captain's hand. Startled, He let go of the sonic blade, which clattered to the ground. My tail, still curved, pierced through his eye. As his brain was destroyed by the thorn on the tip of my tail, he became a lifeless body, incapable of feeling any pain. 1 out of 5 had died. Now, there were 4 pirates left. The remaining ones didn't seem scared, perhaps they were hiding in the locker room. I leisurely began to dissect the human corpse. Once I had finished consuming everything and was left with the ankles, a translucent text box appeared in front of me. Predation effect activated. Successfully obtained human nature genetic essence. Extracted human nature from the biological traits of human. Do you wish to apply human nature? Human nature? I was perplexed by a trait I had never seen before. What could human nature be? Based on the name alone, it seemed overly encompassing. Was it referring to human emotions, rationality, or perhaps unique human qualities? It was difficult to discern its meaning from the name alone. Do I need to accept it? In space survival games, there were thousands of different traits, but not all of them benefited the host. For example, the Hulk mutant's berserk trait enhanced physical abilities but made the player uncontrollable. There were traits where the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. In my experience, traits with vague and ambiguous names were usually traps. It's a bit disappointing to have just one trait. To deduce the nature of this trait, I recalled the pirate I had killed. He undoubtedly had some unique aspects compared to other prey. A never-give-up spirit. Could human nature refer to an indomitable spirit that got back up even when knocked down? No, I shook my head. It was too early to make a judgment. The world of space survival was far from a place where human values thrived. It was more like a dystopian realm where all sorts of ruthless creatures roamed. The Star Union enslaved people and turned them into machines, while Megacorp genetically modified genes without hesitation, creating monsters. In such a world, there couldn't possibly be a trait that extolled human potential. What should I do? I decided to narrow down my thinking. If the predation effect had been triggered, then this trait would directly affect me. Let's first look at the advantages it offers. Perhaps human nature was a trait that influenced the mind. In that case, it likely fell into the category of enhancing psychic abilities since most traits related to psychic powers had a strong connection with the mind or telekinesis. These types of traits were not easy to acquire, so having one was an advantage. Now, the drawbacks. This was a new trait, so I had no idea what effects it would have. If it enhanced human emotions, such as ethics or compassion, it would be a negative trait for me. I was an amorph, a species that could only evolve by consuming other beings. If I suddenly couldn't eat human flesh, it would be a significant problem. It wouldn't just halt my growth, it would pose a considerable threat to my survival. The risk is too great. Let's reject it. As I considered canceling the trait acquisition, a faint tingling sensation ran along my jawline. My auxiliary systems were warning me to reconsider my choice. Predator sense? Since this was an unprecedented occurrence, I suspected that my predator sense had been triggered. However, even after waiting, the future foresight effect did not activate. So, this warning was entirely based on my auxiliary systems or an instinct inherent to amorphs. It was ironic that, as a human, I considered human nature unimportant, while my amorph side emphasized its significance. Nevertheless, I couldn't ignore the warning from my auxiliary systems. In the game, I might be an expert, but in reality, I was still inexperienced. If my amorph body hadn't assisted me, survival would have been impossible. Is this really that important? I asked silently, but my auxiliary systems remained silent, the tendrils under my jaw offering no response. Should I accept it or not? I would have preferred to delay my decision, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible. If I didn't accept it, the acquisition would be cancelled after 10 minutes. While reality might differ from the game, I had no desire to test it. Let's accept it. After much contemplation, I decided to accept the human nature trait. I intended to fill the psychic abilities category, but since the auxiliary systems granted this trait specifically to me, I couldn't easily dismiss it. My trust in these tiny tendrils that had never forced a risky choice on me before made me choose to believe in them once more. Upon accepting it, the semi-transparent text box emitted a glow and disappeared. And within my body, everything seems normal. There was no sudden rush of strange thoughts, overwhelming guilt, or any other unusual sensations. My body and mind felt the same as usual. I reactivated the text box. Currently, there is one available type for specialization. Psychic enhancement type 3/6. As expected, human nature was classified as a psychic-related trait. Now I had 3 psychic-related traits: Predator's intuition, psychic organ, and human nature. To obtain a type, I needed to collect 3 more psychic-related traits. I examined the details of the human nature trait. Human nature assists in making the right judgment at critical moments. Note: may your choices hold value. Vague. Even after reading the description, I couldn't grasp its effect. I decided that further contemplation would be futile and closed the text box. Let's focus on the fact that we've fulfilled the type condition. Regaining my composure, I looked ahead and there was number 26, waiting for me. Its color seemed off, indicating it might be feeling uneasy. "Hey baby, are you okay?" "ZZZ, why wouldn't I be? You weren't moving, so I got worried." Seemingly concerned about me just standing there, I gently stroked number 26. It returned to its usual pink hue, evidently relieved. Who's worrying about whom? After picking up the sonic blade the pirate had been carrying, I hoisted number 26 onto my shoulder. Throughout the workout room, there were traces of the pirates scavenging, left in the wake of their fear. Of course, I had no intention of letting them escape. The pirate was cowering inside one of the lockers in the changing room. At first, there were several bursts of laser gunshots followed by silence. Thinking that the chief engineer had eliminated the threat, he felt relieved. But that wasn't the case. The chief engineer had failed, and the intruder was still alive. A while ago, screams from his colleagues hiding in the shower room had reached his ears. Their cries for mercy didn't last long. The pirate gulped down his saliva and tightly gripped the laser rifle. He couldn't understand why he had to endure such pain. Even though he was a pirate, he hadn't engaged in more heinous or malicious acts than others. Stripping the scalps of the rich or committing crimes against women and killing were common deeds among pirates. He had merely lived as a pirate should. "Lord Subcommander, please have mercy." Since becoming a pirate, he had never uttered the name of the Star Union's Lord Subcommander. He was no longer a cyborg of the Star Union. He was now a member of the Dvra cartel. But as he faced imminent death, he unconsciously acted as he had in his youth. At that moment, the sound of a door opening reached his ears. It seemed like someone was moving something heavy, breaking the stillness of the changing room. The door closed, leaving an unpleasant silence to linger in the changing room. An invisible terror crept into the pirate's chest, making it feel as if cold sweat were pouring down his back. He's inside the changing room. Is the pirate waiting to spring a trap on me? Despite likely being a biological entity, he didn't make a single sound. His inhuman appearance only deepened the cyborg's fear. As he waited for the pirate to emerge, he finally moved when the pirate didn't show up. Thud, thud followed his footsteps a few times, and then he began opening the lockers one by one. Creak. Slam. The pirate felt like his heart was about to explode. The sound was getting closer. Finally, the man reached the locker adjacent to his hiding place. Through the bars of the locker, he caught a vague glimpse of the man. Brownish skin, closer to black, a beast with teeth stained by the blood of his comrades. There was a strong scent of blood emanating from the man. The man lingered briefly in front of him and then disappeared. As the foul smell of blood drifted away, the cyborg pirate breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, once this looting is over, I need to sneak away. Boss Elchin won't spare me, but the universe is vast. If I escape into the Star Union's territory, even the Dvra cartel won't be able to touch me. While contemplating his escape, a sudden thunderous noise echoed, and he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When he lowered his head, he saw a long spear piercing through the locker's door and through his belly. The spear, or rather the man's tail, was pulled out of his abdomen and slipped outside. 4 hands tore the door open. The sight of the man's mouth gaping wide was the last thing the pirate saw before his consciousness faded. Why were you trying to hide? The cyborg who dared to deceive my senses had his limb severed by my combat arms and died. Eating his flesh brought me closer to completing my evolutionary requirements. Now, I just need one more. Among the 12 cyborgs who had boarded this ship, only one remained. According to my nest data, he was in the bridge command center. Of course, it had to be the command center. The command center was home to someone I'd rather not face, an engineered human likely from the Eugen family. Should I start with the boss? Exiting the workout room with number 26, my auxiliary systems urgently sent me a danger signal. I quickly propelled myself to the ceiling. Almost simultaneously, a massive fist struck the spot where I had been. The impact left a hole in the alloy plate as if it had been hit by plasma energy. Found you. You son of a bitch. The perpetrator of this immense display of strength was the pirate boss, a Hulk mutant. I knew he'd be big, but seeing him in person, his imposing presence was truly remarkable. Standing over 3 meters tall, all muscle with no hint of fat, and even red fur around his neck, reminiscent of a wild animal. His appearance was terrifying, like one of the 4 heavenly kings guarding a Buddha. That damn bastard killed my subordinates. Behind the roaring leader were his subordinates and the medical team. I knew they had survived, but I never expected them to join the pirates' side. Well, this works out nicely. I had planned to devour the boss first anyway, and he had come to me instead. If he was a Hulk mutant, he likely possessed valuable genes. It wouldn't hurt to replenish my genetic essence before dealing with the formidable opponent. I leapt down from the ceiling. ZZZZ, stay hidden for a moment. Danger. Be careful. ZZZZZZZZZZZZ, don't worry. Baby, stay safe. After reassuring number 26, I sent it away. It remained motionless, blending into the wall with its camouflage ability. However, I still sensed its underlying unease. Seeing the worried 26 in its shrunken state made me want to laugh, but unfortunately, my amorph physiology didn't allow for it. Confirming that 26 had hidden itself, I turned to face the boss. At just over 5 feet tall, I estimated the boss to be roughly twice my height. To an onlooker, I must have appeared significantly disadvantaged. A genetically enhanced Hulk mutant, huh? Let's see what you've got. I savored the sight of the Hulk mutant, who was like a treasure trove of genetic essence. Chapter 25. Hey, shouldn't we go too? The boss asked to protect Garlic, remember? Damn, I was happy because he said he'd reward us for it, but damn it. Bridge Command Center. The pirates were debating whether or not to go help the boss. In the eyes of the grumbling cyborg pirates, they saw Garlic working diligently. She was tinkering with the main computer equipped with central AI. Hey, Garlic, how much longer? It's almost done. Why is it taking so long for that pile of junk to do something? It was a humorous situation, but cyborg pirates, despite being half machine, were total novices when it came to computers and advanced machinery. Like most of the lower-class citizens in the Star Union, he too had focused more on worldly matters than on high-tech fields like robotics, nanocomputing, and the like. Even though it's next-gen tech, it's the AI of the Megacorp battleship. It's practically the essence of space engineering and computer science. It's not going to be that easy. I don't know those fancy words. Let's just wrap this up and go help the boss. The cyborg interrupted Garlic's attempt to provide a detailed explanation with a wave of his hand. Disinterested, the pirates returned to their idle chit-chat. To them, Garlic smiled awkwardly and then refocused on her work. Well, at least she pretended to. In her face, which she had turned, you couldn't find the inexperienced look she had shown earlier. The pupils behind her round glasses were colder than the inorganic masses surrounding them. Arnold did a great job. Thanks to the sacrifice of the minion, she could see that he was evolving. He had appeared in the command center twice. Both times, he had deployed smoke to conceal himself, but she easily read his transformation. Her eyes and spatial perception were far superior, thanks to genetic modifications. Among the genes transplanted into her, there was one called Terror Devil. The Terror Devil was a type of desert-dwelling dragon. Due to the extremely harsh living conditions, this dragon's sensory abilities had evolved in a unique direction. The Terror Devil could comprehensively analyze various factors, such as changes in the surrounding terrain, subtle vibrations on the sand surface, and more, to determine the presence of hidden prey. Its accuracy was nearly 100%, which is why the indigenous people of the planet refer to it as clairvoyance. Of course, it wasn't actually seeing what was hidden behind obstacles but rather mentally reconstructing what was behind them based on the gathered information. Megacorp scientists concluded that this clairvoyance ability was possible due to innate psychic powers inherent in the Terror Devil's genes. Anyway, she used the Terror Devil's ability to discern that the creature in the video was evolving. When the guy reappeared for the second time in the command center, he had a much thicker outer shell. Her estimate was that he could withstand up to 2 hits. The guy raided the lab midway through the experiment. She was currently reviewing the lab data through the ship's main computer. The computer-illiterate pirates were oblivious to the fact that she had already completed all the checks a long time ago. He's not just smart. Based on the sample loss report sent by the lab's control AI, she could tell that he had wiped out every last trace without leaving anything behind. He had specifically targeted genetic samples, leaving all other chemicals and materials untouched. That meant he knew exactly what abilities he possessed and how to utilize them effectively. A creature that absorbs genes and evolves. Is that it? She knew of a similar entity, one that shared her kind. Like my own kind. That was her conclusion. The creature, who plundered and utilized the genes of other organisms, was similar to her in that respect. Elchin won't be able to handle this. He was merely a monstrous entity enhanced by the will of others. A paltry being who had no idea what was inside his own body. He could never defeat the mastermind of life who manipulated the origins of living beings at will. She shut down the computer. Somehow, a smile crept onto her lips. She would never admit it, but her expression bore a resemblance to the enigmatic smile that her unidentified enemies often displayed. It was the smirk of a predator circling its prey when it spotted it. That old man in the basement was annoying, but surprisingly, he's been quite productive. When she had her conversation with her faithful servant, Arnold, she had never dreamed of such an exciting turn of events. The death of Noble Capital and Akira Eugen's orders to her, the arrival of the Dvura cartel on this research vessel, everything had gone according to her plan. But the presence of this creature had been unexpected. Garlic, are you finished? If you're done, let's go. The pirates called out to her, but she didn't respond. She had no further business with these pirates. When the mission was over, she had to infiltrate another organization that was part of C8. I should reduce the number of genes he can acquire as well. She, too, was an entity that consumed the origins of life, so she understood. She didn't know the exact method he used to plunder genes, but she knew that even if she wanted to obtain genes, she couldn't if there were no traces left behind. She got up from her seat. The timidity that had haunted her until now was nowhere to be found. The woman standing there was entirely different. In place of timidity and gloom, there was now the fierceness and allure that one could feel from a giant feline or a predator. Her former colleagues seemed to sense their impending fate as they hesitated. She slowly removed her inconspicuous glasses. In the Dvura cartel, she was known as Garlic. She had many other names. Her enemies in the megacorp referred to her as the Spiral Witch. In her family, they called her the Shadow and revered her. The head of the family, Akira Eugen, referred to her as Code White. Once upon a time, her father used to call her Si-hyun. The essence of genetic engineering from the Eugen family, the sole heir of an obscure lineage within the family. Sling. Drawing a white blade from the back of her hand, Si-hyun Eugen smiled as she gazed at the sheep. I silently observed the beast in front of me. The boss, too, opted to assess my movements from his position rather than rush in recklessly. It was a battle of beasts. Before revealing our fangs and claws, we were in the midst of a reconnaissance phase. Much like human combat, the outcome hinged on whose strategy was superior and whose weapon posed a greater threat. Was it due to nervousness or the anticipation of the fight? The acidic blood coursing through my veins seemed to boil and my skin grew hot. So, this is what this sensation feels like. It was a sensation I couldn't experience while playing games. If I were in a human body, I might have licked my dry lips. The opponent's muscles tensed. With just one stomp on the ground, the creature surged towards me, charging as if its prey were right under its nose. A creature of substantial size didn't necessarily mean it was slow. The floor shattered under the force of the creature's punch and metal fragments scattered into the air. The sight of white shards soaring through the air resembled a flock of startled birds in the wind. Twisting my body to evade the attack, I dove inside the creature. Had my movements felt more agile than expected? Retrieving the fist that had smashed the floor seemed sluggish. I had no intention of showing mercy to the creature. I aimed straight for its belly with my combat arm. Ha! It seemed I wasn't the only one who had predicted the opponent's attack. The creature, too, lifted its knee to neutralize my strike. My tail clung to the creature's shoulder, but it chose evasion over blocking. With enough force to leave footprints behind, the creature slammed into an alloy panel. The 3-meter giant was pushed back quite a distance into the air. But the creature hadn't merely retreated. During the exchange of blows, it had secretly planted pulse grenades. When the first attack had missed, I assumed it had stiffened in surprise, but in reality, it was a feint to set up the bomb throw. As soon as I realized this, the grenades exploded, generating a powerful electromagnetic field that swept over my body. Ugh! There was nothing wrong with my body, but the psychic device attached to the back of my head tingled as if I had just eaten something spicy. A pulse grenade was thrown assuming I was a combat android, although it turned out to be incorrect. Not a bad sense. With this level of skill, finding an adversary might prove difficult. TSK. It's not one of Star Union's new weapons. The boss clicked his tongue as if he weren't pleased. It seemed that through our brief exchange, he had come to realize that I was not an easy opponent. Damn. Where did this monster come from? The boss cursed under his breath as he reached for the laser pistol at his waist. It was an enhanced laser pistol, but due to his massive build, it looked like he was carrying a slightly longer handgun. After a moment of contemplation, he released his grip on the pistol. It was a wise decision. While it had more destructive power compared to conventional firearms, it was still just a laser weapon. All of his subordinates had laser pistols and had just failed. Since I had confirmed that I was unharmed in the recent exchange, it was reasonable for him to assume that laser weapons wouldn't be effective against me. He roughly swiped his hand through his mane, revealing a switch on the right side of his neck. The Berserk switch. It seemed he chose to trust his own fists rather than rely on weapons. With fingers almost the size of a beer can, he halted just before pressing the switch. Hey. Do you understand me? It was unexpected. Until now, none of the beings I had encountered had tried to communicate with me except for 26. They had only left messages like not wanting to die or begging for their lives. I wasn't sure what his intentions were, but he had piqued my interest. I lowered my threatening tail slightly, and in response, he raised the corners of his mouth in what looked like a grin. I planted a bomb in the reactor. The control device is synced with my heart. If you kill me, this ship will explode and everyone will die. A bomb. I glanced at the medical officer behind the boss. His pale complexion and the way he wiped sweat from his forehead with his sleeve indicated that the boss's words were not a lie. While the bomb's installation was a fact, what mattered was whether the boss would detonate it. He seems quite attached to life. With high intelligence, superhuman physique, and arrogance, there were no elements to lower his will to survive. Without explaining the topic he brought up, he pressed the switch in silence. It signaled the beginning of the transformation unique to Hulk mutants. The arrangement of genes within cells shifted, and the body contorted. Bones that should have been inside burst through the flesh and spilled outward, while blood that should have circulated within veins poured out. The surface of the skin emitted vapor due to the inner energy's agitation. Muscles swelled, tearing apart the clothing they covered. This sensation. I've never felt it in a game. Even in his normal state, he looked far from human, but completing. The transformation into the Berserk state turned him into an outright monster. Compared to before, his arms had grown much longer. Not only that, but bones protruded from inside and transformed into armor-like shapes that wrapped around his arms, resembling small shields. This bone armor extended to other parts of his body, such as his head and legs. After the transformation, he resembled a gorilla wearing armor more than a human. Near his chest, an exoskeleton, similar to mine, had developed, providing protection to his vital areas. The difference was that the material covering his chest appeared to be alloy. The exoskeleton that emerged from his back and enveloped his entire chest gave the impression of steel spiders encasing his torso. With bone bursting from the skin, blood pouring out due to the outburst, the abnormally long arms and more, it wouldn't be wrong to say that he looked like a creation playing tricks on its creator. He's not just randomly messing with genes. Looking at this guy, who was in fact a backward-compatible version of a morph, I guessed the genes that went into his body. First, the bone exterior covering his arms, which would likely become his main weapon. I had a suspicion about the origin of this biological feature. It's probably from a mountain crawler. Mountain crawlers were predators that shared their habitat with rockwalkers. They looked like a blown-up version of an armored skunk, about 10 meters in size. Their tough exterior earned them the nickname Rock's Dragon, and they were notorious even in the game. The boss seemed to have selected only the best genes from these Rock's Dragons for himself. He tore off the ragged clothing that had become rags during his transformation. The Hulk mutant, standing at the boundary between savagery and rationality, pounded his chest and roared. Gwa! Rumble! Rumble! A pure, destruction-driven scream echoed, mingling with a morph's resonance. My body, too, shivered as I felt the approaching bloodshed and violence under my skin. Come. In the darkness of space, monsters roared, announcing the beginning of the battle. Chapter 26. The medical officer couldn't blink his eyes. So this is what a beast-fighting arena operated by the Star Union looks like. Two monsters are now facing each other under the watchful gaze of the stars. His new owner, Elchandra, seemed like a machine from hell cast by a demon. Abnormally long and massive arms, aggressively flailing red fur, alloy gloves adorned with dried blood and flesh. There was not a single element that wasn't ominous. A monster daring to confront the machine of hell. His gaze turned to the opposite side. There, a ghost was present. With a color close to black-brown, an exoskeleton covering the head and chest, a mass of tentacles resembling hair, forearms giving the impression of human bones clad in armor, and a tail almost twice the size of the body. The medical officer knew very well how many souls that black ghost had devoured. The dying cries of soldiers before his eyes still echoed in his ears. The machine of hell and the ghostly butcher. The massive and sturdy monster and the agile and tough one rushed towards each other. Every time the creature took a step, the corridor of the ship vibrated. The approaching boss swiftly raised his arms. The bone shield covering his arms flew towards my head to break it. I leaned my head down to avoid the blow, and I shot my tail toward him. Just as my flexible tail was about to pierce his chest, I hesitated. Bomb. Hesitation during battle is strictly forbidden. The boss did not miss my weakness. The shockwave from his rock-hard fist turned the corridor into a battlefield, shattering the lights hanging from the ceiling one by one. What? The boss seemed equally confused as I was. Since the toughest parts of my body are my chest and head, targeting them would have been an effective attack. I had already withdrawn my body. He laughed confidently. He seemed to believe that my attacks were useless and that there were no weaknesses in his body. Considering the current situation, he wasn't entirely wrong. There weren't many places I could target when a chest attack was impossible. The bone armor surrounding his arms and legs was tougher than my enhanced body. Unless I used a plasma weapon, I couldn't penetrate it. Even if I aimed for the parts not covered by bones, he would do whatever it took to defend himself. But currently, there were two things he didn't know. One was that I had the neurotoxin glands trait. If I succeeded in stabbing him anywhere on his body, the fight would be over. He already seems to have guessed it, though. The boss is particularly focused on my tail. Even before going berserk, when I aimed for him with my tail, he chose to dodge rather than block it. I'm not sure if it's an instinct from the wild or if he obtained information in the situation room, but he seems to be aware that my tail is dangerous. But what to do with this? He might not know, but I can extract poison from my teeth and claws. If I break through his exterior and attack, I'll win. So, how can I penetrate the tough exterior that the boss relies on so firmly? While the boss is concentrating on my forearms and tail, there is actually one more weapon in my arsenal. The small arms near my chest are holding a thin rod, the sonic blade. I picked it up just in case from the gym, but I didn't expect to use it so soon. The sonic blade excels in cutting power alone. It might break when I strike the bone exterior, but that doesn't matter. Once I make a wound on the armor, the rest will be no problem. No matter how thick and huge a dam is, it will collapse with a small crack. The moment when fortune smiles upon me is when a crack appears in his iron fortress. That's it. The boss leapt. Thanks to his enhanced reflexes, he jumped at an unbelievable height and lunged at me. I used all 6 of my arms and legs to quickly get out of the way. The place where I was standing was destroyed and the corridor shook. Fast and strong. He's fast because he has mixed various genes, but his movements are incredibly fast. Even though he's using all limbs except for his small arms to evade, it's still quite close. Usually, fast movements come at the expense of strength, but he doesn't compromise on either. Of course, there's no such thing as perfection. Hulk mutants have a persistent weakness. I have to endure until that weakness comes to the surface. As we rushed through the ship's hull, we entered a massive space. The rusted smell of damp metal permeated the cargo containers. This is the world I first faced when I opened my eyes, a cargo container. All 6 legs strained, and my body soared in height. As I roamed above the containers, shouts from below reached my ears. Arrogant. As if to say that such things can't stop him, he plowed straight into the containers. Rectangular metal blocks weighing several tons each tumbled in a chaotic manner. Grating steel plates on the floor danced in the air in response. Bugs hidden everywhere suddenly appeared in response to the impending catastrophe. After catching a cockroach fleeing, I hid my body behind a container. Facing such overwhelming power, direct confrontation is difficult. The only option I have here is to wait. I'm waiting. I've done more than just run away so far. Hulk mutants consume a lot of energy and have a short rest period in the middle of exertion. If I keep pushing him to use his strength recklessly, even if he doesn't want to, his body will be forced to stop the attack. There's not much time left. The auxiliary unit tells me that the chemical reactions and energy regulation mechanisms occurring inside his body, which are in close proximity, are revealing the optimal timing for my attack. The auxiliary unit tells me that there are 2 hearts in his body, and they regulate their output appropriately. Speaking of which, he has 2 hearts. Where is the detonation device connected? Hulk mutants' main hearts are usually on the left, so it's likely on the left, but he's a wicked monster. I'm not sure which side it's on. While I was briefly distracted by thoughts of the heart, he spotted me and charged. Gghhhhh. This is bad. A fist filled with unimaginable power, capable of throwing containers weighing over 10 tons like toys, grazed my shoulder. The throbbing pain surged, but it wasn't unbearable, so I immediately retaliated. My tail struck between his joints like a spear thrust by a master of spear fighting into the part of his body not protected by bones. Bastard. He quickly bent his arm, causing my attack to fail. Before he could charge at me again, I quickly moved backward, and a container crashed down where I had been standing. Damn it. Running away, you cowardly bug. That was a mistake. Let's not fixate on the heart. I shouldn't fall into his trap. I moved out of his line of sight and focused all my senses on the auxiliary unit. He was breathing heavily, like an angry bear. At first glance, he appeared to be operating normally with no issues. But I could tell. The components that make up his body are demanding rest due to overload. Carefully crawling up onto the container, I saw him smashing everything in sight. Grr. Steam rose between the exposed muscle fibers on his skin. It was a result of the heat generated while cooling his body down. Normally, he should have stopped and taken a break during his activity, but he didn't. Compared to before, he had slowed down, but that tremendous strength remained unchanged. An improved Hulk mutant with reduced weaknesses. Nevertheless, he hadn't eliminated the rest period. I seized the opportunity and pushed with all my strength against the container. My body became an arrow tearing through the air. In the dimly lit cargo container with my skin blending in, it seemed like he noticed me a moment too late. Die. He stood there, tearing away the grating floor with both hands. Massive projectiles, heavier than 10 tons each, flew towards me. With the acute senses typical of an amorph and the assistance of my auxiliary unit, I calculated the trajectory of these menacing obstacles. My foot stepped on crushed and torn alloy plates. Leaping from mid-air, I nimbly navigated the metallic staircase that had been created. I quickly closed the distance between us. What? How dare you? While he was momentarily taken aback by my incredible reflexes, he didn't lose his momentum. As I landed in front of him, he raised both hands high, intending to smash me down like a sledgehammer. The auxiliary unit warned me that the enemy's strength was formidable. I was well aware. He's the kind of guy who can throw containers weighing over 10 tons as if they were toys. The power in both his hands was beyond ordinary. In the blink of an eye, I made a decision. Full speed charge. If I avoid it now, I don't know when the next opportunity will come. He's a cunning adversary. Once he exposes a weakness, he'll do whatever it takes to conceal it next time. Therefore, the opportunity is now. Trusting in my head, which can withstand the plasma weapon twice, I have to go all out. His 2 fists collided with my head. In that brief moment, a tremendous energy mixture of mass, velocity, and power pressed down on my body. Because of the energy that my head hadn't managed to release, my foot pierced the floor, and part of the skin on my leg tore apart. Ugh! I managed to block it with the thickest part of my body, but it was still an incredible force. Dizzying pain and shock shook me. But still, it's not unbearable. He had lost his current position while swinging both hands to strike my head. Taking advantage of the opportunity I had been waiting for, my small arm activated the sonic blade. The thin, triangular blade protruded from the rod. What I needed to sever was right in front of me. My small arm swung the blade, cutting through the space between his joints, much like cutting paper. The weapon created a thin diagonal line on his arm, signifying the completion of its mission. As my small arm finished its task, it wasn't playing around as a supplementary limb. 4 of my arms firmly held onto his wrists. What? What are you doing? He shouted. I should answer his question with my mouth. Arg! My sharp teeth, like those of a shark, pierced the wound on his arm. The bones surrounding his arm were too strong, so my teeth only scratched the surface, but that didn't matter. The saliva from my mouth seeped into the shallow wound. Jaw. He violently shook his arm, tossing me aside. My body lost control, and I was wedged into a pile of containers. How dare you bite me? You. What? His voice trailed off, and he sounded somewhat drunk. His gaze shifted to the wound on his arm and then quickly to my face. He seemed startled by the drool running down the corner of my mouth. How much? He tried to use his other arm to forcefully tear at another injured area. Perhaps he was trying to cut off his arm, but the bone armor covering his body was too sturdy. The protective wall that had shielded him was now his prison. The guy who failed to destroy the armor screamed in agony. My. Help me. He was a Hulk mutant, and his complexion had turned deathly pale. Quite a sight. He tried to retreat, but he couldn't get far. The neurotoxin was rapidly spreading through his body. Thanks to the transformation, he was relatively resistant to paralysis. By this time, the poison should have spread throughout his entire body. I approached him and stabbed him a few more times with my tail's poisonous stinger. After he was barely able to breathe, I removed the metal covering his chest. There, above his right chest, was a detonation device. It turned out to be a timer device that would activate upon receiving a strong impact, rather than a synchronized mechanism. That makes sense. He was a cunning one, so it felt like something he would do. If you know a thing or two about the Hulk mutant, you would target the right heart first. That's because the Hulk mutant becomes significantly weaker when its auxiliary heart is destroyed. It's the part that controls the side effects caused by genetic manipulation, and losing the auxiliary heart can lead to the complete collapse of the body. If you've lost the auxiliary heart, it's already game over. Perhaps it was a matter of either choosing to die together or causing hesitation by indicating that a time limit had been set. Since he planted the bomb himself, he could simply end the fight quickly and go deactivate it in person. Well, his plans were no longer important. It might take some time to disable the detonation device, but I could do it with my small hands. After that, all that was left was to savor the genetic essences contained within the Hulk mutant's body. Hey, baby! Someone called out, and when I turned around, it was number 26. ZZZ, stay hidden. Baby, something big is happening. ZZ, what? Number 26's response seemed strange, like they were at a loss or terrified. I was about to ask why when suddenly my predator sense activated. The Gale Storm strikes 26th. The Gale Storm came at me with unstoppable speed. I died. Crazy. I quickly rushed towards number 26, grabbing it and rolling to the ground. At the same time, a lightning-like beam cut through the spot where number 26 had been. Huh. You dodged it. If it weren't for the predator sense, both number 26 and I would have died. I raised my head, and I saw a person standing at the entrance to the cargo container. With a slender figure and long black hair, it was clear that the person was a woman. That's a woman? My auxiliary systems and Amoph's unique senses were blaring alarms like crazy. Do not confront that monster. See Hyun Yujin. The mysterious presence who had come aboard the ship with the pirates. The adversary I had been thinking about facing last had come looking for me. Future vision? Huh? Which gene is it? I'd like to hear it. She casually chatted as she entered the cargo container. Despite her seemingly casual tone, she was prepared to strike at any moment. In her hand, or rather the back of her hand, a white blade protruded. It had a similar appearance to the boss's bone armor, but I knew exactly which gene had given rise to that blade. She mixed the genes of a white Galagon with those of other high-level organisms. Obtaining such a gene was so difficult that I had contemplated whether it was worth acquiring as a genetic essence. Besides that, even the visible genetic traits alone were numerous, and all of them were rare and valuable features. In the game, players who modified themselves to this extent were only a step away from becoming rankers. I can't beat her in my current state. I need to retreat immediately, regroup, and prepare a strategy. However, she didn't give me the time to do so. You. Gar. Good job until now. Cook. She approached the incapacitated boss and pierced the detonation device with her blade. The boss, who was also stabbed through the heart, spat out a large amount of blood before collapsing. Darn it. We can't just let you run away, can we? The bomb timer had already started. I didn't know how much time was left, but it couldn't be much. My intention to withdraw and prepare for an attack was thwarted. What should I do? However, engaging in combat without any information about the enemy would be suicidal. Fighting without knowing the opponent's combat sense and strategy would only result in defeat. I cautiously observed the enemy, and she smiled broadly. I have a proposal. A proposal? With a relaxed attitude, Si-hyun smirked. It was an attitude I didn't particularly like, but my current situation was one of absolute disadvantage. For now, I needed to focus on how to strategize against her, rather than getting annoyed. What are those eyes? Are they outspacers observers? No, it's more likely to be a terror devil's possibility. You seem somewhat similar to me, so I'll spare you. What? If you serve me, in simple terms, you'll become my pet. It sounded like an absurdity, but her expression was different from before. Even by observing her body's reactions through my auxiliary systems, I didn't get the sense that she was lying. There's no need for her to lie. Just as I felt her strength, she knew that I was weaker than herself. That's why she was coming out with such a relaxed attitude. You also manipulate genes, don't you? I could be a suitable master for you. So, come with me. Overwhelmingly strong, Si-hyun Yujin was telling me to serve her, to become her slave. Baby. Honestly, following Si-hyun's words would be a rational choice. The blade on her wrist was Galgan's claw, with destructive power surpassing plasma weapons, and even my reinforced exterior couldn't withstand it. Besides that, there are various weapons on her body that could easily kill me. I approached her, using all 6 arms and legs, like a well-trained pet before its owner. That's right. It's the right decision. Don't be scared. I'm here. However, Si-hyun was overlooking one thing about me. Why I liked a morph and why I was immersed in this cheesy, useless character, earning me the nickname a morph lover in the community. She didn't know. The reason I liked a morph was simple: freedom of choice. I loved a morph because it was a being that could become infinitely stronger through my choices. Therefore, my choice was already predetermined. ZZZ, it's okay. Baby. When Si-hyun's face came close enough that I could clearly see her satisfied expression, I narrowed the distance further. I kicked my leg towards her face, using all 6 limbs for balance. She quickly evaded my foot, but that wasn't my intention. I had been waiting for a brief opening. Acidic blood that had been flowing from my torn exterior splashed into her eyes. Huh. A momentary gap was all I needed. I couldn't hurt her with acidic blood, it couldn't even harm a strand of her hair. ZZ, hold tight. Yes. While she was momentarily disoriented, I jumped with 26's support, using all 6 limbs to run away. I heard the sound of the cargo hold breaking apart from behind. Alright, let's have some fun. Ha ha ha. With her eyes closed, Si-hyun laughed like a maniac. She pulled out Galagon's claws from both hands and slashed the containers as if they were tofu. Let's have some fun. Si-hyun Yujin was much stronger than me. Indeed, she was my first true enemy since I became a morph. But I would show her that the outcome of a battle wasn't solely determined by strength. Chapter 27. Fucking bastards. The wreckage of the cargo container lay in ruins, and within it was Elchin. His auxiliary heart had been destroyed by the attack from Garlic, but he still had one more heart, which kept him from dying. The problem was that his current state was barely hanging on, to say the least. The auxiliary heart played a role in stabilizing mutated Hulks injected with various genes. A Hulk mutant without an auxiliary heart would die shortly. He was an improved being, so that saved him, otherwise, his body would have been collapsing. How dare you betray me? You damn bitch, I'll make you beg for death. In reality, what made him angrier than the threat of death was the presence of the traitor. He wanted to capture and tear apart that traitor's limbs right away, but there was something else to do first. Damn it. Of all times for the device to malfunction. Even a clever person like Garlic knew that it was a shock trigger detonator, yet she didn't hesitate to break it. As a result, the timer attached to the nuclear reactor had already started. In exactly 10 minutes, everyone on this ship would turn to dust. Do you think I'll die here? Don't make me laugh. Do you know who I am? I'm Elchin Vara. Even in his paralyzed state, he struggled with all his might. It was his unwavering determination to survive by any means necessary. Baby, are you alright? 26 asked as we ran. I could feel the little guy trembling in his small hand. ZZZZ, I'm already healed. Really? I had the regeneration trait, so I could quickly restore my damaged exterior, which had been torn slightly. There were still injuries on my legs, but the bleeding had stopped. While gently stroking number 26 with my small hand, I contemplated how to attack Si-hyun. A surprise attack will probably be difficult. Her eyes, the terror's eyes, had the ability to see through things. Even if I tried to hide, she would probably see through it quickly. Moreover, from what I could tell, Si-hyun seemed to have an ability beyond just seeing through things. I can feel her presence. Si-hyun had pushed me into a corner where I had to follow her. In that case, I had no choice but to go along with it for now. Let's start by eliminating the negatives. There were 3 disadvantages working against me: the time limit, weaker attack and defense compared to the enemy, and lack of information. I can't do much about the time limit right now. I have to focus on killing her. Information scarcity can only be solved by confronting her directly. If I had been a player who favored other races, I might have been defeated by her, but I was an amorph player. The only people who knew more about the genetic traits than I did were the developers. So, what's left is my attack and defense. I considered going back to the control room to devour the cyborg, but that had its own problems. When I evolved to the next stage, my body would be completely immobilized for a minimum of several hours. If the bomb went off or I was discovered during that time, it would be over. I'll have to put my evolution on hold. Oh. Thinking about evolution reminded me of something. The Psenim. If I consumed Psenim, I could use the abilities of Pre-Saint for a short period of time. Si-hyun possessed Galagon's Claw, which allowed her to release a plasma-like energy called Windstorm, commonly known as Sword Chi in the game. I had no resistance to psychic powers right now, so I couldn't counter Galagon's Claw. However, what if I become a Pre-Saint here? If I become an Ascendant, I gain the psychic power resistance trait as an evolution bonus. If she's really Galagon, I'm not sure, but if she only transplanted Galagon's Claw, I should be able to withstand it with my exterior. Plus, I'll gain a long-range attack method. While I have the serrated tentacles, they could only be used for mid-range deterrence at best. Facing off against Si-hyun's Galagon Claw with my tentacles would be inadequate. Moreover, our senses were linked, so if I extended my tentacles recklessly, she could easily counterattack. Pre-Saint's long-range attacks don't have such a drawback. If we were to nitpick, perhaps it consumed more energy? Anyway, I had to fight before the Psenium's effect wore off. There was no need to pay attention to energy. I arrived at the lab nest and set 26 down. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, just wait a moment. Where are you going? ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, I'll keep an eye on it, don't worry. Little one, it's not okay. Zoom, 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 don't worry about it. Despite my words, the little one didn't move. It seemed like it had something to say but couldn't bring himself to say it. Normally, I would have waited until it was ready to speak, but I didn't have time for that now. I left it behind and approached the lab refrigerator. Inside was a violet liquid. I pulled it out and swallowed it in one gulp. Ugh! The searing pain coursing through my body felt as though I was being consumed by flames. Even during the times when they had forcibly administered medication to number 26, the pain seemed far more intense than anything I had experienced before. In the game, consuming Psenim only resulted in a buff effect appearing at the top of the screen, but here, it was reality. I had to endure the process of my body being forcibly mutated by the drug. Pain surged from my joints as if someone was forcibly pulling and stretching my bones, and my muscles felt like they were being inflated like balloons, tearing apart. The exterior covering my body also became significantly heavier. In the face of excruciating pain, I kneeled down instinctively. I almost screamed, but I bit down on my lips to hold it in. I can't pass out from this. How much time had passed? The pain that made me feel like I was undergoing several years' worth of growth pain slowly subsided. I successfully completed the transformation. I got up. Success. Some of the changes in my abilities were visible. The reinforced exoskeleton I gained from the Metamorph's bonus had upgraded to a monster skeleton. My height had increased significantly due to the overlap with the chitinous exoskeleton trait. I was now slightly over 2 meters tall. The tail had grown longer, nearly reaching 4 meters. And I have horns now. On my head, where the exoskeleton covered, magnificent horns resembling those of a yak had grown. Like the exoskeleton, the horns were made of chitinous material and had been reinforced, making them incredibly tough and sharp. Previously, the exoskeleton on my head had served only to protect my body, but now that I had horns, I could actively use them to charge or stab enemies. When I checked my arms and legs, they appeared much thicker than before. One notable detail was the faint violet shine on the surface of my exoskeleton. The psychic power barrier. While the ability was in effect, a protective barrier that defended against psychic powers enveloped my body. This would shield me against Si-Hyun's Galagon Claw. And lastly, the thorn bone launcher. My left lower arm had transformed into a different shape than before. Instead of 4 fingers, there were long, rod-like structures below my wrist. They resembled gun barrels and served as a type of biological gun. Instead of bullets, it shoots thorn bones. It's a system where thorn bones generated within the body are fired through small holes at the end of the barrel. It may not seem like much at first glance, but the thorn bone launcher has some significant advantages. The piercing power of the thorn bones is comparable to a plasma pistol. While the damage itself is not high, the piercing capability is immense, making it ideal for fighting heavily armored opponents. If I had faced the boss as an ascendant, she would have turned into a beehive as soon as the fight started. Plus, I can apply special effects to the thorn bones. Just like the contamination organ, I can shoot acidic bones or poison bones. In other words, it's like having a gun that allows me to choose the ammunition I want. Although the number of contamination organs that spit out spores has decreased, unless I specialize in nests, this might actually be an advantage. With that, the inspection of my new abilities was complete. The last thing I needed to check was the time limit. I probably have about 5 minutes left. In the game, the PSINM time limit was 5 minutes. It's not much time at all. I need to finish the fight as quickly as possible. Just as I had finished all preparations, I sensed Si-Hyun approaching within my detection range. I linked to the nest and activated all the spores along her path. I needed to drain her as much as possible before fighting. Fortunately, becoming an ascendant seemed to make spore activation much faster and more accurate than my previous attempts. She's coming. With a loud boom, the entire spaceship trembled. If she encountered the mucus threatening her in the corridor, it should have been destroyed all at once. I disconnected the link and immediately picked up 26, who had been standing next to me. The little one, who had been lost in some unknown worries until a moment ago, suddenly blinked in amazement as it saw my increased size. Wow. The baby has grown again. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZz. I was headed to the location where the bombs were placed, namely the reactor. It was an extremely sensitive area, and even if she had absorbed a lot of genes, surviving a nuclear explosion was impossible. She would find it difficult to fight properly in the vicinity of the reactor. I was running with 26 in my arms when she appeared in the corridor ahead. Where are you going? She had coated herself in acidic mucus, leaving her almost half naked, but there wasn't a scratch on her. She pulled out Galagon's claws from both hands as she stared at me. Danger. I quickly threw 26 behind me. I had no reason to feel sorry for it. Her attack had already begun. With a loud noise, a white blade cut through the air, and a crescent-shaped energy blade formed in midair. The blade struck my body with pinpoint accuracy, like a guided missile. It collided with my shield, causing sparks of violet light to fly, and then there was a sizzle at the point of impact. Ugh! There was some pain because the shield didn't completely block it, but it wasn't too deep, and I could heal it with my regeneration ability. Oh! Si-Hyun tilted her head in surprise. Apparently, she found it strange that I was unharmed. I was just as surprised as she was. I shouldn't be able to see it normally. One of the reasons Galagon's claws were terrifying was that their attack trajectory couldn't be seen. You had to predict where the attack was coming from just by looking at what the enemy was swinging, making it quite challenging. I had never imagined that there might be a function like a PSINM organ because I had never encountered an enemy with such an ability in the game. I had gained unexpected information, but now was a fighting situation. I will think about this later. I charged at her. My enhanced legs slammed into the corridor. The combination of type, traits, and evolution status made my charge explosive. Like a missile fired from a silo, my body shot towards Si-Hyun. My movements were faster than she expected, and her pupils slightly dilated. I had intended to pierce her abdomen with my horn, but she was no pushover. As she pulled out Galagon's claws from her other arm, she deflected my horn. Ha ha ha. That won't work. I knew that too. Her posture had slightly faltered, but there was no sign of pain on her face. However, my attack wasn't over yet. With my tail wrapped around her, pinning her in place, my left lower arm aimed directly at her head. Huh! Fire! With the sound of twanging piano strings, a spike shot out from the end of the barrel attached to my wrist. The spike was aimed directly at her head, but she hastily used the Galagon's claw to block it just before it could pierce through. Nice try, but not enough to take me down. With those words, she struck my tail with Galagon's claw, anticipating my counterattack. I had already started to retract my tail in preparation. At that moment, her black hair glowed red. Red hair? Wait a minute, could it be? I quickly distanced myself from her, but I was slightly too late. For a very brief moment, less than a second, a drowsy sensation washed over my entire body. As I woke up from what felt like a dream, excruciating pain surged from my tail. I managed to regain my composure and retract my tail, but it had been severed by almost a third of its circumference. Wait a minute, that's the ability of the red mist. The red mist was the apex predator that inhabited the jungle-type planets. It resembled a jaguar with red fur and could emit pheromones from its fur that induced hallucinations. On the surface, it might not seem like much, but once you were affected by those pheromones, there was no escaping, making it an extremely threatening ability. The only solution was to keep a distance to minimize the hallucination effect. The white Galagon was as rare as it gets, so I had no idea where she had obtained such genetic essence. You're keeping your distance. Do you know about the red mist? You've piqued my interest. She smiled as if she liked what she saw. She's not an easy opponent, as expected. With the red mist's hallucination ability in play, I had to find a way to finish the fight before the Psinim effect wore off. When I turn into Metamorph, my long-range attack abilities will disappear. At times like this, I need to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't change anything. The only way for me to win was to patiently look for an opportunity. After confirming that my tail had somewhat healed, I charged at her again. Kaiahaha. That's the way to come at me. She laughed as she kicked my arm. As my arm passed through the air, Galagon's claw dug into my chest. Her attack, which was aimed at flipping me over, was thwarted as I twisted my waist. My lower arm hadn't been idle during this time. From the holes between the four fingers, mucus projectiles were launched towards her eyes. Ugh! No matter how strong she was, it seemed that she couldn't avoid the physiological disgust as she quickly closed her eyes. I didn't let this opportunity slip away. I had been aiming for her shoulder with my sharp horn, but unfortunately, it was a shallow hit. She quickly moved her shoulder, avoiding a deep wound. Do you want to keep playing around? Her hair began to glow red again, and I quickly backed away. While retreating, I launched thorn bones at her as a restraining measure. TSK. She stopped her transformation, and once again, Galagon's claws were drawn to deflect the thorn bones. Did she just? She retaliated by firing a crescent-shaped energy blade at me. I managed to avoid it by pressing my body against the floor and immediately focused on her. I wonder. There was no visible change. She appeared unfazed, but I could sense an unnaturalness in her expression. I guess she can't use two abilities at once. I had finally found a clue on how to exploit her weaknesses. Chapter 28. She opened her eyes to a world that was cold and oppressive. The pressure weighed down on her fragile flesh, and the temperature felt like knives piercing her body. It was a place known to some sentient beings as the Deep Sea, and it was her homeland. Despite the harsh environment, she didn't think her home was all that bad. After all, there were beings there who watched over and protected her. The pink spherical beings like her were the most fragile creatures in the dark and murky world. Because of this, they had chosen a different way of survival compared to the other creatures in the dark, blue world. They formed groups and cared for their young, who were weak and vulnerable. They naturally had social structures that could be classified as families by sentient beings. Of course, with the presence of dangerous creatures that considered her kind as prey lurking in the depths, they always lived under the constant threat to their lives. But she was different. As she grew, she realized that she was not like the other pink spheres. She was special. She possessed an intelligence approaching sentience and a slender tentacle that grew from her body. These were things that her fellow beings did not have. Her tentacles, usually kept inside her body, had the power to ward off dangerous creatures, and they would retreat when she pointed them. She protected her kin using these mysterious abilities. As time passed, despite her young age, she became the leader of her group. While everyone considered her the mother figure, her life remained largely unchanged. Eating together with her kin and sleeping together at night brought her the greatest joy. However, this happiness didn't last long. Creatures descended from above, intending to take her kin away. They were beings with skin tougher and colder than any she had seen before. With claws that seemed like they wouldn't let a single drop of blood flow, they grabbed her kin mercilessly. When she heard the agonizing screams of her kin, she earnestly hoped. She wanted to fulfill her duty as the leader, to protect her precious ones. Did her tentacles hear her prayers? A massive purple energy erupted from the tips of her tentacles, gripping the unyielding beings and contorting them. She thought she had succeeded in protecting everyone, but unfortunately, it was not the case. More beings with cold, tough skin continued to descend from above, capturing the pink spheres wherever they could find them. Once again, she hoped for a miracle, but instead of a miracle, an unbearable sense of powerlessness washed over her. She lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes, it was in a repulsive-smelling liquid prison. There, she witnessed the pitiful deaths of the offspring she was supposed to protect. In that strange, furry creature's arms, she was called Experiment Subject 26. When she awoke in her prison, there were no fellow creatures left. At the bottom of this hell, she prayed. She begged for anyone to help her, promising to dedicate herself to protecting the ones she failed to save if someone would aid her. She made that solemn vow. I had two enemies I found most annoying in the world of space survival. One was the Amorph race, and the other was a megacorp user who had gone through genetic modifications. What they had in common was that I couldn't predict their abilities at all. Since there was no information about the enemy, even a small mistake could lead to fatal consequences. Therefore, I focused solely on what abilities Si-Hyun Yujin possessed, not caring about how she might be specifically different from a player. In the game, there are no restrictions on using genetic technology. I naturally assumed she would use it as well since she had player-level specs. That was a mistake. In retrospect, Si-Hyun had been fighting with only one ability at a time from the beginning. I had thought it was a bluff, but it wasn't. There was a fundamental limitation on her use of genetic abilities that set her apart from players. You're really getting on my nerves. To the point where I want to kill you. Si-Hyun's tone was colder than before. Perhaps she was trying to be threatening, but it sounded slightly different to me. She was doing it on purpose to avoid revealing her inexperience. I need to find out how long the delay is when she changes traits. Even if she changes her traits quickly, there must be a gap between changing them. That's when she becomes a vulnerable civilian. I needed to change my strategy. I'll go all out. My Psinim effect was running out, and at most, I had about 2 minutes left. To win within that time frame, I needed to avoid any serious injuries and trust in my regeneration trait. Like the powerful hind legs of a rhinoceros, my strong legs pounded the ground as I sprinted down the corridor. While running, I kept a close eye on her changing hair. I'm really getting tired of this. The tips of her hair turned red. I targeted her while running with my left arm. If I were human, aiming a shot while running would have been challenging, but Amorph's enhanced senses made it possible. A bone spike reinforced with chitin shot from the end of my arm, slicing through the air towards her abdomen. PR/N, changing thorned bone to bone spike. She gritted her teeth and cancelled her illusion trait. Almost simultaneously with her hair returning to black, a white blade sprouted from the back of her hand, cutting through the flesh. As I suspected, there's an opening. In less than a fraction of a second, thanks to my auxiliary systems, I confirmed that there was an opening in her defense. She had used Galagon's claws to defend against my bone spike, but I had already reached her. Nice try. Though she expressed annoyance, I sensed an underlying unease in her eyes. As gracefully as a fencer extending a blade, I deftly thrust my tail toward her. However, contrary to my expectations, her response was still formidable. She calmly redirected my tail with her claws, not stopping there. She continued her counterattack, slicing off the poisonous barb at the tip of my tail. Ugh! I had anticipated this to some extent, but experiencing it firsthand was excruciating. It was almost like losing a limb, so the pain was expected. But I couldn't afford to hesitate here. I shook my severed tail vigorously as if I were shaking off dust. The acidic blood and neurotoxin mixed with the injury on my tail, spraying in all directions. Damn. With her tongue out, Si-Hyun switched her trait. Galagon's claw retracted, and parts of her body turned silver. The alloy skin, tougher than the alloy of the ship's hull, protected her from the acidic blood and neurotoxin. I expected her to have a defensive ability, but tungsten alloy skin? The tungsten alloy skin was a genetic trait of the advanced subspecies of metallic gremlins, the wolfram goblins. Acquiring this ability granted exceptional defense equivalent to the top-tier reinforced armor, but it came at the cost of extreme weight gain. As I had predicted, her movement slowed down with the transformation. I used my nails to scratch at the parts that hadn't turned silver yet. Ouch. For the first time, I inflicted a wound on her. Si-hyun, who resembled a monstrous creature, had human-like red blood. A disobedient brat needs some discipline. She crumpled her face in annoyance and used her heavy foot to kick at my chest plate. Since we had to fight in close quarters, I didn't dodge. The impact felt like being hit by a siege hammer, spreading a heavy shock throughout my body. If I were human, I might have coughed up blood and bits of organs. Despite the fact that my chest plate was one of the sturdiest parts of my body, the pain was far from insignificant. Will this be enough to defeat her? I thought inwardly as I grabbed her leg embedded in my chest. I poured all my strength into my forearms and lifted her. What? She's incredibly heavy, I muttered unconsciously. It was a weight that could make anyone swear. My intention was clear. With her leg in my grasp, I swung it like a baseball bat. My target was the corridor wall, or to be more precise, the wall partially corroded by acidic blood. The impact reverberated throughout the corridor, shaking it as though an earthquake had struck. The wall at the point of impact cracked and split, with molten metal oozing from the fractures. The woman, who had left her mark on the alloyed wall with her face, wore an expression of extreme anger, as if she felt insulted by my actions. She withdrew Galagon's claw and crossed her arms, accumulating an enormous amount of psychic energy that made the white blades on her arms gleam with a vivid purple hue. This is dangerous, the proximity is too close to dodge. I have to block it, I urgently thought, using my forearms to shield my head and chest. As she unleashed her crossed arms, an unprecedented gigantic beam swept through my body. The relatively slender horn on my right shattered, and my arms and legs didn't escape unscathed either. More than half of my right upper arm was severed, and my thigh was severely injured, with bones visible through the torn flesh. Just a bit more. I mustered my last ounce of strength and charged at her once again. Even at such close range, she gracefully evaded my charge with astonishing agility, and my head slammed directly into the wall. "Where are you looking?" she taunted, mocking my failed attack. She quickly scanned my injured body and grinned, seemingly confident that my condition would prevent me from continuing. "Well, I wonder if that's really the case." "Sorry, but I didn't miss," I replied. As I pulled my head from the wall, it finally crumbled. Corroded by acidic blood, it succumbed to the successive powerful impacts. No matter how well made the alloy was, it couldn't withstand such force. "My intention was never to hit you in the first place, Si-hyun, not you." Beyond the shattered wall lay what I had been waiting for. Countless stars and an unfathomably deep abyss of darkness awaited us. Oh, no. The pressure throughout the corridor dramatically dropped as the space, black hole-like in appearance, sucked us in along with the oxygen. The ship's environmental control systems loudly warned of severe internal damage. Even Si-hyun, who had been smiling confidently in anticipation of victory, seemed taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Her face was now marked with bewilderment. She had wedged Galagon's claw into the corridor to hold herself in place, preventing her from being flung out. I had been waiting for this moment. I raised my injured left arm towards her, and the muzzle was pointed at her head. The distance between us wasn't great, or more precisely, it was just close enough for the bone spikes to pierce her forehead and destroy her brain before she could encase her head with the alloyed skin. Her complexion turned pale as she realized my intent. "Why, in a place like this?" she exclaimed. Perhaps she had pushed herself to the limit in the face of imminent death. She began to bleed from her eyes and nose, attempting to utilize two traits. From the tips of her black hair, the trait tungsten alloy skin slowly began to encase her head for protection. I couldn't wait any longer and fired the bone spike. The ice-like bone spike left the tip of my arm. In an age of lasers, plasma, and all sorts of futuristic weaponry, a primitive form of ammunition hurtled through the air aiming for her head. However, by that time, the alloyed skin had already covered more than half of her head. At that moment, there was barely 5 centimeters left for the bone spike to reach her forehead. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks. The alloyed skin, in the process of encasing her head, came to an abrupt halt. She looked at me with an expression of disbelief, as if she couldn't fathom what was happening. Her gaze was fixed behind me. "Leave the baby alone." Number 26. I didn't even need to turn my head to see it. A violet energy beam was emanating from number 26's body, tightly wrapping around its head. Damn it. Number 26's time holding her was very brief, but it was enough time for the bone spike to reach its target. The bone spike pierced through Si-hyun Yujin. Her body, now deprived of its command center, lost strength and slumped down. Chapter 29. On a black canvas, blood-red plum blossoms bloom. Si-hyun Yujin, with a hole in her head, scatters blood as she attempts to fly into outer space. I can't afford to miss this. After putting in so much effort to eliminate a formidable adversary, it would be truly disheartening if there were no rewards. I reached out my upper arm towards her. The serrated tentacle extended like a departing arrow and wrapped around her waist. There was a bone-breaking sound as her waist bent halfway, but she was already a lifeless body. I didn't care and retrieved her corpse. Help me, baby? Oh no. It seemed like number 26 couldn't hold on any longer and was about to fly away. I quickly grabbed it with my other arm. On its body, there was a thin tentacle that I hadn't seen before. I knew what that tentacle was, and I also knew what the true race of number 26 was. I'll think about that later. For now, I had to get out of this place. Don't let go. The research ship had blast doors in each section, and I was currently in the nest, the area densely packed with facilities related to the ship's reactor. The blast door that sealed off this section was not far from where I stood. I carried the corpse in one arm and number 26 in the other, making my way to the blast door. Upon manipulating the terminal next to the door, there was a hissing sound as the blast door closed. From the other side of the door, I faintly heard the alarm from the environmental control system. This ship is finished now. A hole the size of a human had appeared in the ship's structure. The environmental control system had its limits in maintaining the ship's environment when there was such a breach. If there were people on board, they would seal off the breached section to stabilize it, but aside from the pirates, there were very few remaining crew members on the ship. Furthermore, they were likely hiding and unaware of the situation. Baby, what's wrong with your arm? Upon hearing number 26's words, I looked at my lower arm and noticed that the bone spike launcher was changing. 4 fingers protruded from the muzzle, and the length had decreased to match the size of my other arms. Besides that, the sensation of pressure that had been compressing my entire body was gradually diminishing. The psinim effect had ended. It's a shame. Still, I was relieved that it wasn't painful when it was released. Considering my injuries from the battle with Si-hyun, I wondered if I would have fainted if the pain of evolution had overlapped. Nevertheless, I obtained something more important. The result of high risk and high return was right in front of me. In the game, Megacorp rankers possessed over 100 different genes on average. It might not seem like a large number, but these genes were all from rare creatures that were nearly impossible to encounter by conventional means. Even if the number was small, their value was by no means insignificant. Of course, Si-hyun Yujin was at the level of upper-tier players who couldn't enter the ranks of rankers, but still, her body likely contained a considerable number of genes. It's not much different from sampling, so I should get around 3 this time. The difference was that no matter which one I extracted, it was highly unlikely to be a dud. Frankly, even getting just one would be great. I hope I can extract Galagon's claw. Then I'll enjoy this. I need it. To eat quickly and then go clean up the cyborgs in the command center. Just as I was about to think that way and bring it to my mouth, I was eating a corpse. When only the lower half remained, a massive energy explosion swept me away. I died. Ah. A bomb. Abruptly activated Predator's sense made me recall the forgotten fact. Although I had been focused on fighting Si-hyun, the timer on the bomb installed by the boss at the reactor was still ticking. How much time is left? In the future that Predator's sense showed me, the bomb had detonated while Si-hyun's corpse was reduced to only her lower body. It took about 10 to 15 minutes at most for me to completely devour an adult male corpse. Since Si-hyun was a woman and smaller than a man, she would be consumed even faster. So, there should be approximately 5 minutes left. I had 2 options: rush to the reactor to defuse the bomb or quickly leave this ship. I pondered over the 2 choices. I don't have enough time to defuse the bomb. While playing a morph, I had disarmed bombs several times, but if it was a bomb with an unfamiliar design, it would take time to disarm. I had finally caught Si-hyun, and I had no intention of risking my life for another adventure. I didn't have any more time to waste. Even now, the clock embedded in the bomb was ticking relentlessly towards destruction. I made my decision. Let's abandon the ship. As much as I regretted leaving behind the cyborgs in the command center and the genes of the boss that I hadn't eaten, I wasn't willing to risk my life. After all, Si-hyun Eugen's genes, right here, were overwhelmingly superior, and there would be plenty of opportunities to eat the cyborgs later. The escape pod was docked on the runway. The runway was located directly opposite the reactor, and it would take about 5 minutes to reach it through the complex corridors. It was late to activate the escape pod from the runway, but I knew a way to get there quickly. I'll have to use this. I cradled number 26 in my arms and rushed to the ship's cooling room. Once inside, I grabbed the plasma launcher that was standing in the corner. Flash. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Yes, it did flash. Number 26 adjusted the color of its body to match the energy projectile's color from the plasma launcher, turning it green. Although it didn't quite grasp the concept of a plasma launcher, it seemed to remember that people would explode whenever the green light flashed. The plasma launcher looked somewhat similar to the ultimate weapon from classic FPS games. It was over a meter long and weighed more than 50 kilograms. It had a stand, but I didn't need it, so I had removed it for easier use. Of course, I don't have any intention of shooting it at a person right now. I walked out into the corridor with the launcher, aiming it at the closest section of the outer wall. Charging 10. 20. 50. 80. 100%. As I manipulated the terminal on the launcher, it began to charge energy. Number 26, who had been watching, climbed onto my shoulder. In just a few seconds, the launcher finished charging. I pulled the trigger. The immense recoil transmitted through my arm as a green beam shot out from the launcher's barrel. An energy beam capable of destroying everything pierced through the corridor walls and even the outer hull of the ship. Like a vacuum cleaner sucking in air, the massive hole that appeared on the ship sucked us out along with the air. I let my body go with the flow, and we escaped the spaceship along with the air. Before the ship's distance grew too far, I shot a tentacle to anchor us to the ship's exterior. I knew exactly where the cargo container was located, even from outside the ship. Pulling myself toward the ship, I landed on the target. Whoa! This is fun! Number 26, who had witnessed the endless night, exclaimed in excitement. There we were on a ship that resembled a white paper floating in a black sea, where there was no oxygen or gravity. A 6-legged monster was running on a ship with a woman's corpse and a plasma launcher on its belt and a pink balloon on its shoulder. In this surreal journey, resembling something out of a drug-induced fantasy, there wasn't much distance to cover. Less than 2 minutes later, I arrived at the cargo container and activated the plasma launcher. The green beam easily melted through the thick outer wall as if melting ice with a torch. Before being bounced back by the recoil, I shot both of my tentacles to anchor myself to the outer wall. In the meantime, the plasma launcher, having completed its mission, flew off into the depths of space. Good job. It was a powerful weapon, but I didn't feel too attached to it. There would be plenty of opportunities to acquire more in the future. I crawled into the hole created by the launcher. Inside the cargo container, I could see both a shuttle and an escape pod. It's fun. With number 26, who seemed to enjoy the sensation of floating in space in tow, I approached the escape pod. The door to the escape pod was open, as if someone had intended to board it. Well, it's more convenient this way. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, just grab whatever you can. Yeah. Whether it was a high-ranking officer's escape pod or intended for the command staff, the interior was luxurious. While number 26 marveled at the ornate decorations, I took the pilot's seat. Let's see. I had piloted a few Megacorp small spacecraft before. Fortunately, the control system for the escape pod was straightforward. Except for this uncomfortable seat because of the tail. I broke the uncomfortable chair and adjusted the switches on the dashboard for navigation. As I did, the cargo container door opened, and the glow of the runway spilled in. Let's go then. I pulled the control lever, and the escape pod shot forward like an arrow. The view through the reinforced glass changed from the cold metal walls to a colorful space filled with stars, resembling a canvas painted with a rainbow. This was where I first set foot in this world, the place where my journey of growth and evolution had begun. Fuck, I thought I was a goner. Elchin shuddered as he recalled what had happened at the reactor just a moment ago. When he had finally arrived at the reactor, struggling with his partially paralyzed body, the timer had been counting down precisely 2 minutes. He had barely managed to disarm the bomb with 5 seconds to spare. Any later, and he would have been blown to smithereens by his own bomb. Those damn monsters. During his journey to this point, Elchin had never once thought of himself as weak. But those two were the exceptions. So, Elchin had given up on personally killing them. Of course, even among the ruthless space pirates, they were notorious for their cruelty. He had no intention of leaving them be. Haha, fuck you guys, die together. He had set the bomb to auto-detonate and reset the timer to 10 minutes. By the time he had escaped in the escape pod, those monsters would have turned the ship into a ghost in the vastness of space. That's what he had thought just 5 minutes ago. He was almost in the cargo container now. Damn it. My legs are starting to regain feeling, but my eyes. As an enhanced Hulk mutant, Elchin had already detoxified himself, but his damaged heart remained a problem. The destruction of his auxiliary heart had affected his senses, causing significant damage to his vision, hearing, and other senses. His vision, in particular, had been severely impaired, leaving him with extreme farsightedness. Navigating simple tasks, like pressing a few buttons, became challenging when he couldn't see, and he almost accidentally triggered the bomb moments ago. Nonetheless, time was running out, so he continued walking diligently. The enemies who had been fighting so loudly just moments ago were now eerily silent, indicating that one of them had clearly been defeated. Whoever loses, the remaining one won't get away unscathed, Elchin thought. His mind seemed preoccupied with the rustling sound of the space wind, but he dismissed it as his imagination. As he continued to walk, he suddenly heard footsteps echoing in the corridor. He wondered if it might be his subordinates, but the person who appeared at the end of the corridor was someone he hadn't expected at all. A pirate. Wait, isn't that the captain? Surprisingly, the person in front of him was none other than Samuel, the captain of this ship. Elchin had thought he had escaped long ago, so his sudden appearance caught him off guard. Samuel's appearance was quite different from the description Elchin had received from Garlic. His hair was disheveled, dark circles hung beneath his eyes, and his body emitted the scent of alcohol. Elchin's eyes narrowed as he observed Samuel's pitiful appearance. Originally, he planned to escape using an escape pod, but he must be hiding because he didn't want to abandon the ship. There was no lack of greed among the upper echelons of Megacorp. The closer they were to noble capital, the more pronounced this tendency became. The Samuel family, being the third capital, valued money over life. He must have come out to check when the ship became quiet. Samuel had no idea that Elchin was reading his thoughts like an open book. Confronted by Elchin's imposing presence, Samuel was trembling and reached into his pocket, pulling out a small object. Elchin scoffed when he saw that it was a gun. Ha! You're going to shoot me with that? Stay away. This is a plasma pistol. What? Plasma or not, you should take the safety off first, right? Safety? Samuel, flustered, tried to turn the barrel to check the safety pin. Elchin took advantage of the opportunity and lunged at him. Samuel, colliding with his body, lost his grip on the pistol. You made me feel scared for no reason, you idiot. Plasma pistols don't have safeties. Elchin picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground. The impact had made the gold markings on it even more distinct, but Elchin didn't notice due to his primitive condition. If I had more time, I'd skin you alive, but I don't have time now. Elchin taunted Samuel while picking up the pistol. Samuel's face filled with despair. Spare me, if you ask me to be your servant, I'll be your servant. No need, then goodbye. Elchin pulled the trigger and the plasma pistol emitted a green glow. If Elchin hadn't had his heart destroyed, he would have realized something was wrong with the pistol. If he hadn't tried to kill Samuel and just walked to the cargo container, he would have been safe. Arrogance and cruelty led him to make 2 consecutive wrong choices due to his fatal flaw. The plasma pistol was an extremely lightweight version of the powerful plasma weapon, and as such, it was not very durable. It had already been knocked to the ground once by the monster and cracked, and when it took an additional hit there, the pistol was already past its limits. As a result, the barrel shattered before the plasma energy charged into it could even pass through the muzzle. The energy had nowhere to go and exploded on the spot. Elchin's entire upper body was blown off, and he fell to the ground in a heap. As Samuel stared at the lifeless body of the pirate, his face contorted with a mixture of emotions. Then, he began to laugh, seemingly losing his sanity. Ha 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 ha. He thought to himself that his judgment had been correct all along. Samuel had never abandoned the ship. He had contemplated leaving through an escape pod when he found himself alone, but upon boarding it, He was filled with regret. This research vessel was far from cheap. While it was cheaper than his life, Samuel thought that maybe he could wait a little longer and things would turn out all right. Maybe the soldiers will succeed in killing the monster. Or maybe another passing ship will come to their aid. He thought. However, a miracle had occurred. The screams and vibrations from inside the ship had stopped. Uncertain whether he should leave or stay, he finally ventured outside. And thus, Samuel survived. Through both the assault of the monster and the attack of the pirates, he had managed to stay alive. He, the eldest son of the Samuel lineage, felt his chest swell with emotion. I am invincible. With these words, a bright light emanated from the nuclear reactor. Oops. Ah, baby. Zzz, calm down. The reactor finally exploded, and a massive shockwave shook the escape pod. I adjusted the controls as the escape pod beeped. As if to confirm that my work had paid off, the beeping subsided and the ship stabilized. Zzz, are you okay? I turned around and saw that number 26 had hit the wall and was knocked out. It wasn't life-threatening, so I put it on a bed inside the escape pod. What the hell, has someone been drinking here? I cleared away the rolling liquor bottle from the floor and began to tidy up the escape pod. I needed to clean up the surroundings if I wanted to have a proper meal, which I had postponed until now. The lifeless body of Si-hyun Yujin was tucked away in a corner. Finally, it was time to have a meal. I set the escape pod to autopilot and retrieved her corpse. Then, I started by tearing off her tantalizing legs and took a big bite. Until now, I've eaten more than a few hundred creatures. So, I roughly know what kind of creatures taste good. Among the creatures I've eaten so far, the most delicious was Kazuraji Yujin. She had a refined and well-calculated taste, like a high-end course meal. Perhaps she had her genes modified to taste that way. So, I thought that this Yujin here would be similar. But I was mistaken. Undoubtedly, the taste of Si-hyun Yujin was excellent to the extent that it didn't fall behind among the creatures I've eaten and would eat in the future. Maybe I should visit Earth sometime. Originally, I had no plans to go to the megacorp capital anytime soon, but after eating Si-hyun Yujin's meat, my determination wavered. I shook my head and took another bite. It was fascinating. Usually, the first bite is the most delicious, but it was the opposite in her case. The more I ate, the more I chewed, the richer the flavor became. Here, it was just me and the unconscious number 26. Nobody would disturb my meal. I leisurely enjoyed her meat as if savoring a high-end French course meal. As the seemingly eternal happiness came to an end, a semi-transparent text box announced the end of the feast. Predation effect activated. Successfully obtained Galagon's Claw genetic essence. Extracted the Galagon's Claw from the biological characteristics of Si-hyun. Do you want to apply Galagon's Claw? Predation effect activated. Successfully obtained Camouflage Skin genetic essence. Extracted the camouflage skin from the biological characteristics of Si-hyun. Do you want to apply camouflage skin? Predation effect activated. Successfully obtained Clairvoyance genetic essence. Extracted clairvoyance from the biological characteristics of Si-hyun. Do you want to apply clairvoyance? Chapter 30. In the SF game Space Survival, there aren't many fantasy elements, but there are a few exceptions. One of the most prominent is the space elves, known for their elf-like appearance and magical-like powers. Then there are the psychic life forms called Vortex Ones, and the space dragon known as Galagon, which strongly exhibits fantasy traits. The creatures capable of using psychic powers exist beyond these three races, but what sets them apart is how they use psychic powers like magic. You could compare them to elves, demons, and dragons, more or less. Galagon, also known as the Dragon of Space, is extremely rare, and ordinary players find it challenging to encounter them due to their scarcity. As rare as they are, many beginners mistake them for looking like actual dragons. However, in reality, they are quite different. While they share some similarities with dragons, such as a massive reptilian body, wings on their backs, and horned heads, there's a significant difference. Instead of a mouth, they have a cluster of tentacles where it should be. Galagon feeds on blood and psychic energy, so their oral structure is unlike that of ordinary animals, consisting of tentacles. Additionally, it's said that a Galagon's color represents its growth level, distinguishing it from dragons. The Galagon Claw trait I got from Si-hyun represents the genes of a white Galagon. If we compare it to a scale of power, it's somewhere in the middle, leaning towards the higher end. It's incredibly rare to acquire a Galagon Claw so quickly. Even a mature blue Galagon, which is considered to be one level below, would be challenging to capture. Needless to say, a white Galagon 2 levels higher is even more remarkable. I have no idea where they obtained something as precious as a Galagon Claw, but I'm grateful for it. The next trait I obtained after the Galagon Claw is Camouflage Skin. In fact, among the traits Si-Hyun gave me, this ability can be called a jackpot due to its incredible power. To be honest, I'm more curious about where they found a giant chameleon than a Galagon. Since giant chameleons are herbivores, they are not particularly powerful in combat. They are weak enough that they can be easily hunted even in a morph form. The problem lies in the fact that finding them is incredibly difficult. Giant chameleons create a special magnetic field from the spikes on their skin. This magnetic field makes it impossible to observe them with equipment or traits. None of my auxiliary devices, traits like camouflage, electronic devices, psychic powers, and so on can penetrate it. You can only see the giant chameleon with the naked eye, making spotting it akin to finding a needle in a haystack. You might suggest searching for them one by one, but the issue is that their habitat is unknown. In a game with thousands of planets, how would you know where to look? I've only obtained giant chameleon essence 3 times in my time playing the Amorph, so I've said enough. Even if I wanted to buy their genes as an Amorph, it's not possible. To acquire the essence, you must hunt them yourself using the predation effect. Of course, you can also achieve the predation effect by consuming a large amount of samples or even eating the already dead bodies. However, the acquisition rate is too low through these methods, making them inefficient. So, the best method is to put in the hard work. Thanks to that hard work, I've gained valuable information. It might even turn out to be an advantage. Regarding camouflage skin, I have some information that even rankers don't know. You can actually combine mimicry and camouflage skin to create an entirely new trait when they merge. That fact was known to no one, so the one who possessed this merged trait in the game was none other than me. The name of the trait that combines mimicry and camouflage skin is Mimicry Organ. It's a trait that makes others perceive me as the appearance of the prey I've consumed. The operation of this trait is somewhat complex, but let me explain it briefly. First, the mimicry organ analyzes the genetic information of the prey it has consumed. Then, it emits a special pheromone created from the analyzed information throughout the entire skin to disrupt the senses of other organisms. As long as other creatures are within the area of my pheromone, they perceive me as the prey. Furthermore, the mimicry effect remains, allowing me to mimic the voice of the prey. The pheromone's area itself is quite generous, so the effect can be seen even when there is some distance. It can be said that this trait is optimized for infiltration, ambush, and guerrilla warfare, among other things. But it's not without its downsides. First of all, the mimicry organ does not change my physical appearance. Since it deceives other organisms with pheromones, I am fully exposed to devices like cameras that don't pick up pheromones, and my reflection remains unchanged in mirrors. The mimicry effect itself is not perfect either. While it replicates the appearance of the prey, it cannot depict complex emotional changes like joy or sorrow, aside from simple actions. As a result, the uncanny valley phenomenon is quite severe. Even someone who is completely clueless would feel discomfort and unease when in the same space. It also shares the downsides of mimicry, such as being unable to speak long and complicated lines during the mimicry effect, or being unable to describe the previous prey when a new one is consumed, and so on. Despite its clear pros and cons, it has many practical uses in temporarily confusing the perspective of others. Lastly, there's clairvoyance. The first 2 traits are excellent, but clairvoyance is a somewhat subtle trait. Although it's a good trait. In space survival, clairvoyance is called that, but it's subtly different from the concept we know in reality. It's closer to a kind of super-spatial perception ability. Instead of seeing what's actually behind a wall, it's more like reconstructing what might be there based on the information of the surrounding environment and elements. However, the reconstruction effect is so similar to reality that it's called clairvoyance just for the sake of it. In a way, it can be seen as similar to abilities in the precognition category. Up to this point, you might feel that it's somewhat similar to something else. It's similar to a morph's super sense ability. Sigh. It would have been a good trait if it wasn't for a morph's superior sense ability. Because a morph's super sense is so close to clairvoyance, clairvoyance becomes a hindrance. But still, it counts as a psychic type power. It's not immediately useful, but it's a valuable trait related to psychic powers. Moreover, it can be used for fusion later on, so it's better than not having it. The inspection of the traits is complete. The text box has been waiting for my response from the beginning. I accepted the application of all traits. Galagon Claw trait has been applied. Can be merged with the existing psychic organ trait. Galagon Claw and psychic organ traits are merged. Evolved into Monster's Tentacle trait. Monster's Tentacle inherits and enhances the existing psychic organ trait. Can use psychic power. Note: be careful when using the power of the dragon. Camouflage skin trait has been applied. Can be merged with the existing mimicry trait. Camouflage skin and mimicry traits have merged. Evolved into mimicry organ trait. Mimicry organ can mimic the appearance of a hunted prey. Limited to once a day. Note: the warmest place to hide in a human's body is inside. TL/N, this sentence may be a metaphorical reference. I was taken aback as the semi-transparent text box appeared out of nowhere. Monster's Tentacle? Without a chance to question it, my body began to undergo a transformation. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pull in my back and an itching sensation washed over my entire body. Small clusters of tentacles rapidly grew long. Due to the sudden growth, my head felt heavy, and I could feel the tips of the tentacles on my shoulders. On my body, tiny holes were forming in the chitinous exoskeleton that covered my skin. If someone with trypophobia were to examine my skin with a magnifying glass, they would surely faint. PR/N, trypophobia is an aversion to the sight of irregular patterns or clusters of small holes or bumps. Above the punctured holes, something membrane-like was emerging, and it seemed like my exoskeleton had transformed into geometric patterns. It wasn't a next stage evolution, so the mutation ended quickly. I touched the long, octopus-like tentacles. They looked exactly like the tentacles attached to Galagon's mouth. As far as I know, Galagon doesn't have a psychic organ, and acquiring the tentacles in its mouth through a trait is impossible. It's like trying to obtain fingers or toes as traits for a human. I don't know the English term, but I've definitely acquired a better weapon. The ability to shoot a sword storm composed of psychic energy is good, but the monster's tentacles have a wide range of uses beyond just offense. It's an unexpected outcome, but not a bad one. I guess the mimicry organ is as expected. Lastly, clairvoyance has been applied, but I didn't feel any significant change. Still, thanks to it, I'm only one step away from acquiring a psychic-related type. Now I have 4 psychic-related traits: predator sense, human nature, monster's tentacles, and clairvoyance, making it 4 in total. If I evolve into a transcendent being from here, I'll receive psychic resistance as a special reward, bringing it to 5. In other words, if I can acquire just one more, I'll secure a psychic-related type. That made me think of something. I looked at number 26, who had fainted and fallen asleep. Could it be that number 26 is a sea demon? Many marine life enthusiasts have tracked the ecology of sea demons, but no one has ever discovered how sea demons are born. So, everyone accepted it as a game allowance, and I did too. At least until today. Maybe the sudden mutation of bubble amoebas into sea demons. Apart from size, they look similar in appearance and have similar ecologies. And while sea demons are such fearsome creatures that they're called the overlords of the sea, they don't prey on bubble amoebas. Perhaps they are of the same species, which is why. Whether number 26 is a sea demon or a mutant with the potential to evolve into one is extremely important in the current situation. Sea demons do have psychic-related traits. It's a trait called abyssal terror that drives people within a certain range insane. It's similar to the illusion trait of red mist, but the range is incomparable, and it's a passive trait that's always active. It's a very powerful trait, but sea demons are such dangerous monsters that it's not easy to acquire the trait. It's perhaps as rare as Galagon's claws. And there might be someone who possesses that trait right in front of me, albeit in a much weaker state compared to a sea demon. No. I hesitated for a moment but shook my head firmly. It's not certain whether number 26 will indeed evolve into a sea demon with that potential. Even if it does, there's no guarantee that the predation effect will trigger. That's about it. Hunting and evolving alone is an enjoyable task, but traveling with other beings is also a new experience. Hunters always seek knowledge. Accepting everything with an open mind broadens your horizons and makes you stronger. I stroked number 26. The creature was a useful presence for me. I intend to help it as much as possible until my life is at risk. Having cleared my thoughts about number 26, I went to the control seat and switched the navigation from manual to automatic. Please set the destination. Destination, huh? I pressed a button on the dashboard with my small hand, and several holographic options appeared. The default location was a planet under the jurisdiction of Megacorp, which was the original target of the research vessel. But there's no need to go there. Megacorp's planets were heavily fortified with large-scale troops. Depending on the planet, the details might differ slightly, but it was impossible for me to confront them in my current state. Where's the nearest place from here? I searched my memories for places we could go. In the process, I spotted a familiar location. TNC Special Trade Center. It was a huge space colony floating in space, and I was quite familiar with it. In the game, it was a well-known gathering place for players trading various gene essences. It was also a place where all sorts of genetic samples were gathered, so I visited it regularly. Thanks to that, I got a lot of insults. The cowardly players called me a bastard, but amorphs were originally that kind of race, so what could I do? If they felt so unjustly treated, they could become amorphs themselves. Of course, it didn't mean that they wouldn't eat amorphs just because they were amorphs. Anyway, if it's a colony where various races gather, it will be good nourishment for my growth. I'll reset the course to TNC Special Trade Center. Estimated time until arrival is 3 hours. 3 hours. I decided to take a short break until we reached our destination. I replenished my energy through a meal, but I had expended a lot of mental energy during consecutive battles. I lay down next to number 26, caressing the creature nestled in my arms, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Star Union's capital, Cax-1. Rain contaminated by black smog, with not a trace of light to be found, poured down. Following the falling raindrops, one could see factories emitting continuous smoke. No matter where you looked on the planet, there were factories, smog, and pictures attached to every building. The pictures depicted a man with mechanical eyes and clenched fists, wearing a dignified expression. His name was Chewbacca, the Lord of Star Union and the parent of all cyborgs. Cyborgs walking down the street would salute every time they saw a picture, but no one found it strange. Here in the Star Union, it was perfectly normal. Amidst the strange scenery, there was one building with no pictures. It looked like an abandoned building, but beneath it, there was a facility unknown to the cyborgs. Contrasting the dark atmosphere above ground, a perfectly clean medical chamber was hidden below, housing medical capsules. A capsule, shaped like an immaculate coffin, opened slowly with mechanical sounds as soon as it unlocked. As the capsule opened, a pale arm emerged from inside. Ugh! Cough, cough. The owner of the arm was a woman. With black hair and a slender figure, she was a beautiful lady. She coughed as she sat up. Her name was Si-Hyun Yujin. Or to be more precise, she was her clone. Si-Hyun Yujin, as the shadow of the Yujin family, was an incredibly strong presence to the point where her enemies couldn't find her. However, she hadn't been that way from the beginning. Back when genetic modification was not yet complete, she had taken out insurance for the future. If she were to die, her clone self would take her place. In Megacorp, the technology for human cloning was somewhat of a taboo, but she had hidden her own clone as an insurance policy against her enemies. I never thought I'd become a clone. Si-Hyun looked at her body. Her skin was as white as a newborn's, with smooth and flawless curves. It was a beautiful physique, but she felt unfamiliar with it. It was inevitable because some of the genes she originally possessed hadn't been updated in the clone. All the genetic abilities she had, like Galagon's claws or Red Mist's illusion power and countless others, were all lost. It was unknown how long it would take to recover the genes she had lost because of those damned creatures. It had caused a significant setback to her grand plan. That damn bastard. Next time I meet him, I'll rip out his brain. Si-Hyun Yujin's eyes were filled with deep hatred. As the light faded and the starlight awakened, the port zone of TNC Special Trade Center was still bustling. Workers in coveralls, businessmen in suits, tourists from various alien races, and all sorts of sentient beings were diligently going about their business under the vibrant neon signs. Even the carpenters working at the port were doing overtime just like everyone else. During their break, Carpenter was engrossed in reading a web novel on his small terminal when his communication device beeped. Bleep. Hey, Carpenter, are you busy? Howard. What's up? The Megacorp escape pod just arrived. Where did it come from? They contacted us from the control tower, but there's no response. It seems like there might be some issues with the automated navigation. Looks like some spoiled rich kid ran away again. I'll check it out. It's in Zone 7. Following his colleague's directions, Carpenter arrived at a lavishly decorated escape pod. It was undoubtedly an expensive-looking small spacecraft. Carpenter whistled when he saw it. Ah, one of those runaway rich brats again, I bet. Cases of upper capital citizens trying to escape in escape ships occurred from time to time. Carpenter was convinced it was one of those cases. He knocked on the escape ship's door. "Is there anyone inside?" He waited for a response, but there was none. Carpenter sighed and took out his hacking device. He connected a cable to the terminal next to the door and began manipulating the device. As a result, the escape pod's door easily opened. Why do they always turn off the lights and stuff? The inside of the escape ship was pitch black without a single light. Carpenter, wearing a helmet with a lantern, looked around the interior. Where did they go? Despite signs of someone being here, like bottles on the floor and a broken control panel, there was no one in sight. Something sticky on the sole of his shoe caught Carpenter's attention. He touched it, and as he did, more of the substance fell from above. He looked up and saw it on the ceiling. "Hey, Carpenter, where did he go?" "Huh? He said he's leaving early today." "Really? The guy who said he needed to make money to buy a house is leaving early?" "Yeah, he's going that way." Howard turned his head in the direction his colleague pointed. He saw Carpenter walking away about 20 meters ahead. "Hey, Carpenter." As Howard called out, Carpenter stopped in his tracks. Coincidentally, he stood in a dark alley where the streetlight didn't reach. Even though it wasn't very dark due to the proximity, his upper body was obscured in the shadow to the point where his outline couldn't be seen. Why is he standing in a place like that? Howard felt an odd sensation when he looked at Carpenter. Despite seeing his gait and clothes, it felt as if he were seeing a different presence. "Hey, aren't you working overtime today? Just leaving like that?" "Yeah, I'm busy." "What did the site manager say?" "Yeah, he said I could go because I'm busy." With that response, Carpenter disappeared into the darkness of the alley. Strangely, as Carpenter vanished, the discomfort he felt also disappeared. Damn, does he always have to act like that when I talk to him? Leave him alone. Must be in a bad mood. Heh. Howard returned to work with his chuckling colleague. The next day, Carpenter didn't show up at the port zone. Chapter 31. Even in the game, I was tired of it, and now it's happening in real life. Currently, I find myself in a dark alley in the harbor district. There are no cameras here, and the street itself is obscured by buildings, so there's no light coming in. Number 26, nestled in my arms, emitted a feeling of discomfort. "It's stuffy. ZZZZZZZZZZZZ, just bear with it a bit." "Yeah." I petted the little guy to calm it down and looked out into the alley. In the distance, beneath the artificially created night sky from the massive dome-shaped screen, the lights from advertisements were dazzlingly chaotic. It may look glamorous on the surface, but I knew well what this city was really like. It's a sick place. It may not be as significant as the Earth, which serves as Megacorp's capital, but this place is no ordinary interdimensional landscape. There are plenty of people who treat human lives like flies, and individuals driven to heinous crimes by hedonism are abundant. While many come here for tourism or job opportunities, it's also a place where many depart, but not by choice. That's the T&C Special Economic Zone for you. So that's why I chose this place. Now, where should I start? This cosmic city is divided into 5 zones: the Eastern Harbor District, the Western Residential District, the Southern Entertainment District, the Northern Commercial District, and finally, the Central Administrative District that oversees all the zones. Among them, the 2 least secure areas are the Entertainment District and the Residential District. In the Entertainment District, there are places where Megacorp citizens indulge their secret desires with employed slaves. Just like the surveillance is lax in real life due to the preferences of high-ranking individuals, it's the same here. There are hardly any surveillance cameras, but combat androids roam around, apprehending criminals. Androids are formidable opponents, so I can't go to the Entertainment District right now. The zone I need to go to is somewhere else. The Residential District. Although it's called the Residential District, it's more like a slum in reality. It's where the middle to lower tier Megacorp employees and alien races with jobs in this city mainly reside. It's difficult to call it a safe place even in empty words. Any city with a concentration of the poor tends to have weak security. Furthermore, residents of the Residential District tend to spend their daily earnings extravagantly in the Entertainment District. Since many of them live for the day, they won't think too much if someone from the next door disappears. As long as you're cautious of the police and androids patrolling, there shouldn't be any major issues with gradual growth. Alright, I've decided where to go. Now, how to get there? There are limitations to moving only through narrow streets. Unlike research stations, the Space City is well equipped with security facilities, and there are many androids patrolling. A place where you can go anywhere in the city without catching anyone's eye. I know two routes that meet this criterion precisely: the sewer and the underground subway. Both of them are essential facilities responsible for water and transportation, created when the Space City was built. As facilities that handle the vital elements of life, water and transportation, they essentially serve as the city's bloodstream. If it were a game, I'd go through the sewer, but it might be tough in reality. Since you can't extract water in space, this place relies on two methods to supply water to the residents: recycling sewage and periodic water shipments from the outside. In the game, this is just background information, but here, it's real. The sewage system is likely to be under much higher levels of management than what I know. Unfortunately, let's go through the underground subway. I moved along with number 26. Sometimes we walked through dim alleyways, and other times we crossed rooftops. In the Central Administrative District, there are many tall buildings, so someone might catch sight of me, but in this harbor district, there are no high rises. People on the streets had no clue about what was passing above their heads. Let's see. The passage should be around here. Of course, I had no intention of walking into the entrance of the subway station. Androids and surveillance cameras guard it, and entering there would surely cause a commotion. I've infiltrated this place over 100 times. While I haven't always used the same route, there's a secret passage I frequented the most. Originally, it was a kind of side alley used by the workers who were constructing the railway, but it has been forgotten in people's memories since the railway was completed. At least this place is mine. I muttered to myself as I lifted the rusty manhole cover in front of me. This place, located at the border of the harbor district, is my own little passage. Among Megacorp's noble capital families, the TNC clan had a particularly strong business-oriented character. This was not surprising considering that the TNC clan had its origins in an insurance company located in a city once known as New York. Perhaps that was why. The motto of the royal family of Earth, the TNC clan, was as follows: to stand in one place, one must keep running. The Red Queen effect, frequently mentioned in business management, was their survival philosophy. Just as the Eugen family had become kings of Earth through genetic research, the TNC clan also had a field they focused on for the prosperity of their family: space colonization. Instead of dividing and eating the pie inside, they aimed to increase the size of the pie itself. In pursuit of this goal, they invested significant credits in artificial habitat construction and terraforming technology development. Initially, they started with space stations within the solar system, then expanded their reach through Mars terraforming and orbital habitat construction. One of the fruits of their efforts is the space colony TNC Special Economic Zone, located in outer space. Planned as a trade hub connecting the solar system and outer space, the TNC Special Economic Zone boasts an astonishing size with a diameter of up to 60 kilometers. While it is now the oldest space colony, it still holds significant influence due to its symbolism as the first space city. Thanks to this, even today, countless alien races visit this place to see the historic structure created by humanity. The office of the Contraband Animal Surveillance Team located in the Harbor District was noisy today, filled with the sounds of smuggled animals. I'm leaving first. Hey, Raz, you crazy bastard. We're all about to lose it because of those mountain crawler bastards, and you're leaving. I don't do overtime. Everyone, do your job. What a selfish jerk. Raz replied by waving his hand to the team leader who was swearing behind him. Above his head, a black night sky created by AI adorned the building. Processed starlight, artificial lights emitted by various billboards, and people wandering the streets like fireflies following that light. Raz willingly blended into the welcoming ambience of those lights. Who should I play with today? Having arrived in the entertainment district via the subway, Raz pressed the digital ordering panel in front of the special entertainment establishment. A hologram appeared in the air, displaying the faces and personal histories of the staff the shop offered, along with their service details. This was a place where Megacorp officially employed individuals to provide special services. It was a place where customers had to obey any request. For someone, it was hell, but for someone else, it was paradise. That was the special entertainment establishment. I'll take her. Raz picked a woman who looked like a coworker. He didn't feel particularly guilty. He was well aware that the coworker was a regular here anyway. With a whistle, Raz entered the shop. 2 hours later, Raz stood in the bathroom of the establishment, washing his blood-stained hands. He occasionally enjoyed this ritual, even though he had replaced his arms with mechanical ones. Blood and oil emanating from a living being's body. Of course, when blood dries, it smells and oil can get greasy, so he needed to clean up properly. Was that a bit too much? Raz glanced briefly towards the bedroom. The white sheets on the bed were now stained red. He thought about tidying up a bit and leaving, but then he shook his head. The scattered remains would be cleaned up by the shop. That's what the money was for, after all. With a refreshed face, Raz left the shop and suddenly felt like having a drink. Let's have a drink before bed. Thinking it was not a bad choice, he bought a few bottles of synthetic liquor and headed for the residential district. As soon as he exited the subway station, he was met with silence. Unlike the entertainment district, which was noisy due to neon signs, the residential district was quiet. If he were an upper capital, he would live in the buildings in the administrative district and the upscale residences, but Raz was a low capital. It was better than sleeping in a sleep capsule, but there wasn't much difference between the residential district and the non-capital residences. It wasn't exactly comfortable. The dim and dirty apartment, along with poor security, led Raz and his team to dub the place as a chicken coop. Damn it. Who broke another streetlight? Normally, the streetlights should illuminate the streets, but they were all smashed in various places. They would probably be repaired in a few days, but the fact that Raz had to walk through these dark streets until then annoyed him. Grumbling, Raz took a flashlight from his bag. Light emanated from the end of the flashlight, illuminating his path. Crunch. Crunch. The sound of stepping on broken glass shattered the stillness of the residential district. It was a route he walked regularly, but today, he had an odd feeling. What's this smell? An unpleasant odor wafted up from the road. Raz thought a sewer might have burst, and just then, he noticed a manhole cover. The manhole cover, usually closed, was slightly ajar. These idiots should have closed it if they were doing construction. Raz muttered while pinching his nose and walked past it. Though he was already quite far from the manhole, the smell didn't dissipate. It seemed like the entire street was filled with an ominous odor. Something was wrong. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but Raz had a sense that something bad was happening. The smell and the eerie darkness made his steps involuntarily quicken. He was practically running to his home when he spotted something in the middle of the road. Fuck. Startled, Raz shouted a profanity-laced cry. The sound of his cry seemed to reach the person who had been in the darkness. It was a young man. Damn, I thought you were a ghost. For a moment, Raz had thought he was a monster, but it turned out to be a person. Relieved, he took a closer look at the man. The man was wearing work clothes, suggesting that he worked in the harbor district. With an ordinary face, he had a red-like ball attached to his side. What the fuck is he doing? Raz felt a sense of unease about the man for some reason. Until he arrived, this place had been a pitch-black wasteland. Seeing someone standing still in such a place holding that strange ball-like object was suspicious. What are you doing? Just heading home. The young man responded calmly with a flat tone. His voice seemed entirely ordinary compared to his actions, which somewhat reassured Raz. Ahem, be careful. Then I'll be on my way. Excuse me. Yes. It's quite dark, so I thought we could walk together. Raz hesitated at the man's request. He wasn't thrilled about walking with this unsettling guy, but given the darkness of the street, he eventually agreed. Follow me. Thank you. As the man followed him, they set off again down the quiet street. While walking in silence, the man behind him spoke up. Hey. Yes. You're a cyborg, right? Well, yes. I see. With that statement, the man fell silent. What the hell? Raz thought. Was this guy trying to discriminate against cyborgs in Megacorp? He was about to say something when a strange smell once again tickled his nose. It was much stronger and more unpleasant than before. Somehow, the smell seemed to be creeping in from behind Raz. Raz had been about to curse, but he stopped himself and glanced briefly behind him. When he saw the man, he felt a chilling sensation down his spine. The man following him wasn't looking at the light. He didn't even blink. He was staring directly at Raz. That alone sent shivers down Raz's spine, but then he noticed something more. The red ball attached to the man's arm was squirming. Damn it. He had heard stories before. Among the upper capitals, there were some lunatics who kept only a person's head alive and played with it. Coincidence? The object the man was holding was about the size of a human head. With that thought, Raz couldn't take it anymore. His home wasn't far. He left the man behind and began to run. Pant, pant, pant. When he looked back, the man was still standing in the darkness. It was pitch black, making it almost impossible to recognize, but Raz could feel it. The man gazed at him with an expressionless face. Fortunately, nothing happened until Raz reached his home. Whether it was due to running or fear, Raz's clothes were soaked with sweat. The urge to drink was long gone, but he was thirsty. Raz uncapped the synthetic liquor, which was dripping with cold water. He took a long gulp, the heat and tingle spreading from his throat to his entire body. Ugh, I'll have to report you tomorrow. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, or maybe because the tension was slowly dissipating, Raz let out a relieved sigh as he realized he had finally arrived home. Ugh, shitty neighborhood. I'll have to go somewhere else when I save up. Muttering about an unattainable dream, he turned on the old virtual TV. The narrow room suddenly became noisy, and a feeling of unease intensified. Raz approached the window and looked outside. It was pitch black, and there was no sign of anyone. He's gone. The cyborg had dashed away for some reason. Raz had a vague idea of why. A subtle sense of discomfort. He didn't outright know I was a monster, but he seemed to sense that something was different. If he had sensitive senses, he might have faintly perceived the subtle chemical signals in my pheromones. Still, the purpose of my mimicry organs was simply to make it easier to ambush. I had no intention of interacting with humans. This level of adaptation was sufficient. He's scared of me. ZZZZZZZZZ, why is that? I don't know. The cyborg seemed to have reservations about me as well, but what had the greatest impact on his heart rate was number 26. When he glanced at that one, his heart rate reached its highest point. Why would he be so scared of number 26? It's the first time I've seen someone fear bubble amoebas, the mascots of healing. Of course, number 26 is a mutant, but it looks exactly like other bubble amoebas, so there shouldn't be any reason to fear it. It's strange how this cute little creature could be terrifying. Cyborgs are truly incomprehensible. Speaking of which, did he say he was a cyborg? After the psenim effect wore off, I returned to my current metamorph state. To evolve into an pre-saint, I need to consume one more cyborg. That's great, I just needed that. He may not know it, but I've already pinpointed which house he entered. The lingering scent he left behind as he fled still lingers in the air. Chapter 32. The next day, before going to work, Raz reported the strange man he had seen yesterday to the police. Having made the report, there was nothing more he could do. The rest would be up to the police. So he spent the day at his busy job, trying to forget about yesterday's incident. Lost in his work, he didn't realize that quitting time was approaching. He hurriedly grabbed his bag, intending to escape from this hellish place, but his team leader grabbed him. Raz, you're not leaving early today. Judging by the team leader's expression, it seemed like he might end up as a mountain crawler's meal if he left. In the end, Raz had to stay late at work with his unwilling teammates. That team leader is such a lunatic. It was only well into the night that he could finally break free from his work. Normally, he would go to a bar to relieve stress, but it was already quite late. To be able to get to work the next day, he had to go back home. As usual, Raz bought a synthetic drink and walked to the subway station in the residential district. The streetlights, which had been broken yesterday, were now brightly lit, casting a reassuring light on the streets. There was no sign of any suspicious individuals in the well-lit area. On his way home, he once again noticed the manhole cover. Unlike yesterday, the cover was tightly closed. Seeing the manhole, the terrifying memories from yesterday came rushing back. Raz swallowed hard and walked past the manhole. Fortunately, nothing he feared happened until he reached his apartment complex. Phew. As he passed through the entrance to the complex, Raz let out a sigh of relief. He looked up at the corridor on the third floor where his apartment was located. There, Raz felt his heart stop. Something pitch black stood in the apartment corridor. With a long tail and 4 arms, it moved strangely and then opened his apartment door and entered. Without saying a word, he took out his communicator. It's narrow. As expected, the cyborg's apartment wasn't very spacious. It was a one-room apartment consisting of a bathroom, living room, and a balcony. After deciding to target the cyborg, I checked out everyone who lived in this apartment complex. It was easier to investigate during the day when most people were either at work or sleeping. During the day, I roamed the rooftop and corridors, collecting all the necessary information about who to target and when to change appearances. If no one was around, I entered the house and searched for clues, and if someone was present, I observed the inside from the outside using auxiliary equipment. Through thorough investigation, I learned that various species lived here besides humans and cyborgs. There were reptilian humans with scales, known as cold-bloods, and bipedal creatures like wolves, among others. There was a diverse range of prey available. It's a good thing that the species I need to eat to evolve into a pre-saint is difficult to obtain. Evolution conditions become more complex after reaching the pre-saint stage. I have to eat a total of 60 playable species, 20 species capable of transformation, 20 humanoid species, and 20 species using psychic powers. And achieving 4 types is one of the conditions. Space survival is a game that emphasizes player versus player combat. Eating other species isn't that difficult for amorphs. The real challenge lies in obtaining those 4 types. I already have 1 for physical enhancement, and I'm on the verge of acquiring 1 for psychic enhancement. But it's still a long way to go when considering the type penalties. Types don't just unlock with an abundance of traits. Key traits required to unlock type conditions, and I need to focus on acquiring those relevant traits, making it a challenging task. Additionally, the predation effect doesn't always occur. So, most amorph players give up at this point and focus on raising other species. It might be a wise decision since the conditions for evolution beyond Saint become much more challenging. A special trait hub like this attracts many extraterrestrial species, making it easier to collect genes in one place. Collecting genetic essence by going to planets where the required species live is inefficient. Storming a place with a high concentration of them is the shortcut to rapid evolution. Especially in the special trade hub, there are quite a few cults that have immigrated from Megacorp. If I consume them as well, I can easily fulfill the condition of eating 60 extraterrestrial species. Alright, I'll spend some time here, so why not take a look around? I meticulously inspected the entire apartment. Number 26, apparently delighted with this cramped and dirty space, roamed around here and there. The soundproofing isn't great. After a thorough look, that was the first thought that came to mind. The noise from the adjacent and upstairs apartments was so loud that it could be heard even here. The apartment below is vacant. There might be prospective tenants, but currently, it's unoccupied. When I evolve into a saint, my weight will significantly increase, and the people downstairs will soon notice something unusual happening upstairs. I've calculated that, but my auxiliary system gave me a warning signal. Someone is approaching in the corridor. ZZZZZZZ, come here. Baby, what's going on? ZZZZZZZZZZZ, someone's coming. I called number 26 and calculated the footsteps in the corridor. There were a total of 3 individuals. The cyborg and 2 others I didn't recognize were following. The police. I had no intention of fighting with law enforcement right now, so I decided to hide inside the apartment. You said a monster entered the house, right? Yes. The door seems fine. They broke in through the door. I see. Alright. The nonchalant attitude of the police officers frustrated Raz. He had clearly requested them to send support when he made the report, but the fact that only 2 of them showed up was infuriating. Is that alcohol you're holding in your hand by any chance? Yes. We saw the report that you claimed to have seen a strange person. We thought you might be drunk. Raz almost let out a string of curses but managed to hold back. Raz belonged to the low capital class. If he had been a mid-capital, the police officers would never have behaved so rudely. Although the police officers were also from the low capital class, they were government officials, and their position was higher, hence their behavior. Of course, Raz treated lower non-capitals like dogs as well, but isn't that how most people are? They tend to forget what they've done and only remember what's been done to them, and it feels unpleasant. Since a report was filed, we have to check. Please open the door. Ugh, fine, yes. Raz sighed and entered the passcode. The door opened, and the police officers entered his apartment. The police officers clicked their tongues when they saw Raz's apartment, which was hard to describe as even remotely clean. Oh my, what a pigsty. Oh, come on, clean up your room. Ignoring Raz's annoyed glares, they shook their heads. One of the officers inspected the bathroom, while the other checked the balcony. Nothing in particular. No way. Look. There's no one in the bathroom either. The police officer opened the bathroom door as if to show, but it was empty. The dirty bathtub and the toilet, whose cleanliness was questionable, were the only ones to greet the owner. But there's no way. No matter how he looked at it, there was no sign of a monster. Even when he opened the curtains covering the balcony, all he could see was darkness shrouding the entire area. Should we check the refrigerator? The officer asked, almost mocking Raz. Raz nodded his head in response. The officer opened the fridge with a chuckle. Inside, apart from a sandwich that looked half-eaten, it was packed with synthetic alcohol bottles. Well, maybe you should consume alcohol in moderation. There's no way. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. TSK, if you're a cyborg, you should replace your eyes first. Despite the police officer's offensive comments, Rez couldn't care less. He was a skeptic who didn't believe in ghosts or supernatural beings, but the situation he found himself in was so bizarre that it was hard to believe. I kept my eyes on it until the police arrived. He wondered if the monster had gone out through the window, but there were no signs of it being opened or closed. Moreover, if a monster were crawling around the area outside the window, it would be hard for residents in neighboring houses not to notice. The other house reported it at. Hey, you're the only one who reported it, get a grip. That can't be. As Rez shouted, there was a loud banging on the wall from the neighboring apartment. Thud, thud. The noise from next door made the police officers furrow their brows. Their expressions clearly indicated that they didn't want to stay in such a place any longer. Well, we've confirmed that there's nothing inside the house. Nothing more we can do. That's just ridiculous. We were on patrol when we received your report. If you encounter any more issues, please report them again. With those words, the police officers left. Alone in his apartment, Rez sank onto his bed. If he were to make another report, they would likely send the same officers, and the situation would repeat itself. Damn it, did I really see it wrong? Or did it leave in the meantime? The police officers' attitude hadn't been great, but they had thoroughly checked every place they could. The bathroom, the balcony, even the refrigerator. There was no space in the house where a monster could hide. Okay, just in case. Trembling, Rez approached the bathroom. The door that he opened and entered every morning felt unfamiliar today. He swallowed hard and opened the door wide. It was just as he had confirmed before. A cockroach scurried away in fright and disappeared into the drain when it saw Raz. His ominous premonitions had come to nothing. After checking the balcony as well, Rez finally felt relieved. Phew, damn it. Was I losing it? Or did it go away? Cyborgs didn't use expressions as humorous as losing it, but Raz was sincere. He took out a bottle of synthetic alcohol from the fridge and turned on the virtual TV, watching holographic images of scantily clad women dancing and enjoying the alcohol. As he sipped the drink, he could feel his mind easing. After finishing a bottle of synthetic alcohol, Rez contemplated. He had to go back to work in a few hours, and if he overindulged, he'd likely suffer from a headache all day. Ugh, when did I start caring about this? While the alcohol was tempting, the feeling that he wouldn't be able to sleep without getting drunk also influenced his decision. With that, he emptied another bottle and collapsed onto the bed. His house might be small, but he had purchased a relatively large bed because he wanted to sleep like an upper capital. Feels good. The spacious and plush bed enveloped him. The intoxication and comfort slowly took over his mind. When I get off work tomorrow, I'll choose a woman who looks like the team leader. He had vowed to let go of all the stress caused by her making him work late, but then a strange sound reached his ears. From the apartment below, he could hear the dragging of a heavy object. Grrr. 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 That crazy guy, can't he do this during the day instead of at night? He muttered curses under his breath and tried to go back to sleep. Just as he was drifting off, he remembered something important. No one lived in the apartment below him. Grrr. 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 As if ice-cold water had been poured over him, Rez snapped back to full wakefulness. He wanted to believe that it was a sound coming from another house, but the annoying noise resonated too closely. It was as if something were hiding just under his large bed. The creature he had seen earlier. At first, he had thought it was huge, but upon reflection, it wasn't. Excluding the tail, it was only about 2/3 the size of an adult man. To be precise, it was just big enough to fit snugly under a bed. Grrr. 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 As he realized this, Raz's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if possessed by a cold shiver. He desperately prayed that it was just another delusion. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in his familiar room, and he turned his gaze toward the floor beneath him. There, with only its head exposed, it was grinning, revealing its teeth. Gary couldn't sleep because of the neighbor next door who kept shouting. "Crazy bastard, this time I won't just let it slide," Gary muttered to himself as he stormed out of his house. He banged on the neighboring door forcefully. "Hey, you bastard. Come out right now." "Huh? What's this smell?" Gary furrowed his brow as he pounded on the door, puzzled by an indescribable scent that mixed something akin to a metallic smell from a hardware store with an inexplicable pheromone-like aroma. Why is there a metallic smell in the middle of the night? Gary wondered aloud when, suddenly, the door swung open. "It's night. Why are you making so much noise? Did you buy this place or something?" Gary asked. "I apologize." Raz, the man from next door, offered an apology in response to Gary's anger. Gary had intended to unleash a string of curses, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. As he looked at Raz, something about him seemed off. Having crossed paths with him a few times before, Gary had a rough idea of what kind of person he was. But the Raz before him now was clearly not behaving normally. What's with this creepiness?" Gary thought. Raz stared at him with an unblinking, expressionless face, leaving Gary speechless. "Hey, it's night. It would be good if you could be a bit more careful," Gary finally managed to say. "I apologize." "Understood. Just be more cautious from now on." Raz continued to repeat apologies like a broken machine, leaving Gary wanting to leave this place immediately. He gave a vague cautionary word and entered his own house. As a result, he didn't hear the words Raz had left behind. "The next target has been chosen." After sending the neighbor away, I returned home to find number 26, rummaging through the refrigerator. It was stuffing sandwiches from the fridge into his mouth one by one. "Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz 26 to scavenge for food while wandering around. I picked up one of the arms lying on the floor of the room. It doesn't taste good. Surprisingly, Raz was the second least tasty thing I had eaten so far. His flesh carried the scent of alcohol and the stench of rotten meat, reminiscent of old decay. If I exclude calorie bars, which had no taste at all, Raz was the least appetizing. It seems there's a correlation between health and taste, I mused. He didn't appear to have a healthy diet, and I couldn't help but worry about consuming similar beings in this apartment complex. Well, I have to force myself to eat it, I decided. If I want to evolve, I need to at least eat this cyborg. I received a message in the text box, acknowledging my efforts. The metamorph to pre-saint evolution condition has been fulfilled. Do you wish to evolve? Originally, I had planned to finish things on the Megacorp research ship, but it seemed I had come a long way. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZz. An egg? But you're just a baby, why are you becoming an egg? ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ to grow bigger. A baby is going to be a big baby? ZZZZZZZZZZ, yes, don't worry. Just in case number 26 might be surprised, I informed it beforehand and then accepted the evolution. The time had come to enjoy the majesty of the sub-adult body, which I had briefly tasted with the psinim. Chapter 33. She looked at the enormous egg that filled the living room. Despite being told that the baby with her had turned into an egg, it definitely didn't look like the size of an egg. Did it suddenly grow, or did it become a cocoon? Perhaps it was because she was still young, but she couldn't grasp what kind of creature the baby had become. Nothing she had ever seen resembled this. Still, she didn't pay it much mind. When she emerged from the disgusting liquid prison, she made a vow. No matter what happened, she would protect the baby. However, until now, she had been protected by the baby more often than she had protected him, which made her uncomfortable. The baby seemed to be very hungry, and she fed him every time she saw food, but there wasn't much she could do. Would things have been different if her tentacles were stronger? Would things have been different if she were bigger? In her restless state of mind, she reached out with a tentacle to caress the egg. The moment the tentacle touched the egg, she was surprised. Unidentified energy was absorbed from the tentacle's end into her body. It felt as though she had consumed a highly nutritious meal. A feeling of satiety washed over her, and her strength surged. This time feels a bit different, doesn't it? When I evolved into a metamorph from hatchling, I could feel the changes in my surroundings inside the egg, but this time was different. All my physical sensations were severed, and I stood alone in the darkness. As I looked down at my hand, a hand that now felt unfamiliar reached out to me. The clothing was the same as what I had worn before entering the world of space survival. It feels like my own imaginary world here. Looking around, there didn't seem to be any threatening elements. Just an endlessly vast, pitch-black space. It's a dark place, but it's familiar. In my childhood, whenever my parents argued, I would always hide under the bed or in the closet. If I plugged my ears and huddled there, I felt much more at ease. I'm reminded of the past. It's not a memory I want to dwell on. I shook my head to shake off unnecessary thoughts. I wonder how much time is left. In the game, it takes 6 hours to become a pre-saint. I don't know how long it will take in reality, but when I turned into a metamorph, there wasn't much difference from the game, so it should be similar this time. Why did the developers create it like this? Applying such a severe penalty to evolution, which is essential for morph operations. I can't understand it at all. In a game where real-time PK occurs for 24 hours, being incapacitated for 6 hours is a serious flaw, almost like a bug. Moreover, in a morph, cooperation is impossible, so it's impossible to ask your comrades to protect you during evolution. Unless you hide in a place where no one knows, most players are caught during evolution. Some players even hunt morphs exclusively. Especially because of me, there are many players who hate morphs, and some ruthless morph users have been attacked. Many morphs failed in evolution and were shot with anger shotguns. I also died a lot, caught by morph hunters during evolution. Failing in evolution doesn't have a specific penalty. It's just a hassle to find a hiding place again. Moreover, you have to wait a long time again, so it's impossible not to get annoyed. So, the morph hunters who disrupted evolution were even more terrifying than usual. Looking back, I was a bit harsh too. There was a time when a hunter recorded me being hunted and posted it on the community. The reaction at that time was explosive. To be precise, there was an overwhelming amount of resentment and criticism directed at me. People were saying all sorts of strange things like, "How can a person do that?" Or "Are you really an morph?" Or "I'll kill you," and so on. Sigh. Whether it's because of the magical influence of this pitch-black space, these unnecessary memories keep resurfacing. If I have the time, I shouldn't waste it and should use it wisely. There's a lot to do in the future, so I need to figure out where to start when I go out. Maybe I should think while walking. I took a step forward, and the ripples spread out as if I had placed my foot on the surface of the water. Starting with that, I aimlessly walked in the black void. After evolving, the first thing to deal with should be the wolves living next door and on the 5th floor. That should help resolve the issue with the transformed race to some extent. As I pondered how to approach the trading hub after evolving, something dark brown appeared and blocked my path. The entity that appeared in the black void was a metamorph stage morph. I could tell that instinctively as soon as I saw it. This creature is the remnant of the amorphs still present in my body. It seems that when I fell into this surreal world, the instincts of the amorph came with me. The creature growled as it revealed itself, but I wasn't particularly afraid. Instead, it felt strangely familiar. I reached out my hand to it. The creature, which had been growling threateningly, closed its mouth and lowered its head obediently. When my hand touched the creature's head, I woke up. Where am I? As soon as I opened my eyes, I was blocked by a thin wall. A soft and sticky film of blood enveloped me. Sensation returned to my body. At present, I was crouched over my body, wrapping my arms around it as if a baby was in the womb. My long tail was wrapped around my waist like a belt. When I released my combat arms and stood up, the plastic was torn apart with a ripping sound. A text box appeared in front of me on the torn morph. Race: unidentified aggressive space morph. Status: pre-saint. Objective: survive, 2nd evolution successful. Possess traits: physical related, apply type, wings, chitinous exoskeleton, regeneration, fusion, neurotoxin glands, fusion, reinforced exoskeleton, acidic blood, enhanced reflexes, mimicry organ, fusion, serrated tentacles, contamination organ, spine projectile organ. Psychic related, predator sense, fusion, human nature, monsters tentacles, and clairvoyance, psychic resistance. Type: physical enhancement type. You have received new unread messages. Would you like to read them? Messages. This was the first time I had received a message after evolving. There had been no such occurrences in the game before, so I accepted the request with curiosity. New system transcendent system unlocked. Would you like to see the instructions? A new system, it seems there are some changes. When I consumed Sinim last time, no such messages appeared. It seemed that this new system was unlocked only through formal evolution. I chose to confirm, and a text box filled my vision. The Transcendent system allows you to combine 3 or more of your existing traits to create a completely new and unique trait, referred to as a unique trait. Available trait list: chitinous exoskeleton, reinforced exoskeleton, enhanced reflexes. Note: it's important to be aware that not all combinations will result in advantages, and there may be potential drawbacks. Transcendent system, huh? Originally, in space survival, trait fusion was only possible one-on-one. So, for races that relied on traits, it was difficult to remember what traits they themselves had as the game progressed. I, too, had a hard time remembering them all because I had over 500 traits when I was about to see the ending. Even for someone like me who was a hardcore player, the system was so frustrating that I was trembling. But who would have thought they would revamp it like this? I never expected such a drastic overhaul of the system. What should I do? If it were a game, I would have accepted it immediately, but this was reality. A wrong decision could lead to great danger. If a new system I was not familiar with had been introduced, I needed to carefully assess and decide, just as the note suggested. Obtaining a unique trait has its merits. In space survival, there were no separate grades for traits. The efficiency of a trait varied greatly depending on how someone used it. The only consensus was that fused traits were generally considered stronger, to some extent. However, among those, there were special traits that outperformed others significantly. These were commonly referred to as unique traits. While it was difficult to obtain them, their performance was exceptional. But that doesn't mean there are no drawbacks. Unique traits were indeed very powerful, but they had one major drawback. While regular traits remained intact even if the character died, unique traits disappeared completely upon death. If you wanted to obtain a unique trait, you had to start from scratch. Therefore, when using unique traits, one had to be extremely cautious. But here, it's reality, so the drawback doesn't apply, right? After all, in reality, when you die, it's over. The fact that unique traits disappeared upon death was not a consideration. However, the reduction in the number of traits is a risk. The actual concern was not the drawback of the unique trait itself but rather the overall number of traits. Currently, I have 11 physical-related traits. If 3 of them were removed, I wouldn't be able to meet the condition of having 10 for the physical enhancement type. You might think of first obtaining unique traits and then acquiring physical-related traits later, but there was a problem with that approach. Releasing a type in the middle doesn't remove the trait penalties. Currently, I had a penalty of 6 traits for the psychic enhancement type. If I were to regain the physical enhancement type after that, what would happen? Unfortunately, the penalty would be added, and the required number would increase from 6 to 12. Let's postpone the Transcendent system. Physical-related traits were relatively easy to obtain. Honestly, the appeal of unique traits was strong, but in times like this, you had to be cautious. Choosing the safer path, even if it took a bit more time, would be beneficial. The moment to utilize the Transcendent system would be after I had secured enough physical-related traits. I unlocked the text box and left the egg. Surely, I've grown quite a bit. Having been on a spacious research vessel before and now in this small house, I could distinctly feel the difference in my body size. As I removed the eggshell pieces attached to my body, number 26 approached. Wow. ZZZZZZZZZZ, how have you been? That's the big baby from before, isn't he going back this time? ZZZZZZZZZ, yeah, I briefly transformed back then. The way he moved his tentacles seemed to express fascination. Huh. Tentacles. Now that I looked closely, number 26's appearance had indeed changed from before. The body, which was slightly smaller than a human head, had grown even larger. Moreover, 2 tentacles sprouted from the body. ZZZZZ, what's that? This. It's new. It appeared when the baby entered the egg. ZZZ, when? When I touched it while the baby was inside? When the child said that and lightly brushed its tentacles, a brief wave of purple energy emanated and then disappeared. Seeing this, I was certain of something. Sea demon. Those tentacles were probably serrated tentacles. They might seem small and cute compared to mine, but I knew what was hidden inside them: sharp blades. If those tentacles swept across someone's face, the flesh would likely be torn away. But more importantly, I was curious. Why did it evolve suddenly? There didn't seem to be any specific trigger for it. I had monitored my surroundings with the auxiliary system during my time in the egg, but there were no special traces of any events happening around me. It said it touched the egg when I was in the middle of evolution, right? I wasn't sure about the exact cause, but it was possible that a portion of the energy generated during my evolution had been absorbed by it. Considering that the relationship between bubble amoebas and sea demons had not yet been clarified, this was just speculation. Now I can protect the baby. Number 26 said confidently, and I affectionately petted it to express my approval. I had expected it, but it really happened. There was a time when I had contemplated whether to eat it or not, but now, such thoughts didn't cross my mind. Though it still looks weak, if it's a sea demon, it'll be helpful at full strength. The sea demon I saw was over 20 meters in size, and it had hundreds of tentacles. If a colossal monster that was treated as a mini-boss in games is following me, it will be incredibly helpful. I won't give up my genetic essence, but I should consider providing unnecessary food. ZZZZZZZZZ, then let's go eat. Alright. I had just completed my evolution, and I felt a gnawing hunger. The child seemed hungry too, judging by its response. After all, it had only eaten a sandwich for over 6 hours. I carried number 26 on my shoulder and opened the door. The appetite-stimulating food was waiting next door. Chapter 34. The administrative district of T&C Special Trade Center was unlike other areas saturated with artificial light from billboards. It embodied a different image, a life harmonizing with nature. As the slogan for the administrative district suggested, well-maintained trees and shrubs lined both sides of the marble sidewalks. Small birds chirped and flew among the trees. Beyond the refreshing forest of trees, white rectangular high-rise buildings rose prominently. These were the branch offices of prominent companies or government offices, including those from Megacorp. Passing through the beautiful but flat buildings, as one approached the center of the district, a building with a unique and towering design stood out more than any other in the surroundings. Its spiral exterior brought to mind a donut, and its upper section appeared as if two hands were spread wide open, embracing the cityscape. The majestic building was named Monument. True to the T&C family's emphasis on efficiency, even the symbol of the first space city bore a simple name, Monument. At the top floor of Monument, Layla Chamberlain, the youngest daughter of Sam Chamberlain and the overall manager of the Special Trade Center, currently resided. At that moment, she was in a meeting with the city's top officials. Layla and the heads of each district, as well as the team leaders of government offices, were seated around the mahogany table. Among them, only the deputy head of the Human Resources Management team stood nervously. Layla, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair, was reading a report when she spoke up. Human Resources Management team. Yes, ma'am. The incoming supplies have decreased by 3% this time. Can you determine the cause? In response to her question, the deputy head stammered, well, it's because Z101 Ranch Planet and P82 Livestock Planet reported reduced production this year. Our Special Trade Center can replace up to 20% of the hires destined for the entertainment district through alternative routes. However, a 3% decrease in the supply is by no means a small figure. We can't be complacent within the allowable range. But, you see, it's just that. Everyone knows that 40% of the revenue in the Special Trade Center comes from the entertainment district. If the supply decreases by 3% from the Human Resources Management team, the burden will fall on the entertainment district side. Layla spoke calmly, but everyone understood the warning in her words. She was questioning why they hadn't opened new routes to fulfill the allocation quotas. Deputy Head, or should I say, Mr. Pissarro? Yes, ma'am. Do you know what's most important for a trader? It might be credits. Of course, credits are important, but the most crucial thing is trust. You can use difficulty in supply as an excuse this time due to certain circumstances. But what if it damages our reputation? These customers who have come here with great difficulty won't return if they're disappointed. I'll keep that in mind. Under normal circumstances, I might overlook this. But now is a critical time. You all know that the board meeting is approaching soon. When she mentioned the word board meeting, everyone in the room nodded with determined expressions. Anyone working under the T&C family would know. Not to mention how much the T&C family head desires the CEO position at Megacorp. The first phase of the board meeting is scheduled to be held right here in the T&C Special Trade Center. Enormous tourists will be visiting this city. There can't be the slightest margin for error. Understood? Contact the planetary authorities and make sure you meet the quota by any means necessary, even if you have to distribute aphrodisiacs across the entire planet. Do you understand? Yes. Now, next person. The entertainment district, is it? I'm always looking forward to this. Go ahead. Yes. While the deputy head sat down, wiping cold sweat, the representative from another team began their report. After 3 hours, the meeting came to an end. With all the team leaders gone, Layla sat alone in the conference room and let out a sigh. Sigh. There was just 1 month left until the first board meeting to select the Megacorp CEO. Although there was still time, she, as the overall manager, felt like she needed 10 more bodies. But if I can make this deal happen, the successor's position won't be just a dream. The TNC family had a unique feature that set them apart from other noble capitals. The precise name of TNC was Thompson and Chamberlain. They were called TNC because they took the initials from the surnames, T from Thompson and C from Chamberlain. As the name implied, within TNC, two families with different surnames coexisted in a single family. The family member who won in competition between the Thompson family and the Chamberlain family became the head of TNC. Currently, the Chamberlain family held the position of the head, but the next generation was uncertain. Thompson's side is making moves. Once one became the head, they could monopolize all the rights of the family and privileges related to TNC within Megacorp. Since the Chamberlains had held the position of the head for several generations, tensions were rising on the Thompson side. If Thompson were to take the next head position, there would surely be bloodshed. At that moment, the conference room door opened and a secretary entered. "Miss, here's a list of names from the individuals who have applied to visit on the board meeting day as you mentioned." Layla checked the tablet pad handed to her by the secretary, scrolling through the names one by one. When she reached the last name, she was taken aback. "Is this list accurate?" "Yes." "Is there a problem?" "Akira Eugen is attending?" "Yes. The Eugen family contacted us an hour ago. They said he will only be doing city tours and won't be attending the board meeting." Ha! Layla chuckled at the absurdity of it all. A centuries-old noble casually touring the city. It was an uninteresting joke. Akira Eugen, the current Megacorp CEO, is coming here. Layla was well aware of his legacy and notoriety, often referred to as the usurper. Usurper. Layla casually mentioned Akira Eugen's nickname. Usurper was a term he despised, used by other noble capitals to mock him. As his nickname suggests, Akira Eugen wasn't originally meant to become the head. His name itself indicated that he had no qualifications to inherit the family. The Eugen family places great importance on lineage. The 5 major noble capitals each had their own defining factors. The TNC valued competition, the Eugen family placed importance on lineage, the Garamelda family was known for technological advancements in terraforming, and so on. They all had guiding principles that matched their respective fields. Akira, as befitting a lineage-focused family, became the head due to his bloodline tracing back to the traditional roots of their people. In an era of constant terraforming, they still cling to their ethnicity. She couldn't understand it, but in any case, Akira's bloodline was distant from the Eugen family's true roots, so he wasn't the official heir. The reason he became the head was simple. He was the only person in the history of the Eugen family, or any noble capital for that matter, to become the head through a coup d'état. Youngwoo Eugen, was it? Originally, he was supposed to smoothly run the family, but he was the unfortunate head who was removed by Akira. After his death, all his descendants met a miserable end. Moreover, that insane nobleman Akira even turned Youngwoo Eugen's daughter into a shadow. The reason Akira Eugen earned a reputation for cruelty wasn't solely because he killed people indiscriminately. It was because he didn't spare his fellow nobles, members of the same family. He would kill or torture them without hesitation, which drew criticism. Layla herself enjoyed hunting humans on the ranch planet every year, but she didn't needlessly harm her family's assets. In that regard, Akira could be considered an aberration among the noble capitals. The reason this eccentric managed to maintain the position of head of the family, despite not fitting the noble capital image, was his competence. It was a sad affair for Youngwoo Eugen, but after his death, the Eugen family prospered unusually well. Layla, being in a position of authority, understood that ruling with fear was not easy. She might not be able to handle the monster who had ruled the Eugen family for nearly a century. A formidable opponent. As her father struggled against him, it was highly likely that she would be brutally crushed if she attempted to confront Akira directly. No, failure is the foundation of growth. Even if I lose to him, I can use it as an experience. As an heir of the TNC family, she wasn't afraid of competition and challenges. She believed that, with plenty of time ahead, she could recover from any setback. But did she truly understand the fact that a terrible danger was already taking root in her territory? ZZZZ, tasty? Yep. Compared to the cyborg's house, the neighboring one had a distinctly lived-in feel. The furniture was tidy, and it seemed like they cleaned regularly as the entire house was spotless. The fridge was stocked with food, including artificial meat sandwiches and dried vegetables. I looked at number 26, who was diligently emptying the fridge with a satisfied expression. I'm hungry too. When I saw the owner of the neighboring house, whose waist had been severed by a tail, I couldn't help but want to tear into that fresh flesh. But there were still things to be done. I quickly finished the sandwich number 26 had taken out of the fridge and got up from my seat. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, I'll be going next door for a bit. Okay. Be careful, baby. Once I entered the cyborg's house, I looked for his communication device. I turned on the communication device lying next to the bed and entered the password. Let's see, office number. As I scrolled through the saved contacts, one name caught my eye. Crazy bastard. This must be it. Every office worker tends to have a love-hate relationship with their boss. I pressed the name Crazy Bastard. As soon as the signal went through, the other party picked up. You lunatic, Raz. Why aren't you here when you're supposed to be working? I'm off duty. What? Are you insane? Have a good day. You crazy son of a. Using the mimicry function of the mimicry organ, I ended the call and pressed the disconnect button. Here, countless extraterrestrial laborers come in every day, every hour. Even if one of them quits for no apparent reason, there are plenty of people to replace them. While it's possible to develop deep bonds with colleagues at work, it doesn't seem to be the case for the owner of my voice, Raz. His reactions as a team leader and the way he keeps to himself when you look at his contacts and call history suggest he's more of a loner. Maybe he'll be forgotten once today is over. Just like the harbor worker I devoured before, Raz will likely be forgotten. But it's probably best to finish things properly. I opened the laptop that was in the living room. If I send a resignation email from his work laptop, it shouldn't cause too much trouble. It could be handled over the phone, but just in case. Maybe later, when I've devoured more people, I won't have to worry, but for now, I should be cautious. It's a wealthy space city with a significant presence of androids and a small but well-equipped defense fleet stationed here. Compared to the research ship I was on before, it's much more spacious, offering plenty of hiding places. However, the surveillance network here is incredibly detailed, unlike anything I've seen before. I still need to be cautious. It's best to avoid getting caught for as long as possible after I've devoured someone. I won't be able to hide it forever, but I should delay it as much as possible until I become strong enough. So, let's see who this person is. To send an email, I need to know roughly who the person is, so I started examining the files on the laptop one by one. The owner of the laptop, Raz, doesn't seem to have led a particularly diligent life for a cyborg. Despite being a work laptop, it's filled with non-work related content. Being a workaholic in the space age is very rare. I had no interest in the cyborg's sexual preferences, so I deleted the irrelevant files. I continued to open and close files while inspecting them when I noticed a peculiarly titled file. Smuggling Animal Surveillance Team Seizure List. As I clicked on the file, the monitor filled with dense text. As the name suggests, it contained a list of seizures related to animals smuggled with the aim of trafficking. Smuggled animals, huh? Even a cursory glance showed that there were many different kinds. Most of them had already been transported to other planets, but there were still a considerable number of creatures left here on the port Earth. If I consume these, I could gain a substantial amount of genetic essence. While this apartment can be considered a decent hunting ground, it's not as abundant as the smuggled animals at the port Earth. Devouring just half of those creatures would significantly aid my growth. But surveillance won't be easy to overcome. If the animals I'm managing suddenly disappear, anyone with half a brain would figure it out pretty quickly. If they report it to the police and an investigation starts, it's going to be a big problem. So, there are two options. Hiring employees or finding a smuggled animal broker. Hiring employees isn't particularly difficult. Since I can mimic Raz with my artificial body, I can just call in another employee. After devouring that employee and forging the transport documents myself, I can probably get away with swiping a few of them easily. But if I want to devour more than that, I'll need a broker. Looking at the list, there were ambiguously filled sections where the destination of the creatures was left blank. This is probably where the broker intervened. It's probably best to either intercept the broker and steal the creatures or devour the broker and mimic their role to seize my prey. I should make good use of Raz's identity. He left behind a lot when he died. It's a shame it would have been much more enjoyable if he had tasted better. After sending the email, I took the laptop and returned to the neighboring apartment. Hey, come here quickly, baby. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. I won't eat that. You shouldn't be picky about your food. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. I'm going to eat something else. Something else. ZZZZZZZZZ. Yes. You eat it. Number 26 blinked its lights as if it didn't understand my words. I nodded to indicate that I was okay, and it cautiously began devouring the man next door. As I watched the man's face melting under number 26's influence, I thought to myself, something even tastier is waiting for me. I savored the anticipation of the pleasure of consuming genetic essence. Chapter 35. Let's handle this before we go out. While number 26 was feasting on the man's brain, there were things to be done. I cut off the man's ankles and put them in the refrigerator. Once Raz's role is finished, I'll assume this person's form. The mimicry organ is a characteristic that allows me to consume flesh, analyze genes, and mimic. I don't need to eat all of the meat, like when activating the predation effect. I don't need to store all of it, so I'll just keep a part. Putting it in the refrigerator might slow down the decay process a bit. Even so, it would be unrealistic for it to last more than 2 days. After disposing of the body, I took out the communication device. Next, I contemplated who to call. Looking at my contacts, Raz's human relationships were extremely limited. Besides the team leader, there didn't seem to be anyone who might know a broker. The team leader would be a burden. Just like on the research vessel, being the head of a government office in a space city would classify one as at least a mid-capitalist. Even if we were being conservative, he would be a mid-capitalist, and if he belonged to a higher stratum, he might be a third capitalist, a figure entirely different from someone like Raz, who could easily be replaced. If that person disappears, they'll know right away. The current situation is different from when I killed Kazaraji Yujin. She is a high-ranking noble capital, far above the people on the research vessel. Megacorp is a competitive society, but at the same time, it's a rigid, pyramid-shaped society where social mobility is stagnant, a contradictory organization. The higher up in the capital hierarchy, the more ruthless they tend to be in keeping those below from moving up. Noble capital, positioned at the very top of the megacorp pyramid, is even more extreme in this regard. As a result, everyone feared retaliation from noble capital, and they could only passively respond to her sudden death. Their timid response ultimately brought great misfortune upon them. It's ironic. The death of the person in the highest position is hidden, while the death of the lower-ranking person is revealed. Furthermore, the smuggling animal surveillance team seemed quite busy. Amidst this, if the person in charge were to disappear, it would create chaos. I needed to choose someone else. This person doesn't seem right, neither does this one. While checking the messages on the communication device, there was one contact that appeared particularly frequently. The messages were simple, just asking if they were going to the office after work today, but this contact had exchanged the most messages with Raz. Well, this person should do. The person's name is Lloyd. He was a friend who shared a secret hobby with Raz. When you mentioned the office in the Special Trade Hub, it was famous even in online communities. It was a place that vividly showcased a dark, dystopian worldview, and it was often mentioned in the news due to its controversial ethics. Anyway, people who enjoy such morally questionable entertainment might know about the broker. Lloyd and Raz seem pretty close. I thought as I used my small arms to send a message to Lloyd. Hey, let's catch up sometime. You quit your job? You crazy bastard, you're going all out. What happened? I got tired of the endless workload. I'm looking for work elsewhere. Work here is a bit crappy. Where are you going? I've only learned this, so what else can I do? I'll find something similar. Similar work. Yeah, like smuggling. It felt like I had brought up the topic abruptly, but there was no other way. I didn't know how Rez usually expressed his intentions, and the longer the conversation, the more room there was for misunderstandings. I better keep it short and to the point. As soon as I sent the message, there was no immediate response from the other end. After a few minutes, the communication device beeped again. You said you weren't going to do anything dangerous before, didn't you? It seemed that Lloyd had talked to Raz about smuggling once before, and Raz had probably declined at that time. I thought about it again, and there's really no other way to make money. You're hopeless. Now you want to do what everyone else does? Well, I have to give it a try now. Alright. I'll send you the information via email. Why not meet up today and talk about it? Meet up? Yeah, there's a bar I know in the Harbor District. You're not that type, are you? You buying drinks? I just retired, and I can afford a drink with my colleagues, can't I? You retired and grew some balls, huh? Okay. What time do you want to meet? Honestly, I was a bit impulsive, but Lloyd didn't seem to have any suspicions, so it went well. Things are going smoothly. I sent him a message with the location and time. The location was an alley near the border of the Harbor District, as close as possible to the manhole connected to the underground secret passage. We decided on the evening for the meeting. In this city, whether it's day or night, there are always people around, but the presence or absence of bright lights makes a world of difference. To move discreetly in the darkness and keep a low profile, it was natural to meet at night. I should catch them after they've finished work. I sent the message, and a reply came quickly. Since he had retired, he mentioned that he might get bored if he went to the office alone. No need to be bored. After all, he would probably end up on the same path as Raz. I got confirmation. There was still plenty of time until evening. Taking genetic essence from this apartment was risky, so I had to spend time here. I'm full. Looking at number 26, it seemed like it had eaten to the point of bursting. It waddled over to the soft bed and fell asleep. It's still young, so it should sleep a lot. After covering him with a blanket, I opened my laptop again. Before meeting Lloyd, I needed to go over the list and gather information. Carefully examining the list, I checked off multiple seized specimens of the same type of organism. Since the predatory effect activates by probability, having more of the same species is better. As I checked, there were truly all sorts of organisms. They were all creatures I had seen at least once in the game, but some of them made me suspicious of whether they were really trying to smuggle them. There's even a mountain crawler. How did they manage to capture one? And oh, as I marveled at the skills of the smugglers while looking at the list, I noticed an unusual name. They captured an outspacer. Hastily, I checked the entry next to the name, and the transport section was left blank. That meant the outspacer was still here. There are 20 of them. It would have been great if there was a queen among them, but since it wasn't specified, it seemed like there were only workers. Even so, it was a significant harvest for me. Outspacer genes can be useful. The outspacers, as the name suggests, are extraterrestrial species from beyond the stars. They gather genes to enhance themselves and exhibit many similarities to the amorphs, such as genetically strengthening and antagonizing different species. The key differences are that, unlike the amorphs, players control them in colony units rather than individual entities, and among outspacers of the same species, cooperation and communication are possible. In simple terms, if amorphs are inspired by X-Files, outspacers are inspired by classic game Zerg. I had played Outspacer for quite a long time, given my fascination with extraterrestrial creatures. In essence, they're an upgraded version of amorphs. When a player chooses Outspacer, their main goal is to become the colony queen of that species and grow the colony. Absorbing genes from other creatures reflects in the offspring produced by the queen. The Outspacers operated with a typical monarch-type mechanism where the workers became stronger, gathering more powerful genes, and growing the colony. Compared to the amorphs, another monarch-type species with a brutal hierarchy, the Outspacers were regarded as a challenging and high-potential species within the community. What set them apart was the ability for players to develop entirely different forms of colonies based on their choices. In terms of performance, they quickly became powerful after surviving the initially high difficulty, making them popular among players who valued performance over concept. Still, I prefer amorphs. If you played as amorphs, it was a good idea to acquire Outspacer genes whenever the opportunity arose. This was because they had many useful traits, and some were even related to acquiring new types. Let's start with these guys. Although there were only 20 of them, since I would be devouring them as live specimens rather than samples, I could expect the predation effect to work in my favor. Besides, I checked one or two other useful prey items. Unfortunately, due to the nature of smuggling, there weren't many cases where more than 10 of the same species were brought in. I might not get many traits even if I devour them all. This aspect probably depended on luck. As I selected the things to consume, the room gradually became shrouded in darkness. The time for hunting prey was drawing near. I woke up number 26 and together we left the apartment. A somber darkness had descended over the entire city. Streetlights illuminated the dark residential area brightly. Last time, there were people around, so I had to break the streetlights, but late at night, there were patrols of police officers around the residential area. Before, I had to break the streetlights to avoid their gaze, but if I kept doing that, it would surely raise suspicion. Today, I should try to avoid them rather than destroying the streetlights. I moved between the closely spaced apartment buildings, leaping over them through the rooftops and outer walls. While the gaps between the apartments were significant, thanks to the enhanced agility trait, it wasn't a major issue to leap long distances. When landing, I spread the wings on my back to make as little noise as possible. It's fortunate that there are fewer people because it's work time. Moving quickly, I soon approached the manhole cover. It was right in front of me, but I didn't rush to it. Instead, I concealed myself. Why are you acting this way, little one? ZZZ, enemy. Enemy? There was an android patrolling around the manhole. A combat android. Unlike the android I saw on the pirate ship last time, this one had 3 arms. In addition to 2 arms resembling those of a human, there was an additional combat-oriented right arm equipped with a Gauss rifle near its waist. That's strange. An android using a Gauss rifle? The Gauss rifle is a high-powered weapon that falls below plasma weapons in terms of firepower, making it highly efficient against heavily armored foes. To put it in perspective, it's like a less expensive but less destructive version of a plasma weapon. However, just like plasma weapons, Gauss rifles are costly equipment for regular soldiers or androids to use. The cost of a single rifle is higher than lower-tier powered armor, and, most importantly, the ammunition is exceptionally expensive. It uses tungsten ammunition, so it's bound to be expensive. Anyway, the level of armament I was aware of for androids was by no means as high as this. Even if this city is wealthy, it's not so affluent as to equip a single android with a Gauss rifle that consumes high-cost tungsten ammunition like water unless it's an extraordinarily special situation. Could there be some kind of event or festival? TNC Special Trade Center was a place where various in-game events were held. Given that it was a city frequented by tourists, it wouldn't be unusual for an unknown festival to be taking place. If a festival was happening, it would naturally mean a higher level of alert and security with a significant influx of visitors. The reason for the androids being heavily armed might be related to the festival. I guess I should consider myself lucky and unlucky at the same time. I made it in safely, but of all times, it had to be when a festival was scheduled. While lost in thought, the heavily armed android loitering around the manhole disappeared somewhere. After waiting for a moment and confirming that no one else was approaching, I approached the manhole. I lifted the incredibly heavy piece of metal effortlessly with my human strength and sent number 26 in first. After a final look around, I entered the manhole as well. As I touched the manhole cover, a pitch-black darkness, like a black hole with not a speck of light, enveloped us. Baby, where are we going? ZZZZZZZZZZZZ, we'll go the way we came. The little guy and I had no trouble seeing in the dark. It sensed air currents, vibrations, and other such things with its entire body, and I had an auxiliary system. I could see it. A small tunnel about 5 meters high stretched all the way to the other side of the ground. Inside the tunnel, there was discarded trash from past laborers, cigarette butts thrown by someone from above the manhole cover, and more scattered on the floor. From the tunnel walls, dust periodically fell due to vibrations caused by passing subway trains. I walked toward our destination with number 26. Let's lay down spores on the way. Originally, I planned to lay down spores after establishing a nest, but things were different when there was a festival in the city. Setting up surveillance in advance would make it easier to deal with unexpected situations. When I activated the contamination organ on the lower right arm of my combat arm, a viscous brown mucus mixed with spores oozed out. The spores I had released slowly spread through the tunnel as if reassuring me that they wouldn't worry about leaving my body. Since the contamination organ also had the enhancement effect, in about 2 days, the spores would grow as effectively as if I had built the nest myself. That should do for surveillance. By the time most of the spores were laid down on the path connecting the residential and harbor zones, I arrived at my destination. I carefully opened the manhole cover and checked outside. Nobody here either. This area was the border between zones, and it seemed people didn't frequent it. If you wanted to go to another zone, you would take the subway rather than walk. ZZZZZZ, wait here. Why? I want to go with you. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, they'll get scared of you. I recalled that Raz had been scared of number 26, and he crouched down gloomily. It was a sad truth that people were afraid of number 26. I hid number 26 under the manhole and went to the meeting place. They hadn't arrived yet. I activated the mimicry organ and crouched in a dark alley. They're coming. About 10 minutes had passed since I started waiting. Someone was walking toward me from a distance. Chapter 36. A woman. A seemingly ordinary-looking woman was wandering around the alley. Contrary to my expectations, Raz's colleague turned out to be a woman. When I saw the name Lloyd, I had assumed it was a man. Well, there's no law that says women can't go to a place like this. At first glance, she might not seem like she could attract a single flower, but who knows what happens when you go to places like this? She might be pulling in guys left and right. I got up from my seat and waved to her. Here. Why on earth did you want to meet in a place like this? I can't just openly discuss things like that. Well, I guess you're right. But Lloyd approached me. She had been wearing a friendly expression just moments ago, but now she raised an eyebrow. Aren't you retired, and yet you're still dressed like that? Huh? Isn't that a work uniform you're wearing? She pointed at my body as she spoke. Since the pheromones from my auxiliary organ don't affect me, I have no idea how I appear to others. I'm not affected by the pheromones of the mimicry organ, so I don't know how I appear to others. In the game, when you use the mimicry organ, the target appears in their state just before death. When I devoured Raz, he was inebriated and wearing his work clothes, not having changed his attire. Listening to Lloyd's words, it seems like even in reality, the mimicry organ mimics the appearance of the target just before their death. The mimicry organ mimics clothing too. While the auxiliary organ acquires genetic information and creates hallucinogenic pheromones based on that, it doesn't rely solely on genetic data. It also incorporates information from other senses like the auxiliary organ, sight, and so on, to create much more precise hallucinations. It gathers visual information like clothing, shoes, buttons, wrinkles, and sends that information to the auxiliary organ, which then overlays it on the body it constructs based on genetic data. This means it can only apply the attire that the consumed target was wearing, and it's impossible to change their clothing in the hallucination. This could be an unexpected issue. If the clothes don't match the situation, it might raise suspicions. In the game, there's no concept of clothing that doesn't match the situation. Players rarely change into combat gear just because they entered a city. So, in the game, no one ever realized something was amiss because of suspicious attire. This is the real world, and that's what makes the difference. I'll have to be more careful from now on. If Lloyd hadn't pointed it out, I could have been in big trouble. I circled around her briefly. Well, I didn't have any proper clothes to wear. TSK, you should have dressed properly. A guy who retired and, huh? She paused as if she was going to say something else but then bit her tongue and frowned. I've been smelling something strange since earlier. Enough with the unnecessary talk. Do you know about the broker? Are we going to talk about that here? Bars have too many ears, she said. Isn't it about spreading rumors? I replied. She nodded and took out a USB drive from her pocket. The information related to the broker and our transactions is in here. After a day, you won't be able to access the files, so make sure to take a look. That's quite strict. Well, it's a somewhat sensitive matter. I'll send you the broker's contact through the communication device. She took out her communication device and the dim, narrow alley was momentarily brightened by the small device's light. She inputted the contact information and pressed send. My communication device in my hand vibrated. S. On Raz's communication device, there was an initial S and a phone number as a message. It seemed like they intentionally referred to each other by initials in case one of them got arrested. That's it for this. Now, let's go have a drink or something, she said. Sure. As I was looking at the communication device screen, she playfully tapped my arm. You, of all people, suggesting we go for a drink. Huh? She was taken aback by the sensation, which was completely different from a human's touch. The auxiliary organ could fool the visual senses, but it couldn't deceive the sense of touch. When someone touches me, they can feel my actual body. She probably realized something was amiss when she touched me. That the person waiting for her in the alley was not Raz. You, what the? Lloyd stammered, stepping back. I had received the information and contact for the broker, so she was now useless. I wrapped her with my long tail as she attempted to flee. Help! Ugh! She was about to scream, but I blocked her mouth with one of my combat arms. She seemed perplexed, as if something invisible had grabbed her. She knew that the person she saw with her eyes wasn't Raz, but the pheromone effect still held. Her sense of touch recognized the restraint as multiple arms and tails, while her vision continued to perceive me as Raz. Perhaps she felt as if she were being held by two arms and the rest were invisible, causing her confusion. Lloyd sent a pleading look. Her previously ordinary face was now stained with tears and mucus. She might have looked pitiful, but my decision remained unchanged. I put more force into my tail, and her waist twisted. Her eyes lost their vitality, and her head drooped. A corpse to be dealt with here. I devoured Lloyd right there. The taste of Lloyd was utterly ordinary. It was neither good nor bad, just a mediocre flavor. To be honest, it was slightly better than the sandwich from the neighbor's house, where Rez used to live. Now, I can transform into Lloyd. Next is, I should contact the broker. I needed to go home, check the USB, and decide whether to meet with the broker or not. After licking up every last drop of blood on the ground, I returned to the secret passage. Food smell. ZZZZZZZZZZ, ate and came back. What about mine? I should leave some for number 26 next time. Sanders, who worked in the materials storage team at the Harbor Zone, had a side job. His job was to provide unusual creatures to cater to the refined tastes of the high-ranking individuals in Megacorp. In simple terms, it was smuggling, a crime, but Sanders didn't consider it wrongdoing. Having an ability and not using it would be a sin, he thought, firmly rooted in the mindset typical of someone from Megacorp. Under this line of thinking, he chose a job where he could put his position to good use. Since he had frequent interactions with the smuggling animal surveillance team due to his work, Sanders proposed a mutually beneficial arrangement to their team leader, who readily accepted it. The arrangement involved Sanders receiving information about confiscated creatures from the smuggling animal surveillance team. He would then manipulate the records at the storage facility to transport these creatures to other planets. This corrupt collaboration between the two public agencies continued for over a year. Eventually, Sanders became a broker with enough influence to have connections with the police, if not for the board. By now, he could have earned enough credits to immigrate to another planet if it weren't for that damn board. Damn it. All because of that damn board, I haven't had a chance, he grumbled. Since yesterday, there were 30 days left until the board meeting. Thanks to that, the security level throughout the city had increased significantly, making it extremely difficult to transport creatures discreetly. Those bastards. After all the money I've spent, they still won't let me through, Sanders fumed. Although it was an order directly from the Harbor Zone authorities, the government officials had no choice but to comply. But Sanders had no knowledge of this fact. Hey, Sanders. Not heading home yet? A colleague asked. I'll leave later. Alright, take care. After confirming that the other employees were leaving, Sanders took out his personal laptop from his bag. When he entered the laptop's password, a list of creatures intended for smuggling appeared on the screen. It's all about the money, he thought as he saw every item on the list marked as scheduled. Originally, his plan was to finish loading these creatures onto a ship that would depart for another planet this morning. However, with the increased surveillance, he had no opportunity to intervene. With increased surveillance in the Harbor Zone, even goods leaving the zone fell under the watchful eye of the security network, affecting brokers like Sanders. As a result, creatures that should have been transported earlier were still soundly asleep inside the Harbor Zone's containers. Despite only 1 day passing, the losses were staggering, which left Sanders cursing under his breath. At that moment, Sanders' communication device rang. The screen displayed the letter L. Damn. I did mention that the atmosphere hasn't been good lately. The message from L was brief, a request for an outspacer trade. Someone actually wants to buy this? Sanders raised an eyebrow in surprise. Outspacers were extremely dangerous creatures, and those willing to trade them were exceedingly rare. Of course, smuggling them was not unheard of. After all, the outspacer that had been stored in the Harbor Zone's cryogenic facilities had originally been seized by the smuggling animal surveillance team. However, since the seizure, no one had ever approached Sanders with a request to trade an outspacer. As Sanders pondered this unusual request, another message arrived. A cult in the administrative zone is interested in purchasing. Normally, Sanders facilitated trades himself, but this time it seemed that the client had been found on the other end. Probably arranged by the smuggling animal surveillance team leader, Sanders thought. He had considered the team leader competent, but it appeared they had connections even in the administrative zone. Sanders couldn't help but be impressed. If it was a cult, Sanders could understand their desire for an outspacer. Cults had a penchant for collecting rare creatures and peculiar artifacts. Being in the administrative zone is fortunate. No need to transport it off-world. If it had been a request to send the creature to another planet, he might have refused, but moving it within Earth's boundaries posed no significant problems. Sanders quickly replied to L, providing the meeting location, time, and the required credit amount. The location, as usual, was next to the crane in the harbor zone's container yard, and the time remained the same, set for 10 p.m. As Sanders started to lose interest, he received another response. How about moving the meeting time to early morning? Wrinkles formed on Sanders' forehead. Time had always been determined by him, and there had never been a case where the other party requested a change. If he missed this opportunity, the smuggling operation would fall through because the roles were always clear: Sanders was A, and the other party was B. But why? In a period of intensified surveillance, the sudden request for a trade from the other side, coupled with a time change, seemed highly suspicious. After a moment of contemplation, Sanders pressed the call button. The phone emitted a tone, followed by a thud and the sound of the other person's voice. Hello. Hey, what's going on? Huh? You've never requested a time change before. Oh, that? I have to work overtime. Overtime? Sanders was about to ask why the sudden need for overtime when he suddenly paused. It reminded him of something a colleague had mentioned not too long ago. Someone had caused quite a commotion trying to smuggle a mountain crawler. Is it because of the mountain crawler, by any chance? Yes, everyone's going crazy because of that. Ugh, they're really making an effort. So, should we reschedule for a different day? They insisted on getting it as soon as possible. Okay, then. They said 1 a.m., right? Let's meet then. Having understood the situation completely, Sanders ended the call. If he wanted to secretly smuggle the mountain crawler, he needed to manipulate both the storage documents and the transfer documents, so he turned on his work PC. However, while working on the manipulations, he suddenly had an odd thought. Even if they're cultists, why would they want to trade in the middle of the night? Once doubt crept in, it tended to linger. While their request didn't seem unusual, Sanders couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I need insurance. In the midst of his internal conflict, he grabbed his communication device again and dialed a number. Hey, listen. I think I'll need you to come with me. Yeah. Do you know the place? Meet me by 1 a.m. The person he contacted was the leader of the security team he had personally hired. Since Sanders' work often involved illegal activities, he frequently found himself meeting dangerous individuals. In such cases, he would gather his security team and go to meet the person. I don't know what kind of trouble this is, but they better know what they're getting into. Sanders' group of security members consisted of former military and police personnel, all of whom were exceptionally skilled in combat. Furthermore, thanks to generous investments, every member was equipped with advanced armor and laser weapons. While some clients had posed threats in the past, showing them the human weapons he had hired usually made them reconsider. Especially for someone dealing with the daily mess of smuggling animal excrement, encountering armed guards was a relief. Everything was under his control. Sanders returned to his work with a sense of assurance. Chapter 37. Broker S. Quite a cautious person. His immediate call upon any suspicion indicates a prudent individual. If he had any doubts during our conversation, he would have cancelled the deal right away. Fortunately, he didn't find anything amiss. Indeed, being cautious is essential. Using the USB Lloyd provided, I could roughly guess who he was. A confiscation item manager from the material storage team or a security officer from the port security team. There are only two people who could legally load seized animals onto a ship, these two. Material storage manages all materials that arrive at the port, making document manipulation straightforward. Port security officers can tamper with surveillance cameras. Of course, given the current situation, they might not manipulate all cameras but disable some when moving animals. Perhaps, it might even be both. There's a possibility that someone from the material storage team bought off a security officer. Whichever side he's on, He's undoubtedly not in a high position, but he's not at the bottom either, he's firmly in a middle management role. And he's smart enough to avoid getting caught in smuggling for an extended period. In short, he's not an easy target for me to eliminate. The problem with dealing with someone influential is that if I were to kill him without reason, it would cause problems. People like Lloyd and Raz are quite different from those on a casual basis. If S is in a middle management role, there are many people connected to him, so if he were to suddenly disappear, it would raise suspicion in his surroundings. Moreover, there are likely more than 2 teams involved, and perhaps more teams related to the situation. Criminals have strong relationships, so if he were to vanish, they would undoubtedly make efforts to find him. Even if I were to impersonate S and attempt to resign formally, if he holds a significant role within the team, it wouldn't be easy to resign as I please. Being called to the workplace would complicate matters. So, using S to smuggle confiscated animals also has its limitations. I told S that I found a customer, but that's obviously a lie. The commission I can offer him is limited, and I don't have that many credits earned from the ones I've consumed. Like most residents in this residential zone, they're mostly day laborers or those who spend their daily credits in the entertainment zone. The neighbor next door has a fair amount of credits, but Raz is nearly penniless. He's the type to call just because I mentioned changing the time. If he knew I had no money, he'd cut ties right away. How can I use him without causing any problems in the long term? There's actually a way, but it requires a fair amount of luck. The genetic essence of the outspacer. Among the characteristics of the outspacer, there's one that can solve this problem. If I can obtain that characteristic through a predatory effect, then the problem with Broker S will be easily resolved. Once this deal is done, I can consume the outspacer. After that, I'll decide based on the results. The deal with the broker is already halfway done. Unless something goes wrong when we meet, obtaining the outspacer is a done deal. There are many variables at the moment, so it's better to plan for what comes after consuming the outspacer. There's still a lot to do before I leave. Apart from the broker-related matters, there are other tasks that remain. Just like Raz, I need to arrange for Lloyd's resignation. After killing Lloyd, I used the communicator I had saved to send a resignation email to the smuggling animal surveillance team. It seems they didn't contact me separately, likely because everyone had already gone home. I finished Lloyd's resignation process, and when I checked the time, it had already passed midnight. The meeting time is approaching. I left the house, leaving number 26 behind, who was still asleep. This isn't the entertainment zone, so there weren't many residents out and about. The streets were patrolled by tired-looking police officers and androids. I cautiously slipped into the underground secret passage to avoid their watchful eyes. The container handling yard? Huh? The path was lined with numerous cameras. Likely, some of these cameras had been intentionally disabled from the other side due to illegal deals, but I had to do my best to avoid them. I can detect electromagnetic waves with my auxiliary system. Emerging from the manhole, I focused my senses on the auxiliary system. Since evolving, the 2 larger tentacles beneath my jaw wriggled with even greater length and thickness, following my will. The scent of the dawn, carrying the tang of asphalt, the forest of containers emanating the smell of iron and aluminum. The faint vibrations of the subway felt from the ground, the pulse of the vast city that operated day and night. The harbor zone was still teeming with stimuli for all the senses. My auxiliary system extracted the thin electronic waves resembling fine threads emitted by the cameras. There are 3 cameras ahead. I moved cautiously, avoiding the locations where the cameras were, finding my way through the gaps between stacks of containers. As I had anticipated, some of the cameras were disabled. Seems like they have connections with the security personnel as well. With the cameras that were off, I didn't need to worry, so I passed by without any trouble. As I continued moving, I sensed the movements of living animals in the distance. There were a total of 10 individuals. All but one were armed. Their heightened alertness suggested they brought backup. I thought it would be easier to deal with. I activated my mimicry organ and revealed myself to them. 10 people, standing beneath the red light of the container crane's lamps, all turned to look at me. In the middle, a stout, closely shaved man, Broker S, greeted me. "Oh, you are here. Who are they?" "Oh, don't worry about them. They're here for insurance." Despite the reassurance not to worry, their demeanor wasn't what one would describe as friendly. They had laser barrels aimed at me. A non-violent demonstration. Most of them were humans wearing powered armor, cyborgs, but there was one individual who stood out. "There's a wolf too." Wolves are a shape-shifting humanoid species with animal heads as we commonly know them. They possess physical abilities far superior to humans, and their senses are exceptionally keen. The female wolf brought by S was already glaring at me. My mimicry organ works through pheromones. Even with wolf, I can deceive, but they are more sensitive than other species. I better get this over with as quickly as possible. I cut to the chase. Where's the merchandise? The trade items are in that refrigerated container over there. I'll give you the password once the deposit is confirmed. Okay. Since you've done this before, you know what to do, right? Enter your account here. He handed me a laptop and there was a program running. It seemed that once you entered your personal credit account, the credits would be automatically transferred to him. I had no trouble with it, having previously checked the credit account on the man next door's personal computer. The balance was cutting it close, to be honest. The deposit went smoothly. S closed the laptop with a satisfied expression. Well, one headache is gone with this. A headache? The outspacer, that's what I call it. I don't know what kind of weirdo buys such a dangerous creature. Cults are a breed I can never understand. That's true. I played along with S as he talked about an imaginary being that didn't exist. In reality, I didn't know how it was, but in the game, cults and outspacers were in an antagonistic relationship. It was true in the storyline and by game design. The ultimate goal of the outspacer was to return to their destroyed homeworld, the Vortex 1. To do that, they needed such powerful psychic abilities that they could bend galaxies to their will. They achieved this by consuming cults to accumulate psychic power. One might suggest acquiring the genetic essence related to psychic power and applying it to the cluster, but the outspacer had limitations on the use of certain traits. The outspacer can't use psychic powers. Due to the setting that the entire species had its psychic power abilities taken away by the Vortex 1, the outspacer couldn't use any traits related to superhuman abilities, except for one immunity to superhuman attacks. Thanks to their innate immunity, they could fend off weaker superhuman attacks. But they were vulnerable to powerful psychic power techniques. In other words, the outspacer only had basic defenses against superhuman abilities and struggled to counter various superhuman attacks. So, cults are outspacers' counter. Cults were truly the experts in psychic power. They were the most versatile among the playable species, being able to use various psychic power techniques. Even if the outspacers had innate resistance to superhuman abilities, they had ample means to attack beyond that. Physically frail but capable of various forms of superhuman attacks, cults could generate countless legions. However, the outspacers were susceptible to superhuman abilities. The community debates never ceased about who had the upper hand. Judging by their conversation, it seems like they aren't necessarily hostile to each other in reality. To know the details, I might have to meet cults in person. Anyway, my business with the broker is finished, so I should withdraw from here. The deal is done, so I'm going. Hey. Yes. The one who broke through the cults, he's the team leader, right? Yes. Oh, yes. He's not ordinary either. Maybe, could you teach me as well? What do you mean? Cult connections. Make sure to keep me informed whenever a deal is made with them in the future. Of course, I'm only talking to you, L. Certainly, being an influential broker, he's trying to negotiate with me as well. The more we talk, the less comfortable it is for someone as difficult to deceive as me. I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline. Too bad. Then, after bidding farewell once more, I attempted to leave, but this time, another individual stopped me. Wait. Stop right there. Kate. What's going on? The one who halted me was none other than a wolf. Kate, the wolf with a distinctive wolf-like head, approached me, sniffing the air. Something suspicious. Suspicious. I've done several transactions with L. I don't know for sure, but she seems to be hiding something. Hiding. Upon hearing this, S's expression turned cold. Hey. What does this mean? Yes. Kate has a keener sense of smell than other wolves. The security team is on edge, and there's something odd about her. Are you trying to pull a fast one? Detain her, everyone. The security guards guarding S slowly approached me, guns aimed at me. It's come to this after all. To the best of my knowledge in the game, wolves couldn't entirely detect the effects of the mimic device. I wasn't sure if Kate was unique or if the wolf's senses had become more acute with the advent of reality. I'll ponder that later. First, let's eliminate everyone except S. I hoped for a peaceful resolution, but there was no other choice. From here on, it was their own doing. I flicked my tail and jabbed Kate, who was next to me. Keke. In her characteristic wolfish manner, she let out a strange cry as she collapsed, a hole in her thigh. She was wearing low-level powered armor, but armor of that level didn't offer strong defense. Unless it was advanced powered armor with built-in shields, it was difficult to block my attacks. Kate. You damn wench. Leaving her unable to move due to the nerve poison, I ignored her and rushed towards the security guards. In the middle of the barrage of lasers fired from 8 barrels, my body was unharmed. My body was enhanced with physical enhancements and various abilities. Naturally, I suffered no injuries. I swung my combat armored arm at the closest human. Snap. That's 2. After crushing the opponent's jaw to incapacitate them, I launched bone spines at another cyborg nearby. The sharp projectiles pierced through the cyborg's head like darts, and even the head of another human standing behind it. That's 4. That wench is using camouflage. Lower your head. He. Before the 2 corpses hit the ground, I leapt into the air. My target was the tallest cyborg among the enemies. As I soared towards him, his face turned ashen in an instant. Ugh! I pounced on him and knocked him down. Using my 4 combat arms, I relentlessly clawed at him. His thin powered armor was shredded to pieces by my razor-sharp claws. Ah! Help! Darn it! In their eyes, it would seem like I was tearing them apart with just my 2 arms, thanks to something invisible to them. Broker-S, who witnessed the spectacle of mechanical components and internals shattering into the air inside the cyborg's body, let out a desperate cry. Damn it! We can't handle this. I'll hold them off. Get the VIP to safety. The human with scars on his face gave orders to the other security guards. Excluding him, 3 security guards grabbed S and began their escape. Ah! He backed away and started firing his laser rifle at me. The red beams of light rained upon my body, but what he had hoped for did not happen. Currently, my body is akin to a living tank. Unless armed with plasma weapons or at least Gauss weaponry, causing me harm is impossible. Realizing that his laser attacks were futile, he soon ceased firing. Damn it! He dropped his rifle and retrieved a small rod from his pocket. It was the same model as the sonic blade used by the pirates who infiltrated the research vessel last time. The pirates last time, and now this guy. Could they be part of the same organization? Space docks often attract retired soldiers and mercenaries. Their behavior and weaponry are similar, and considering the resemblance, they might have been in the same organization before retiring and going their separate ways. Both of them are going to die the same way, but even if I die, you won't get through here. Impressive professional spirit, but I wasn't going to cut them any slack. I swung my tail heavily against the ground. The scarred man saw through my attack and leapt backward, but my attack didn't end there. Bone spines soared toward his abdomen. His pupils dilated as he hastily raised the sonic blade to block them. His reflexes were decent, but his condition wasn't great. Along with the jarring metallic noise, the sonic blade vibrated in both hands as it blocked the bone spines. Damn it! I made a short charge and thrust my head into his side. The thick horn on my head pierced through his flimsy armor and wreaked havoc on the man's organs. Monster! I shook my head vigorously to dislodge him from my horn and tossed him away. With half of his side ripped open, he convulsed on the ground before his breath ceased. Ugh! Ugh! Alone and paralyzed, Kate trembled as she looked at me. A wolf, huh? Convenient timing. Wolves were a playable race capable of shape-shifting, which meant they counted as an evolutionary condition. I approached her. I don't need to transform into Lloyd now. The resignation had concluded, and the plan to meet the broker in the future had fallen apart. Whether by killing the broker or eating an outspacer to gain their traits, Lloyd's necessity had ceased to exist. With no need to transform into Lloyd, there shouldn't be any issue with consuming the wolf's genes. I deactivated the mimicry organ. A membrane covered the small hole on my skin, and the pheromones that had permeated the surroundings gradually dissipated. Ugh, Kate's eyes widened significantly upon seeing me return to my monstrous form. She struggled to escape in any way she could, but her resistance was futile. The neurotoxin had ensnared her body like a net. I firmly grasped her body with my 4 arms and opened my mouth wide. Well then, bon appétit. My snake-like, gaping mouth devoured her head whole. Her muscles shivered for a moment, as if taking the place of a death rattle, and then relaxed. The wolf's head was surprisingly palatable, except for the thick fur. It was almost as tasty as a juicy hamburger. Certainly not as exhilarating as when I ate a cat for the first time. It didn't bring that level of joy. I'll savor the rest later. Unfortunately, S and the security personnel had escaped. It would be best to deal with them before indulging. I gathered the scattered corpses and placed them in a location beyond the reach of the cameras. All right. The auxiliary systems informed me that they hadn't gone far. The hunt was far from over.